4 days ago, my father died, and I was left alone to survive in this neon-soaked city of shadows. My mom died from an illness when I was still a kid, and I was left all alone with no close family to lean on. I've got no lover, no friends, nothing that feels like family. I really thought I had nothing left to cling to in this world, at least that's what I told myself. My story really kicks off just a few dozen minutes before my whole unexpected journey explodes into life. I wrapped up my father's final business, and that's when it hit me. Being the only one left to mourn is brutally heavy. I couldn't shake the thought that my father had lived through the exact same kind of crushing pain at my mother's funeral. As night draped the city in shadows, I walked alone across a pedestrian overpass. The brutal truth of my situation finally sank in, heavy and real, deep in my bones. Now it hit me I was truly alone. I'm Isekai'D, 27 years old. All alone, with no family or friends in sight, I'd buried the hollow ache of real loneliness so deep I almost couldn't feel it anymore. I used to take my dad's simple welcome home for granted every single day. Now the world's gone quiet, there's nobody left to greet me, and I've got nobody left to lean on. I'm seriously thinking about taking tomorrow off work, just for half a day at least. But when I leaned over that railing, I felt it in my bones. This was a futile dream you could never make real. My boss's message hit my phone, ordering me to show up at work, and I felt completely cornered. My boss outplayed me and left me in the dust. Then I still had to drag myself to work the very next day, grieving over losing my family. I was done, utterly done with all of it, because there wasn't a single place left for me here anymore. I want to ditch everything and flee to some far-off place where life finally feels safe and easy. A strange voice sliced through the night and swore it would grant my deepest, forbidden wish. I jolted and whipped my head around, my eyes darting as I tried to figure out where that voice had come from. A glowing sigil flared to life, and a blindfolded copy of me burst out of it like it had been waiting to strike. The world snapped and melted into a blazing whirlpool of light while I screamed. My senses got slammed, like reality itself snapped in half and unraveled right in front of me. Suddenly I blinked, and there I was, standing on a cobblestone street in a world that felt totally alien. My eyes bulged with disbelief as I tried to wrap my head around the impossible scene in front of me. I stared up at that towering castle, mind racing, trying to figure out what kind of secrets this place was hiding. The streets were packed with all kinds of weirdos, especially demihumans I'd only ever seen in stories. A graceful, sharp-eared woman swept past me, and suddenly my confusion and wonder hit even harder. That voice told me this was the other world I'd always begged for, and I nearly choked on pure horror. It hit me with the truth, power was mine, and now I was finally free to live the way I wanted. I begged for a real answer, and the moment I got close, the thing just vanished into thin air. I got dumped completely alone, and every curious stare of the locals just stared me down. The villagers murmured under their breath, and their sharp suspicion crawled straight under my skin. I never thought my wish to go far would get taken so damn literally. Even in the wreckage around me, a quiet resolve started to ignite inside my chest. I planted my feet with full force, knowing it was finally time to move and make my move. I knew I had to keep my head because the second I panicked, it would all be over for me. There was no way back to my old world, so I had to fight to survive, no excuses. I had to claw my way into a whole new life in this strange place. The streets were lined with rustic, unfamiliar buildings, straight out of some fantasy tale. It felt like stepping into a living game world, where wild races and jaw-dropping sights surrounded you at every turn. Like the web novels promised, I already knew the first rule of survival: get the money. I had to scramble for a way to scrape together some starting cash just to keep myself alive. Right in the middle of the town square, I froze, because everyone's eyes were locked on me, like I was the only thing that mattered. I couldn't stop wondering why the locals kept staring at me like I was a magnet for trouble. Then it hit me, my fancy modern funeral suit screamed wrong place, wrong time, sticking out like a bright red bruise. I figured my first move was simple: sell these clothes and grab something local instead. I darted my eyes across the street, and boom, I spotted a potential solution to my problem. A battered hanging sign swung overhead, and the tunic on it looked so real it practically screamed, "Welcome to a clothing store." A bright-eyed shopkeeper greeted me with a warm smile, calling me "sir," like I was some kind of nobleman. The shop buzzed with rolls of fabric and stacks of simple, rustic clothes just waiting to be picked up. I leaned in and asked the shopkeeper if he'd actually buy the clothes I had on right then. He ran his fingers over the cloth and realized it was pure quality, nothing the common folks ever got to wear. He nodded, praising the clothes as top tier, then leaned in and asked if I was absolutely sure. He threw out his very first offer, 40 golden coins for the suit, and it was more than generous. I pretended to stall. Before I even finished, he shot his offer up to 45 coins. A sharp glimmer sparked in my eyes and it screamed, I wasn't done negotiating yet. I figured I'd test my luck and straight up asked for just a little more money. He tossed out his final offer, 50 gold coins, and swore up and down it was a fair price. I snatched up his generous offer, thanked him up and down, and walked away knowing the deal had gone perfectly. Then I demanded he whip up a list of the most common local clothes. I was totally transformed. Now I looked like a rookie ready to sprint into a new adventure, and my starting gear was locked in and ready to go. I let out a breath of relief because the language finally clicked, and I could read the signs like it was nothing. I figured the godlike presence handed me these powers as my starter kit, right out of the gate. While I grappled with my brand new powers, a tiny red-hooded girl stepped right up to me. Her sudden appearance hit me like a wave, and my eyes snapped wide open. She lifted a tiny flower toward me and asked if I'd want to buy it. I got totally caught off guard by how sweet and harmless her sales pitch sounded. A brilliant idea slammed into my head, and I knew this was my golden opening to grab the info I needed. I promised I'd get it for her, and the second I said it, her face lit up like pure sunshine. But I threw in one catch. I told her she had to answer a few of my questions. She nodded and agreed kindly. Only once the deal was already done, then I snapped up her terms. Her smile stretched wide as she leaned in and told me it cost just 2 copper coins. I slipped those 2 little coins into her palm, and she offered me a polite thank you. Once the deal was done, I leaned in and demanded she finally answer my questions. I told her, teach me how money works in this new world, because I'm not trying to survive blindly. I told her how crucial it was, and she stepped up without hesitation to help me. She dove into a calm lesson on the local currency, then jabbed at a tiny twig to make her point. I finally figured out the currency conversion, and my 50 gold hit me like a punch because that was a huge fortune. Now that my finances were safe, she leaned in and asked, do you have any more questions for me? She swore this was Zfrill, but she couldn't even point to Japan, never heard of that country in her life. That was the final green light, no more guessing. I had to hunt down a job in this new world right now. Then she bluntly shot me the question, me and Uncle, are we unemployed right now? I let out a nervous laugh, because at 27 I was already an ancient relic in her eyes. She told me straight up, if I needed a job, I should head to the Adventurers Guild. She said it was a whole quest spot, show up, grab missions, and earn cold cash, just like in video games. She couldn't hold it in. She told me her dad's dream was to take down monsters and win himself a fortune. I couldn't stay jobless forever, so I finally decided to take the leap. She grinned and gladly led me straight to that quirky, whimsical guild hall. As I closed in, this hulking, battle-scarred warrior finally stepped out in full plate armor. A second grizzled veteran tailed him, his face carved from stone. I got completely stuck in place, my body shaking under the sheer weight of their power and presence. I shoved my fear aside and steeled myself to step into that intimidating building. In a bright, cheerful front desk, a receptionist with bare ears flashed a vibrant smile and greeted me with pure energy. I stared at her and froze, wondering if those animal ears were the real deal or just a trick. I stepped up and asked, with a polite smile, to register as a brand new adventurer in the city. To be safe, I pressed her for a step-by-step rundown, and she lit up and gladly walked me through it. She laid out the whole ranking ladder, starting from the pathetic F rank and climbing all the way to the legendary S rank. F ranks hustle the small deliveries, while the higher ranks dive headfirst into lethal monster hunts. Kershaw all smiles behind the desk, pushes Kake to chase the next big adventurer rank. Kake swallowed his pride and silently reminded himself of the guild's 2 dead simple rules, no violence and no swindling. Kershaw nodded, said the explanation was done, and demanded the 5 silver coins for registration. Then she points at a massive crystal orb and tells him, straight up, to press his hand against it. Kaki leans in and asks what it is, and she tells her it's for adventurer registration. She says the guild's network is open to every branch, so anyone can pull up his data anytime. Kershaw leans in, swallows her pride, and apologizes, admitting she can't possibly explain the wild, complex mechanics behind how it works. With a goofy grin, she blurts out that she doesn't actually have a clue how it works. She reassures him that the only thing he needs to do is touch the orb. Cake's eyes snap open a little as his gloved hand finally touches the orb. He suddenly finds himself in a pitch-dark void, with blazing magical runes swirling all around him. That overwhelming feeling finally snaps away, and he jolts his eyes open with a soft, shocked gasp. Back at the guild hall, Kersha slams the news down. His info is officially being shown on the spot. She starts sounding out his name, then stops dead, brow crumpling with pure confusion. The orb flashes his talent, something she's never witnessed in her life, space magic. Kersha yells over to Lumina, asking if she finally gets this brand new magic. Cake realizes his power isn't one of the usual elements like fire or water. It's something way stranger than that. He asks if the guildmaster might know, but they hit him with the news he's away on business. A flustered Kerr snaps to Kake and asks, breathless, if he really still wants to go through with it. While the receptionists scramble over what to do, Kake stays cool and tells them, it'll be fine. Kersha nods in agreement, realizing there's no rule that bans her from registering that weird, unusual magic type. Once his registration was locked in, she leaned in and asked if he wanted a quest. He shook his head for now. Kuki spots a quiet, empty alley and starts pushing his new power to the absolute brink. He thrusts his hand forward, eyes locked in, and chants his first spell, Space Rend. In the blink of an eye, a silent, unseen power carves a wooden barrel straight through, splitting it perfectly in two. He snaps his focus to another barrel and braces to hurl a brand new spell. With a low, quiet command, he snaps his space warp power loose. A glittering, disc-shaped bubble of warped reality flickers into existence right across the barrel's side. The distortion caves inward, collapsing into a raging vortex that crushes the wood and swallows it whole. He realizes his magic doesn't just cast spells, it rips right into the fabric of space itself and bends it to his will. A calm, confident grin blooms across his face as the truth finally hits and all the implications land. He can't help but think to himself, how on earth could a power that messes with space exist in this world? A cold shiver darts down his spine as he realizes just how deadly that kind of power could be. He can't stop thinking about what that godlike being is really up to after dropping him here. He clings to the memory of that promise, and suddenly he realizes he's been granted power that can take him far, far away. Staring over the rooftops, he can't help but wonder, could his magic turn into power that lets him move? He's standing in that silent alley, tweaking his plan and getting ready to put his new theory to the ultimate test. He shuts his eyes tight and hones his focus, picturing the shingles on the roof above like they're right in front of him. With a snap of distorted air, he appears on the rooftop out of nowhere, instant, brutal, and real. He snapped his head around, stunned that he'd just moved in the blink of an eye. He leans over and stares down at the chaotic cobblestone street roaring far below. The moment the test hits a win, exhilaration rips through him. Now he's craving an even better view. He disappears off the rooftop in a fresh, silent flash of spatial magic. He slams back onto a high clock tower balcony, wobbly on his feet as he catches himself on the railing. He gasps for air and admits, from this crazy height, the view is straight up unreal. Before him, the magnificent skyline of Zephril stretches out in all directions, massive and breathtaking. He stares out at the jaw-dropping skyline and murmurs, man, that view is unreal. That moment sparks a flashback, him standing on a similar balcony with his father. He clings to his father's words like a promise, saying his life was his choice to live. His father's last wish hit him like a thunderclap, live the life he'd always been meant to want. Cake shuts his eyes tight, letting the full weight and meaning of that priceless memory crash over him. He can't stop thinking about the world he left behind, those towering skyscrapers, the cars rolling by, and the trains slicing through the city. He's hit with a flashback to that suffocating corporate grind and the fake friendships he fought to break free from. He suddenly clicks, living exactly the way he wants, just like that mysterious voice promised, feels absolutely right. With his elbows on the railing, a deep, breath-stealing calm washes over him, and he feels finally at peace. From that towering height, he can spot the whole city sprawled out beneath him. Far away, the grand castle sprawls across the hilltop, towering over the whole town below. Now he finally gets it, those words his father spoke weren't separate at all, the gift from that being was the exact same truth. A fresh spark of determination flares in his eyes as he swears he'll live life his way. He declares that once he taps into his power, the sky's the limit in this new world. The very next day, he gears up to dive into his first ever job in another world. In front of the Adventurers Guild, he steels his nerves and gears up for the next chapter of his life. He stares at the quest scroll clutched in his hand and tells himself it's just a simple delivery job. He admits the temptation to grab every job was real, but the fear of failure slammed the brakes on him. As a low-ranked adventurer, he sizes up the world and decides the safest path is simple delivery work. He's got zero interest in battling monsters, because he was a corporate drone until just recently. He studies the quest like it's a treasure map, clients in the South District, and the destination is in the East. On a creaky wooden walkway, he takes a breath and sets his sights on his very first move. With a blinding burst of light, he vanishes in a teleport, snatching a better vantage point in the blink of an eye. He bursts back onto the clock tower's high balcony, his trusted lookout, the place that always comes in handy. He's fully aware of the cruel catch with his movement magic. It only works when he can see his target every single time. A clear diagram spells it out. He can only teleport to places he's already seen with his own eyes. From his high perch, he sweeps the city with sharp eyes and zeroes in fast on the client's house. With his target burned into his mind, he vanishes from the tower in a blink. He shows up at the client's doorstep, steps up with a friendly smile, and introduces himself like a real adventurer. An old guy with glasses opens the door, and he assumes it's Brum. Brahm's eyes widen. He's genuinely amazed at how fast KK showed up for the job. He tells them he needs 2 chairs rushed over to his granddaughter's garden. Kake nods and takes the request, then Brahm leans in and tells him, "I'm counting on you." Alone in the backyard, Kake stares at the 2 chairs like they're about to start something big, and he's ready to begin. He snaps to attention, realizing this is the perfect moment to put his void storage ability to the test. He thrusts his hand forward, and a swirling black vortex tears open in the air. With a gentle whoosh, both chairs glide straight into the portal like they're being pulled by invisible hands. He exhales as the portal seals shut, then he slides the chair safely out of sight. He shakes his head in disbelief, stunned by just how insanely convenient his magic is. He instantly clocks it. This thing works just like a video game item box. Once the chairs are tucked away, he snaps through teleportation straight to the destination to finish the delivery. He steps into a gorgeous garden, where the city's rooftops sprawl out below like a glittering sea. He slams his knuckles on the door and shouts that the delivery is here. A young blonde woman, hair pulled tight, swings the door open, then freezes in shock. She spots the exact chairs her grandfather talked about, and her face lights up with pure joy. She eyeballs his skinny frame and can't believe how he's hauling those heavy chairs without breaking. Her face lights up with a bright, radiant smile as she thanks him for getting the delivery there in a flash. Her real, heartfelt gratitude hits him like a gut punch, ringing through his chest. It hits him all at once, his old corporate grind, where he poured in everything and nobody ever noticed. He can't believe it when someone genuinely thanks him for his work. It hits him like a brand new kind of reward. Once the job is done, he gives a respectful nod and slips away as the young woman, clearly grateful, looks ready to thank him again and again. A few days later, that same recognizable voice booms from somewhere in the guild, calling out for Mr. Cred. Cock yanks his eyes off the quest board, stunned because he just got called up. Portia slumps at the counter, lips puffed out, and demands to know how he could possibly have forgotten her name. With a sneaky cat-like smirk, the guild receptionist leans in and tells you her name, Kersha. She grabs Kake's attention and tells him to remember her, because now she's stuck doing almost all of his work. Cake's legendary speed hits like a legend in motion, because a quest he took just 15 minutes ago is already finished. He says her job looks brutal, then leans in and asks what on earth brings her to him. Kersha's eyes light up as she hands him a special delivery quest right outside the capital. Cake snaps into shock and blurts, "Why in the world do I have to leave the city all of a sudden?" With a grimace that barely counts as a smile, she tells him his non-stop efficiency has ruffled other adventurers enough to spark complaints. She figures that taking gigs outside the city would be a massive help. Cake pauses, his nerves screaming about the monsters that prowl out beyond the walls. Kersha leans in close, dangling a bigger payout and a promotion straight to earring like a trap made of gold. She says that the rank up slaps on a huge pay raise, and that news instantly snags his attention. "Right, I'll do it," he blurts out on the spot, and Kershaw's ecstatic, because he knows there's no way that kind of cash won't pull him in. Cake bursts out of the capital, staring in awe at the endless, sun-blazing plains stretching out before him. He's staring in awe at the huge open landscape, blown away by how nothing like the cramped city streets it feels. He smiles at one sweet perk of life as an adventurer, no departure tax to pay when he leaves. This quest is dead simple: grab that letter in a pouch stuffed with money, and deliver them straight to Holland Village. He suddenly gets it. Having his heart in the money is what turns this into a real test of responsibility, and that's exactly why it's perfect timing for a promotion. He stares down the long, winding road, while the wind tears through the grass like it's whispering secrets. A tight close-up locks onto his face, and you can practically feel the quiet fire of determination burning behind his eyes. He grins and soaks in the gorgeous scenery like it's finally giving him back a slice of modern life he'd been missing. All right, he snaps, tightening his resolve before the road ahead swallows him whole. He clenches his focus, shouts the magic command, teleport. He thinks this has to be way faster than a carriage, no contest. He breaks into a jog along the path, fully pumped to kick off his massive journey on foot. He flicks a sideways glance and the thought hits him like a spark. He cracks open his map, grimacing as the miles to Holland Village hit him like a punch. A fresh, brilliant idea sparks to life inside his head. He tilts his head up, locking his eyes on one lone bird carving across the sky far above. He can't stop wondering if he can climb up high and get a full bird's-eye view from above. He shuts his eyes tight with pure determination and decides to take the leap. He rockets upward by teleportation, eyes blown wide with pure panic as a bird shrieks in utter shock. It worked, he screams, then his face drops as he realizes, in pure horror, that he's already falling fast. His gaze snaps to the next destination point, catching the clouds in his eye as he locks on and moves. He hurled himself through teleport after teleport across the sky, stitching together fast, perfectly controlled jumps in midair. A wave of wild, electrifying joy tears across his face as he erupts. I can do it. He rockets above the clouds, bouncing from one peak to the next, blazing across the endless wilds below. He's laughing with pure joy, floating like he's flying, way better than just running. His joyful streak gets slammed to a stop when he spots something down on the road below. He cranes his head down, trying to figure out if that little cluster of creatures are goblins. He stares at the bounty posters and suddenly realizes these have to be the stragglers, the leftovers from the hunt, and yeah, it hits him hard. It's his first time ever seeing one. He remembers every single time he used offensive magic. It was only on practice barrels. His smile drops instantly, seriousness crashes in, and a bead of sweat races down his temple. He steadies his nerve, knowing he can't dodge a fight forever, and crashes onto the road, ready to rumble. A snarling pack of goblins zeroes in on him at once, waving their crude wooden clubs like weapons ready to bite. Goblins snarl with pure menace, faces contorting with rage as jagged teeth flash in the dark. Kake clenches his resolve as snarling creatures close in. This isn't a test, it's the real fight. His gaze snaps into a razor-sharp focus, and everything around him seems to sharpen with it. He slams his hand forward, screams his power to the sky, space rind. A warped bubble of space erupts around his hand, snapping shut just in time to block the goblin's strike. The goblin's head gets wiped clean out of existence in an instant, and the others immediately start shrieking in pure terror. Cake darts forward, snapping his focus onto the remaining monsters still frozen in terror. He snaps his hand into a twisting motion and unleashes yet another spell, reshaping the space around him with raw, roaring warp magic. A colossal vortex of spatial energy yanks the goblin out of place and crushes it, twisting its body in sickening, unnatural angles. That brutal fight is finally over. Cake stands alone, surrounded by fallen creatures. He lets out a shaky breath, basically admitting to himself, I can't believe I pulled this off. Staring at the carnage, he finds the whole scene downright grotesque and brutally unpleasant. He realizes he's never taken a life before, and guilt hits him hard in the middle of all this mess. He stares at his own hand and it hits him. This kind of magic could wreck everything, so he has to be careful. He remembers the guild's rules like scripture, snatching proof from a whole era, then sealing it up for later. He kicks off again and rockets over a jaw-dropping stretch of snow-capped peaks. After a while he clocks something far off, and his eyes snap wide like he's just seen a nightmare coming. He cranes his head from the sky and spots a tiny walled settlement tucked deep in the valley. This is it, he blurts out, eyes locking in as he finally recognizes his destination, Holland Village. He drops down and strides straight for the village gate, where a rock-solid guard is standing watch. The guard spots his unfamiliar face and immediately demands, So, are you a traveler? Kake introduces himself as Kret, an adventurer sent on a special request from the capital. The guard freezes in shock, staring at the stranger like, what in the world could you possibly want out here, who'd come to our remote village for no reason? When the guard demands the sender's name, Kake blurts out Gleg and Tyra. A scruffy-haired man strides up, roaring with laughter. Yeah, it's Gleg, and this delivery is coming straight to him. Gleg grins and says he fully gets what Kake is going through. Kake gasps in shock, then swells with gratitude, because Gleg actually trekked all the way just to meet him. He clocks that the guard is genuinely kind, then asks him for directions to the address. Gleg snaps at him to hold off and says they'll wrap the delivery tomorrow, because night is already creeping in. Kake nods right away, convinced it'd be downright rude to ditch the dinner invite and teleport out. Right when Kake bids him goodbye, Gleg grabs him and demands to know where he's sleeping tonight. Gled flashed a grin, slung an arm around Cake, and practically dragged him into staying at his place. Cake's mind just blanks because the hospitality hits him out of nowhere, way too intense. He starts to protest, but Gleg yanks him away on the spot, grinning like he can't wait to hear the capital city stories. They burst up to a cozy timber-framed house tucked right on the edge of the village. Gleg kicked the door open and dragged Kake in with him, shouting his return at the top of his lungs. A warm, kind-faced woman smiles at her husband, Andre, then spots the surprised guest standing there. Cock shoots her an apology for barging in, then introduces himself as Kret and reveals that Andre's wife is Stella. Cake finally puts it together, this guy's real name is Andre Gleg, and he can't stop thinking, so why didn't you say that from the start? Gleg cracks a joke and laughs it off while Stella snaps at him. Meanwhile, Kake can only breathe a sigh of relief, thrilled to finally have a place to stay. Stella flashes a warm smile, promises she'll whip up a meal for Kake, and gestures him inside like it's time for a fresh start. Kake darts his eyes around nervously, then steps through the doorway into the warm, cozy home. He realizes this is his first time inside a private home here, and he immediately clocks the familiar no-shoes rule that everyone follows. A young voice bursts into the room to greet her father, then quickly asks, "Did you bring someone home with you?" A young girl with wide, curious eyes and blonde ponytail peeks out from the doorway like she's about to discover something big. With a proud grin, Gleg ushers his daughter, Nenah, right up to their new guest, Kret. Kak steps up with a polite grin and tells Nenah who he is, saying her dad invited him to stay. Nenah's shyness evaporates in an instant. She bursts into a huge, glowing grin and greets him like she's been waiting for this. Kake exhales in relief and tells Gleg, "Look how sweet and well-mannered she is." Gleg's face instantly hardens as he snaps at Kake to stay away from his precious daughter. Stella hooks her fingers into her husband's cheek and pinches hard enough to make him yelp. She chews him out for acting like a fool, and Kake's jaw drops when she proves just how brutally strong she really is. Gleg finally gets back on his feet, and that's when he brings Nenah in to meet their guest. He leans in and tells his daughter, Kret came all the way here from the capital. Nenah gazed up at Keek, eyes wide with pure awe and wonder. The moment she blurts it out, the royal capital, her eyes are blazing with pure, non-stop excitement. Nenah can't wait, she begs Cake for stories, practically vibrating as she raves about how mind-blowing it is that he's from the capital. Stella flashes a warm smile and tells them that a traveler's tale is pure gold for their peaceful little village. Gleg pushes Kake to team up as his daughter's conversation partner, grilling her like, "Do you secretly crave the city?" His warm smile evaporates as he snaps at Kokai, warning her not to fill her own head with those wild, strange ideas. A jaw-dropping feast sprawls in front of them, and a huge, steaming gratin hogs the spotlight. The moment that delicious food hits their eyes, Kake and Nenah's mouths start watering like they can barely wait for the first bite. Gleg beams and hands Cake a bottle of wine, insisting this meal is a special occasion. Cake finally agrees to take a drink. He's no big drinker, but Gleg can't contain himself, pushing him on with a grin. Gleg steadies his hand and pours a glass of deep red wine for his brand new friend. Kake praises the wine's amazing flavor and Gleg's face lights up, then he leans in and asks if he can tell. Gleg leans in and tells everyone the local grape farmers are ultra picky. Because of that, they crank out a seriously superior vintage. They lift their glasses high and clink them together, roaring a toast like they just sealed a brand new friendship. Kaki takes a sip and instantly goes wide-eyed, getting swept up in the wine's rich, mouth-watering flavor. Gleg and Nenah light up with pride, bragging that their villages, wine and salads are the absolute best. Stella pushes Kake to take another bite of that gratin, insisting there's more than enough to go around. He takes one bite, his eyes go wide, and he blurts out that Stella's cooking is straight up the best. Gleg bursts into hearty laughter, fully agreeing, his wife's cooking really is the best in the entire world. The whole family crowds in together, roaring with laughter as the room glows with warm, shared stories. Since his mom died, Kake's been craving a real family meal like this, so this moment hits him hard. Gleg clocks his friend's weird silence and demands to know what's wrong, but Kake just waves it off. Gleg practically begs Cake to ditch the adventure life, settle down, and learn to hunt. Kake studies the offer for a beat, then breaks into a shy, blushing smile and nods, like, yeah, that actually sounds amazing. Later that night, he stood outside in the dark, staring into the silence like it could save him, thinking maybe this calm, steady life was exactly what he needed. A brand new chapter kicks off as Kalk wakes up for the very first time in that peaceful village. He jolts in his sleep, half awake and grumbling that he has to get ready for that old company job. He finally gets it, there's no company left, and so he decides to squeeze out just a bit more sleep. A sweet, satisfied grin blooms on his face as he sinks into the pillow, soaking up every second of his hard-earned freedom. Stella greets him with a bright smile in the morning and leans in, asking whether he managed to finally get a good night's sleep. He thanks her for opening her home to him, then even gushes about how kind she is for letting him borrow a huge set of her husband's pajamas. Stella leans in and tells Nenah's still crashed out, totally wiped from all the thrill of finally getting a guest. She admits she was shocked by Gleg's worry, but somehow his cheerful decay still managed to hold on. Cake whips around to Gleg and demands, "Who do you think is so ridiculously worried about this?" Gleg juts his chest out and declares, any father with a young daughter would. 30 minutes after checking on them, he cornered Kake and demanded to know if he'd done anything strange. Stella flashes a gentle scolding to them both, then tells them to wash their faces while she whips up breakfast. Cake stood there, struck by the cozy, everyday moment playing out right in front of him. A mouthwatering breakfast of thick toast piled high with a golden fried egg is waiting for them. Kaki snapped his head away, thinking he had to splash some water on his face and get it done fast. The morning sun blazes over Holland Village, washing the whole peaceful landscape in golden light. After they finish eating, Kake and Gleg stroll out into the gorgeous rolling hills, soaking it all in. Kake cranes his neck and stares out at the view, amazed by how unnervingly quiet and soothing this place feels. He tells Gleg that ever since he came to the village, time feels like it's crawling and dragging itself to a stop. Greg nods along, but he points out that most young people would find this slow, steady grind way too dull. With a sly grin, he leans in and says, being bored, that's a luxury all on its own. Gleg jabs a finger at the nearby cliff and tells Kake to go ahead, take it as your lookout. Kake looks back on his old life and realizes he was so busy clawing for survival that boredom never even had a chance to show up. He shuts his eyes tight and you can see him thinking hard, like that recent memory just slammed into his mind. In a flashback, he remembers thinking, this is the best sleep I've had since I landed in this world. Nenah couldn't stop staring at the capital's wild mix of races, and yeah, that alone had shocked him too. He'd apologized for wandering off, but Nenah wouldn't let him stop. She wanted the rest of his stories right then. She pointed out, right there, that he hadn't even been in the capital for long either. Innocent curiosity lit up her eyes, and she turned to him, asking where he really came from. He told everyone he'd come from a place so far away, it felt like it didn't even exist in this world. He said under his breath that, for him, this place just never worked out. He stared at her, hanging on her every word as she reacted to his heartbreaking confession. Nenah flashed this radiant smile and swore that from this day on, every single day would be packed with fun. Kak was left totally speechless, like her simple, heartfelt optimism had hit her straight in the chest. In the present, he breaks into a smile, his mind fully locked in on what he's about to do next. His boots hit a dusty path and he can't help thinking, this has gotta be it, I've finally arrived. Gleg bursts out that this cozy little cottage is his and Tara's family home. Kake clocked it, neighbors, same building, and Gleg erupted in laughter like, of course, because that was why they'd felt such a weird connection. Gleg jumps up and offers to grab his parents, then Kake begs him, please do it. A quick establishing shot sweeps across the far-off snow-capped mountains, blazing under a crystal-clear sky. Right then, an elderly couple steps into the scene and introduces themselves, Gleg's father and Tira's mother. Cake smiles politely and introduces himself, I'm Krat, the adventurer. He thrusts the money pouch forward and tells them, this is the exact thing I was ordered to deliver. The couple stares at the pouch in disbelief, and Kake blurts, what's wrong? Gleg's dad jabs the question, is there money in there? And Keiki shoots back, yeah, there is. The old woman points out that they don't get cash, only a letter, every single time. Gleg's father cracks open the letter, then his serious face hardens as he starts reading. Kake can't help but think, man, the guild must really trust me a lot. Gleg's father tears his eyes off the letter and demands to know if it has anything about Kake. He breaks it down. This letter proves a guild worker vouched for Cock's trustworthiness with hard cash. It was also a trap, watching to see if he'd bolt with the money. Cake panics on the spot, swearing he'd never pull a stunt like that, and yelling that the full amount is right there. He mutters to himself about Kirsch's wicked little test, but deep down he can't ignore how much he trusts her right back. Tira's mom told him to march those messages straight to her two idiot sons up in the capital. Kake grins with pure pride, and Gleg watches him like he just nailed it. A windmill slices the sky in one final shot, and that's your sign, the job is finished. Gleg announces that Kaike's request is done, then he throws him a heartfelt thank you for all the guidance. Kake snaps that the quest is over, and now it's time to turn back right now. Gleg gets it, but he still demands a final goodbye to Stella and Nenah before he walks out. Nina's heart shatters when she learns Kake is already turning back toward the capital. Cake shoots off an apology and admits his money situation is still too shaky for him to stay any longer. Nenah gazed up at him with trembling hope, eyes huge, asking if he'd return again. Cake meets her gaze with a soft, warm grin, then nods and quietly promises that he'll do it. He slips her little hand into his gloved grip and vows he'll come back to see her again. Gleg lunges in from behind and clamps a hand on him, growling that he'd better not even think about making moves on his daughter. He quizzes Cock, asking if she's 18, like he's already decided that's old enough to be a real threat. Kake straight up tells them people always peg his age wrong, because the truth is, he's actually 27. Gleg's jaw drops and then Kake flips the script, guessing Gleg has to be 28. Gleg slumps like he's been crushed, muttering that Cock is being wildly rude just for assuming he's so young. Cake leans in and tells Gleg, relax, I'm not into Nenah like that, so Gleg finally lets his guard down. Kake mutters to himself that Japanese people always seem to look way younger than their true age. Stella shoves a packed lunch into his hands, then tells him where every leftover came from after that amazing dinner. Cake asks over the moon as she gushes. He's just been dying to get a taste of her delicious cooking again. He whips around to go, boots grinding over the dusty path as he blurts out his farewells. He grins from ear to ear and thanks the family for the amazing hospitality they've shown him. The whole family crowds around and waves like crazy, begging him to come back next time and finally kick back and relax. They stay planted by the gate, watching Kake turn and stride off into the endless open plains. As Kaki strides off, he can't stop thinking about the warmth Gleg's family showed a total stranger. He remembers that warm family dinner, and for the first time in forever, his heart finally felt safe and at ease. It was like he'd slipped into their world and claimed a spot in their family. As he turns to face the village one last time, he clenches his resolve and swears, no doubts, no delays, that he'll come back. He stretches out across the endless plains, then decides to sprint back to the guild, feeling totally refreshed. The very next day after he left that kind family in the dust, he got a shock promotion straight into E rank. His promotion hit like a jackpot. Suddenly he had fresh benefits, including access to way more quests in far-off locations. The real win was that every single job paid way more than before. Now he's living comfortably, but a gruff voice cuts through the air and calls his name. 3 battle-scarred adventurers step up to him and they demand to know, straight up, what cowardly trick he's using. Cake's stomach drops as a bead of nervous sweat rolls down his face. He knows he's racked up their resentment for real. He explains, cool as ice, that no rule ever forces him to take on those subjugation quests. The man yanks his collar and snaps that he's an annoying hyena. Isekai'D knows no logic will ever break through. A tiny chibai pops up out of nowhere, then silently makes the whole guild follow the no-violence rule. A man clamps onto Cake's arm and starts hauling him out of the guild. The hulking adventurer in the horned helmet leans in and tells him, plain and loud, this talk isn't finished yet. People in the town square caught sight of the commotion and started to whisper like, is a fight about to blow up? A crowd surges in fast, and the moment the brawl's about to kick off, everyone's slamming bets on who's about to win. Kake's face tightens with raw frustration as his mind races, then he snaps, no. He's silently begging, please, don't do this, don't start the fight with the same old predictable script. He remembers his past life, getting bullied again and again, and that same awful feeling of being trapped with nowhere to run. He thinks about teleporting out, but he knows they'll just swarm him again, so he refuses to unleash his deadly magic. An idea snaps into his head, no, a real plan starts clicking into place. Wait, hang on a second. He clocks the massive crowd staring back at him and realizes this is the perfect stage for his demonstration. This is the money-making shot he's been obsessing over, and now the veterans can't make heads or tails of his sudden change in attitude. He calmly tells them not to worry, it's nothing important. He outright declares he'll never change his methods, and nothing, absolutely nothing, is going to intimidate him. The man smirks at Kake, daring him to prove those tough words with action. 3 men close in on him, yelling that they refuse to get rattled by his tricks. Kake flashes a warm smile and asks if they want to trade stories with her up in the sky. The 3 veterans are left totally stunned, mouths hanging open, completely thrown off by his wildly bizarre invitation. With a blinding flash, Kake snaps all four of them into the sky, instantly soaring high above the ground. The men spun in every direction, totally stunned, because one moment they were somewhere else, and the next they were somewhere that made absolutely no sense. They stare down at the city stretching far below, and the fear hits so hard they unleash a scream that'll steal your breath. Cake calmly tells them they're dropping, then even manages to praise the gorgeous view while they wildly flail mid-fall. The trembling leader demands, "Is this Kake's doing?" And he answers, perfectly calm, "Yes." The moment he understands, dread hits him like a punch. Fall from this height means instant, certain death. They're all screaming in pure terror, begging, "Are we really going to die?" They fell to their knees and begged for their lives, swearing they were wrong, while Kake couldn't stop wondering if he'd gone too far. He lets out a tiny, fake annoyed huff, then gives in. Yeah, it can't be helped. He blasts them all through a teleport back onto the ground, and the moment they land, they crumple into a tangled heap. A bystander gasps in shock, staring at them like, "Wait, how did you just pop back up?" After witnessing some kind of magic they never even saw happen. Cake strides up to the stunned crowd and declares, loud and proud, that his magic lets him jump across long distances in the blink of an eye. The crowd whispers in disbelief, staring at his impossible power, and right then, Kake gets ready to fire off his proposal. He leaned in and asked the gathered adventurers if they'd let him back up their crew as they pushed forward. He offers to snap them to their destinations in seconds, if they're within the range he can reach. A diagram lays out his brand new plan, a lightning-fast teleportation taxi service meant to shuttle adventurers anywhere they dare to go. He's convinced this deal could explode into benefits for both sides, but some doubt still gnaws at him. A bunch of adventurers huddle together, murmuring in confusion, completely thrown off by this wild offer. Cake can't shake the fear that he messed everything up, that this unknown power has them more lost than ever. He decides he has to sweeten his offer with a condition that'll make them say yes. A battle-scarred female adventurer steps up, eyes locked on them, and demands, "So what do we get and what's the price?" Cake lets out a breath of relief when she bites, then explains how they can cut the whole process down to save real time and effort. He says the price will swing based on how far the journey goes. He pitches an unbeatable deal, just 2 silver coins for a one-way trip to each party. A guy in the crowd scoffs under his breath, realizing the price is way higher than anyone expected. Kake admits it's basically a carriage, but the real win, every second it saves, makes it priceless. A brand new clear voice slices through the noise. "I'll take it." A refined young man in glasses steps forward and announces that his party is about to hire him, the Thunderclap Blade. He flicks his glasses up with one finger and leans in, asking if Keki's willing to go along with the arrangement. Kaki bursts with joy, while Helena, the brawler, is left stunned by what her teammate Reed just did. Reed lays it out, this business is a huge opening for their party to surge forward. Helena still won't fully buy it, but Reed admits the truth. Yeah, he's got doubts too, yet the potential is absolutely real. Helena demands his reasoning, and Reed immediately pushes the two of them to a quieter, more private spot. He's desperate to lay out every detail in private, far from the nosy eyes and ears of all those competing rivals. In a quiet alley, Kake steps forward and properly introduces himself as Kret. The big, battle-ready leader of the adventure crew steps forward and declares himself as Lox. Helena, all flames and fury, snaps at him not to try to pull one over on them, or she'll beat the truth out of him. The quiet, doll-like healer just calmly tells everyone, "I'm Aruna." Reed steps forward and introduces himself, then pushes, "Let's get to business," while Helena's still bubbling with impatience. Helena leans in, demanding Reed explain how they can move forward, and Reed shoots back, "It's actually pretty simple." Reed tells them that with Kret's transport, they can knock out a bunch of quests for cheap, easy, fast, and non-stop. Locke and Helena gasp, yelling that 2 silver coins, that's outrageously expensive. Reed lets out a heavy sigh, adjusts his glasses, and shoots his teammate a look that screams, "Seriously, can you not see that?" He tears into the real costs of a normal carriage ride, counting every coin for food, supplies, and all the other expenses. He tells them to stop and watch every cent they spend each day, and Cock nods like he totally understands that grind. Reed shows them how Kake's service can cut their time and costs, while wiping out a big chunk of their daily burden. Helena blurts out a sharp gasp when the full weight of it finally hits her. She drops a heartfelt apology for how hostile she'd been, then jumps in with both feet, fully on board, and Kake is completely thrown off by all that unstoppable excitement. Reed declares they'll slam this advantage into overdrive and surge ahead before any other adventure even realizes what's happening. The whole party, Kaike included, erupted in cheers, locked in on one fresh mission, pushing for A rank. From a shadowy alley, a mysterious figure steps out, folds their arms, and decides, all right, they'll accept the request. The figure smirks to himself and mutters, I see. That stunning white-haired guy can't stop thinking about teleportation magic. It grips him like pure fascination. A title card slams onto the screen, ***, Chapter 5 ***, and suddenly we're swept into the capital's elegant streets. An hourglass rests on the table, and the sand pours drop by drop, counting down time like it's racing the clock. Cake sinks into an outdoor cafe chair, sips his drink, and waits with bated breath for his new clients to finally show up. He can't help but wonder if they're okay, checking the time like a ticking bomb, because it's almost time for him to go pick them up. A flashback blasts open, showing the 4 Thunderclap Blade members locked in a ferocious fight, chopping away at a colossal monster. Just hours ago, they finally rolled up to the massive, jagged wilderness of the Colt's Plains. Locke can't believe it. 1 minute they're gone, the next they're there, like it only took a blink when the trip usually drags on for 3 whole days. Kake warns everyone that his magic has its limits, but Reed shrugs and says it doesn't matter one bit. Reed nods that Cake can be trusted and slaps the round-trip fee into his hands. Reed tells them the hunt will take around 2 hours, and Kake just smirks like it's easy money. Kake tells them, I'll swing back to the capital for a bit while you all handle this, and Helena goes totally wide-eyed. She snaps that it's not fair. He gets to kick back with tea while they're out there fighting and sweating. Locke points out that Kake would be useless in the battle anyway. Aruna leans in, whispers to Kake to give it everything, and sends him off with a heartfelt wish for a safe return. Reed checks in and says their meeting is 2 hours away, and Aruna immediately grumbles that she wants her tea. Kake shot the party a wave and told them to take care, then he readied himself and blasted off into a teleport. 2 hours drag by across the barren, jagged rock-strewn emptiness of the Celts' plains. Kaki snaps back to the rendezvous point in a flash of teleportation, shouting at the party like, hey, over here. Just as he tries to finish, a hand slams down on his shoulder and clamps him in place. Helena, the party's resident brawler, shrugs like it's no big deal and casually says it's just Crete. Cake gasps he'd just nearly blown him up with pure shock, like it came straight for his heartbeat. Then he leans in and demands to know if their monster subjugation quest paid off. Helena flashes a confident thumbs up, and their hunt goes off without a single snag. Knocked back by their B-rank skill, Kake grins and shoots his eyes to the next destination. Right before they head out, Reed the Mage leans in and drops a proposal. He leaned in and asked if Kake would carry their luggage for a price. That would let them haul back way more of the priceless monster stuff. It's a genius business setup, like a super convenient coin locker you can carry in your pocket on your phone. Kaike's eyes light up as he grabs the job for 3 silver coins. Reed's jaw drops when Cake slides him an empty bag and somehow expects him to take the plunge. With a dramatic flourish, Kake calls up a massive pack straight from his spatial storage. He steps up and boldly declares he's taking their heavy luggage right now. His teammates burst out, swearing his cheat-like magic is straight up unfair. Reed just flashes a grin and shrugs, like everyone already knows Kake's insane, unmatched talent. He sets his plan in motion and gets ready to teleport the whole party straight into the Goral Forest. Because of him, they smash through 2 quests and make it back to the capital. Back in the tavern, they're all frozen, staring at a dazzling mountain of silver coins like it's pure magic. The results blew past every single one of their wildest expectations. Kake can't help but beam because he finally got to be useful. Hellenis drops to the truth in an honest apology, admitting she doubted him at first. She straight up admits he's a good guy and that his power is the real deal. Then they toss him an open invite, come join the Thunderclap Blade. Kake pauses, genuinely stunned by how generous their offer is. With a calm smile, he politely refused and told them he didn't plan to stay an adventurer forever. Instead, he flips the script with a bold counteroffer, calling them customer number 1. Locke, the party's leader, fully gets the deal, and he's not just okay with it, he accepts it. Cake's mind-blowing speed hits the rumor mill, and the whole adventure world starts talking about it fast. In the tavern, the adventurers cheers like crazy, toasting their brand-new, money-making partnership with him. In just a few weeks, his legend exploded, everyone kept talking, and his reputation skyrocketed through word of mouth. His teleportation shop locked in as a rock-solid business, and it started raking in insane profits. But this unheard-of win sparked a brand-new nightmare for the Adventurers Guild. Kershia barrels in on him and screams that his business is a massive disaster. Cake stands there stunned, totally speechless, as her sudden outburst detonates in front of him. He teases her by blurting out her full name, and she cringes with pure embarrassment. She yanks his collar and pleads, shaking with urgency, "Please slow down." He tells them the guildmaster himself commended their new completion rate. In total despair, Kershaw slams her head down hard on the counter. She tells you the old man barely ever shows up at the guild. She screams that if things keep going like this, the whole staff is going to get crushed to death by overwork. Cake never saw it coming. His success triggered a full-blown logistical nightmare. Guilt stabs through him, and he can't keep grinding Kershaw like it'll never cost him. Over the past few days, he's also clocked something else, and it's not small. His magic runs out faster than he thought. Fatigue hits him hard, like his power is finally calling quits. He decides to step away for a breather and lock in on his next business move. A calm, smooth voice cuts right through his thoughts and asks, "Are you the teleporter?" Kaki whips his head around, and two figures come charging toward him down the street. A stunningly handsome man, dressed to impress, greets everyone with a smooth, polite hello that makes you stop and stare. Cake freezes in shock, staring at himself like, wait, did he just get this handsome from a Hollywood movie? He introduces himself as Emilio, a merchant straight from the capital. Then he motions to his quiet young attendant, Rodney. Cake shot a question back at him. What kind of job could a merchant like you possibly have? Emilio flashed a charming grin and leaned in to ask KK to be his partner. Cock is totally thrown off by that vague, heartbreak-ready proposal that sounds way too romantic. He stammers out that he wants nothing to do with that kind of partnership. Emilio realizes he sounded wrong, then snaps his wording back into place fast. He clears his throat and sharpens the deal. He's demanding KK join his company. Cake leans in and asks, "So you're saying you'll join my merchant company to handle the deliveries?" Emilio tells him he's been keeping his eye on him for quite some time. "Kake's power," he says, "and suddenly we're printing huge profits, big time." Cock's jaw drops as he realizes this guy has dug into everything about him. Emilio leans in, desperate for a straight answer, and demands to know if he'll accept. Cake cautiously pressed for Emilio's company name, like he was trying to crack a vault without setting off alarms. Emilio leans in with a swagger and declares, "Welcome to the Emilio Company," then proudly crowns himself as the president. Cake deadpans that at least the name is so clear you can understand it at a glance. Emilio stared at Take in shock, because Take had never even heard of his company. Kaike finally admits he'd been lining up to sell his services to a major company. Emilio chuckles at Kake's blunt honesty, and the fact that he still looks ridiculously handsome makes it even funnier. He drops the truth like, it's no shock Cake hasn't heard of us yet. He leans in and asks if Kake's heart drops when he hears they've just launched as a brand new startup. Kake clocks the whole strategy after weighing the idea of selling out to some massive company. Emilio shuts that down, but he admits, yeah, it's not such a bad plan after all. Cake pushes, "Why do you think teaming up with a well-known company is such a bad move?" Emilio's smile drops and seriousness hits his face as he lays out the real reason. He warns that some giant company would leash his power, rip away his freedom, and squeeze every last drop of him for profit. They'd trap him in contracts and chain him to the company like a corporate slave. Kake realizes it if he steps in, he'll just become another tiny gear in their big, ruthless machine. Emilio slams his fist down and vows that with his brand new company, everything is about to change. He makes Kake a wild promise, freedom and a fat salary, no strings attached. Kuki calls it out, he doesn't have sales channels or the personal connections he needs. Emilio pivots on a dime and fires off a question. How much starting capital does he need for this whole venture? Cake slaps the pouch into view and reveals the 50 gold coins he's been saving up. He's betting this is going to be his very first big move into that new company. Emilio makes it crystal clear, 50 gold coins every month, and that's the reward he's offering. He fesses up that his profits are tiny right now, but he's still locked in on blowing them up bigger. Cake can't help but wonder if he's even really able to pay that insane daily wage. Emilio stares him down, and his confidence never wavers for even a second. He boldly claims that with Keiki in their corner, he can rake in profits that smash that number by a mile. Kake gets absolutely wrecked in the best way by how unbelievably self-assured, almost divine he is. Emilio presses him again, demanding, "So, are you finally ready to team up with me?" Kake pauses, eyes locked on the insane proposal, and you can practically see him weighing every single word. He clocks the truth in an instant. This isn't a gamble for him at all, it's pure profit waiting to happen. He thinks it could be the perfect chance to build a company from the ground up. And trust me, there's one more killer reason you need to say yes. And just like that, he's not only curious, he's genuinely hooked on this ambitious kid, Emilio. Cake grins back and nods like, let's do this, he can't wait to team up with him. Emilio snaps at him to ditch the formalities and fully seal their new partnership. On the city street, Kake's gloved hand grips Emilio's offered hand and shakes it hard, like she means business. Once the deal was locked in, Emilio burst out in pure joy, declaring that the Emilio company is officially born. A brand new chapter kicks off, a two-hub life in another world. Next morning, Keek bursts into the brand new company headquarters, forcing down a yawning fit before anyone can catch it. He stops dead in his tracks, his ear snapping to the sound of someone closing in on the door. He spots Emilio's attendant, Rodney, popping the door open from the inside. Emilio steps up and greets him, firing off a grin as he asks if he's truly ready to kick off their very first day of business. Kake shoots back the greeting and grins, "Good morning, Rodney." Rodney stays quiet as ever, then gives a tiny, shy nod, like he can barely find the words. Emilio grins and tells him, "Don't worry, my attendant's just shy when new faces show up." Then he turns to Cake and asks, "Did you sleep okay?" And Cake nods, grinning, "Yeah, I slept great." Cake cracks a joke that this empty shop doesn't even look like a real company. Emilio grins and declares their partnership is a cheat code, an unbeatable edge over everyone else. Kake can't stop staring at Emilio's unstoppable confidence, and she finally has a question she just has to ask. Emilio blurts, "What's going on in your head?" He's desperate to get the real scoop on his magic. He grills Cock about exactly how far her teleportation can go and how much she can store. Kake nods and admits Emilio's research is spot on, and then he reveals he can jet to anywhere in the country. Emilio carefully breaks down this game-changing part of their business plan, line by line, until the whole strategy clicks. Then he turns to Kake and asks, "Will you show me your storage magic?" Kake does exactly what he's told, then tears open his void storage, and a swirling black vortex blooms right there in the street. Emilio admits it looks downright dangerous, but Kake shrugs it off like it's nothing at all. Brilliant idea hits Emilio like lightning, so they'll be able to carry the food while it's still fresh and ready. Cock nods and says they can absolutely sell fresh fish pulled straight from the port in the capital. Emilio finally realizes this kind of luxury isn't meant for everyone, it's only for the upper class. Kake's jaw drops at Emilio's lightning-fast thinking, and he decides right then to push his magic to the edge. He fixes his eyes on a massive, fully loaded, horse-drawn carriage parked nearby. He glances back at his brand-new partners, deadpan but clearly up to something mischievous. He blurts out, "What if I could just store the entire carriage in one shot?" Emilio scoffs at the very thought, laughing like it's totally impossible. Kake thrusts out his hand, and the whole carriage gets gulped straight into the raging vortex. He whips around with a grin, declares it worked, and leaves his buddies gaping in pure shock. Emilio grins, realizing Kake's power is completely unshaken. No problems, no glitches, just pure strength. The sheer ridiculousness hits Emilio like a brick, and he explodes into loud, unstoppable laughter. Kaki's heart jumps as Emilio snaps out an apology, blaming his own reaction. Emilio bursts out that Kake's power has blown past everything anyone expected, and somehow that turns the whole thing into a delightfully wrong misread. Kake can only stare, stunned, as his brand new partner laughs like he's having the time of his life. Emilio laughs and says that with this kind of power, they'd make instant smugglers, spreading horrors like a nasty, khaki nightmare. He shoots Kake a quick smile and swears it's all just a joke, then insists they're about to rake in a fortune with zero risk. Now that Kake's magic is crystal clear, Emilio throws caution to the wind and decides they've got to move fast. In a blink, they teleport straight into Donkel Village, a remote town hidden out of nowhere. Emilio can barely contain his excitement, stunned that they made it to their destination in the blink of an eye. Kake leans in and fires off, "Why are we in this dead-end border town way out here?" Emilio's jaw drops. Kake didn't spot a location this strategic. He explains that Donkel isn't just any place, it's the trade hub where Madhin's people come to deal and survive. Emilio asks Cake if he knows about Madhat's specialty goods, and Cake confirms it, no hesitation. Cake starts rattling off the region's best spices, dried treasures, and top-tier textiles. Emilio spills the game-changing secret, and you'll be shocked when you hear how ridiculously low prices Donkel these goods go for. The capital's road to doom, where monsters swarm nonstop, has most merchants terrified to even show up. Kake knows only a handful of people even suspect the truth. Most would rush straight to Madden instead. He realizes Emilio has knowledge that goes way past anything a normal person could ever know. Cake blurts out that their whole game plan is just the oldest rule in business: buy low, then sell high. Emilio nods, but he admits that turning that simple idea into real action is brutally hard. He shoots Kake a sly, knowing look, and you can practically see the plan spark into existence. And with Kake's magic lighting the way, Emilio grins like a sparkler and swears, "This is gonna be easy." With the clock ticking, Emilio wastes no time. He orders Kake to get ready, because they're about to teleport to their next destination. Cake can't shake the gut feeling they're about to grind him down to the bone. And that's how it all kicked off, team teleporting across the land to snatch the rarest goods they could find. 3 months later, their hard work finally pays off, because their brand new, jaw-dropping headquarters screams success. Step inside and wow, everything's dripping in luxury, with massive sparkling archways and gorgeous, detailed decor everywhere you look. A dazzling chandelier drops from the ceiling like a trophy, screaming their brand new wealth to everyone in the room. The grand staircase gleams like it's bragging, flashing the message that their prosperity is coming in fast and furious. Kake strides down the halls, stunned by how wildly they've blown up in just 3 months. He points out that the employee count has skyrocketed, too. He can't stop thinking about how they've earned a reputation for pulling off anything, no matter the item. He can't stop staring at Emilio, the wild, unstoppable man he somehow ended up teaming up with. He braces himself and heads for Emilio's office to deliver his report. Emilio sinks into a plush chair behind a towering grand desk, engrossed in a book while the lavish office gleams around him. Emilio snaps his gaze up from the book and greets Kake with a warm welcome. QK snaps that the delivery is done, and Emilio points him to exactly where to stash it. Then he hands Kake a fresh, dangerous job, scouring a rare ore pulled straight from a raging volcano. Cake realizes they've ditched everything else. Now he's only pulled out for the hardest grabs. A brutal flashback to his old, soul-crushing corporate life slams into him out of nowhere. He admits to himself that sure, the pay's great, but it still doesn't fill him up inside. Emilio clocked his mood and knew, if he pushed hard, he could slam through his work and call it a day. An ornate chandelier sways overhead as Emilio snaps, dismissing him from his duties. Cock jolts in shock as his workday snaps to an abrupt end. Emilio leans in and tells Kake, real clear, that he's been burning himself out way too hard lately. He reminds Kake of that first promise they made: no chains, no contract. With a dazzling grin, Emilio swoops in and begs Kake to work for him, forever. Cake's stomach drops at the idea, and he blurts out that it's a horrible thing to say. Emilio's face hardens into a sharp, thoughtful focus as he starts plotting Kake's future. He points out that Kake's loaded, so the real fight isn't money at all, it's learning how to actually enjoy life. Kake gets hit with one crushing question, and his mind goes blank. He can't spit out an answer right away. He freezes in stunned silence, his thoughts spinning at the shock of that unexpected question. Emilio shuts his eyes and lets his friend have a quiet second to think it through. He tells Kake, at the end of the day, this choice is yours to make. But he's pinning everything on Cake, believing she'll help him build the greatest company on Earth. Kake storms out of the office and drifts across the city rooftops with no real plan, just pure momentum. He leans over the edge, staring down as the city surges below, people swarming like ants in a non-stop tide. He trudges down a quiet side street, completely lost, with nowhere to go and no clue where to turn. Emilio's words hit his mind again and again, pushing him to ask, how do you actually enjoy life? Once he finally looks back, he realizes that since landing in this world, he's been drifting with the flow, like he never once took control. He's been clawing for survival so hard that he never once stopped to ask what he actually wanted. Lost in his own head, he suddenly collides with a stranger, and the passerby snaps, watch out. He slams a hand to his chest, berates himself for getting so lost, and vows to find a quiet spot to clear his head. He tilts his head up, and his eyes lock onto the clock tower's familiar silhouette like it's calling him home. A jaw-dropping, sweeping shot of Zephyriel bursts across the screen from a sky-high perch. With a quiet snap and a twist in the air, Kake slips through a teleport. He storms onto the clock tower's high balcony and can't help but comment that it's been way too long. He grips the railing and suddenly flashes back. This is the exact spot where it all began. On the towering balcony high above, Kake's mind snapped back to the vow he'd sworn. He replayed every word in his head, and a quiet, knowing smirk curled across his face. Ever since he showed up, life treated him right, smiles everywhere, friendly faces lining his path. Even Emilio, his weirdly eccentric boss, was a seriously gifted, capable man. Still, he had to admit the one thing that made him truly happy was missing. Most of his bonds were strictly work-related, and no matter how long he kept showing up, true deep friendships never really took root. He ached for a place that felt like home, a real sanctuary where he could finally breathe. Then a flashback hit him. Nenah's bright, smiling face came back, begging him to come back. His eyes snapped wide as the memory hit him all at once, crystal clear. He remembered every single goodbye, his whole family waving with raw, heartfelt warmth. Then it hit him, this village was exactly where he'd been searching all along. That shared meal lit a fire in his chest, and it told him he couldn't wait to see them again. He made up his mind to live a quiet, peaceful life in Holland Village. But quitting his work in the capital felt like choosing the impossible. Then his eyes snapped wide open when the perfect solution finally hit him like lightning. He spun away from the railing, realizing his magic could leap that distance and connect them. A victorious grin broke across his face. Now he was set to live a two-hub life. He refused to stay alone. He held onto his new connections like they were lifelines. He was absolutely certain he had the power to make this dream happen. He was finally about to start his new life, living exactly the way he'd always dreamed. A brand new chapter of his story kicks off in the peaceful countryside, like fate just opened the gates. Young Nenah darted through a sea of wildflowers, skipping like she owned the whole world, and humming a bright, happy tune the entire way. She snapped to a stop in her work, sensing someone watching from out in the field. She lifted her eyes from her flower crown, suspicion flashing across her face. A figure she instantly recognized came striding toward her through the tall grass. He lit up with a warm smile and told her, "It's been way too long." He leaned in and asked, "Do you remember me from that time I visited your village before?" He reminded her of that night they'd sat up talking about the capital. For one brutal second, Nenah just stared him down, her face totally blank, like nothing was going on in her mind. Kake's smile cracked for a second, fear creeping in as she worried she'd already been erased from his mind. Then her face lit up with a huge grin, and she yelled his name like it was the best news ever. She and her friends piled on him with an overjoyed, laughter-filled group hug. He let out a soft sigh that felt like a weight lifting off his chest, pure relief flooding through him. She locked eyes with him, and the second she saw his mood crumble, she demanded to know what was wrong. He finally confessed it. He'd been terrified she might have forgotten him after his visit. Nenah froze in disbelief that he even dared to think something like that could ever be real. She swore she hadn't forgotten a thing, even as her father grew more and more certain. He stared at her with soft eyes and promised he'd never forget either of them. She flashed a bright smile and told him his visit had been the most fun she'd ever had. She grinned and thanked him because he actually kept his word and came right back to see her. Her sincerity hit him like a spark, and a warm blush spread across his face. He caught himself thinking, no, it should have been him thanking her. Stella rushed in, stunned and beaming, because Kake had actually come back for real. He bowed politely and told her it felt like forever since the last time they'd seen each other. Gled chuckled to himself, grumbling that Stella never once believed he'd actually come back. Stella didn't hesitate for a second. She immediately offered to set up a room for him to sleep in that night. Nenah told him to hide in her room, but Gleg snapped the plan down instantly. Kake flashed a sweet smile, clocking that Gleg's overprotective streak hadn't even budged. He couldn't stop smiling now that he was back, basking in this warm, loving family like he'd finally come home. Gleg leaned in and asked if he was off duty, then he was ready to drop into a seat and talk. Over dinner, Gleg leaned in and asked Kake if he was coming back for another quest. Cake froze for a heartbeat, then braced himself, ready to drop his huge announcement. He let it slip that he was planning to move to the village for good. The whole family was buzzing with joy, already plotting their next fishing trip and games. Kak was blown away by how wildly excited everyone was when they welcomed them. Stella lit up with joy, but then she flashed a worried look and told him she didn't trust how his work in the capital was going. She clocked his sharper clothes and asked, straight up, if his job had been treating him well. He leaned in and quietly confirmed that his work was going amazingly well. Gleg leaned in and asked if he was really about to quit his merchant job and stay here for good. Cake made it crystal clear he'd keep grinding in the royal capital. The whole family was left utterly baffled, completely unable to wrap their heads around how it could possibly be real. He straight up warned me it'd sound impossible, but yeah, it was the truth. His magic let him hustle in the city every day, while he still called the village home. Gleg narrowed his eyes and swore that instant travel was flat-out impossible. Kake burst out, grinning, and swore his magic could pull off exactly that. Gleg stared him down, refusing to believe it. He swore he'd never even heard of magic this ruthless. Cake decided that showing them would blow past all the explaining. He declared he'd take all three of them on a trip straight to the capital. Gleg, a little buzzed, let out a grumbling rant that Kake was getting way too cocky. In the blink of an eye, they were dropped right onto a loud, bustling cobblestone street. Gleg erupted in a scream of raw shock, totally stunned and unable to believe what he just saw. He craned his neck at those towering buildings, brimming with one burning question: what kind of place was this? Stella spun around, staring at the mind-blowing scenery with her jaw dropping in pure awe. She leaned in and practically demanded to know if what they were looking at could possibly be real. Way out there, she spotted the massive silhouette of Zephyl Castle standing tall on the horizon. She gasped in shock, realizing she wasn't just seeing it. This was the real royal capital. Nenah burst into a scream of pure joy, yelling that this was the real capital. Cake beamed, clocking how fearless and quick to adapt kids truly were. Gleg growled that none of it was a dream, and Stella immediately pinched his cheek to prove it. Seeing that, Nenah squeezed Cake's hand and he yelped from the sting. Everything hit him way too hard, and Gleg practically pleaded, "Take me home, please." In a blink, they were back in their cozy home, safe, familiar, and exactly where they belonged. Nenah felt crushed, her heart begging them to stay a little longer so they could see everything they'd missed. Cake swore he'd bring her back again, so she made him swear it, word for word. She yanked him into a fierce hug, and in that moment she finally understood his magic, and it left him completely stunned. Gleg couldn't hide it. He leaned in, impressed by Kake's wild, two-hub life. Then he pushed the question, was this lifestyle going to wreck his wallet? He waved off his own worry with a quick, "Oh well," like it never mattered anyway. He spun toward Cake and basically told him, "You're more than welcome here, come on in." Gleg and Stella wasted no time. They officially rolled out the red carpet and welcomed him as their brand new neighbor in Holland Village. Stella told him, "If you ever need anything, come to us, no hesitation." She instantly pitched the idea of a celebratory feast for him, right tonight. Gleg was buzzing with excitement to drink with Cake, then Stella snapped at him fast. With happy tears blazing in his eyes, Kake leaned in and let out a deep, heartfelt yes. He soaked in their warm welcome, and the moment was here. He was ready to kick off his new life in this place. The very next morning, Cake jolted awake, still riding the high of that wild, joyous celebration. He stepped outside and unleashed a massive, satisfied yawn like he'd finally exhaled the weight off his shoulders. He had to admit it, last night he got way too drunk. He glanced around and soaked in the calm, peaceful morning vibe of the village. He grinned, soaking in the crisp air and soaking up the stunning views all around him. Cake finally lets out a breath. This peaceful village is where his brand new life can truly begin. It was the first choice he made for himself, and the moment he did, he knew, deep down, that it was the right one. With fresh fire in his chest, he locks in on his very first mission, track down a new home. Suddenly Nenah, this tiny whirlwind, pounces on him from behind and belts out a joyful shout. "Good morning, Kret," she chirps, her face lighting up like a sunrise as Kake rolls back in to match her greeting. She blurted out what kind of fun they were getting into today, her mind already sprinting through 100 wild possibilities. Kake teases Nenah with a fun idea, taking a walk and going to see the flowers, while Nenah can't help but pause, deep in thought. Greg shows up and tells his daughter, Kake's got a mission, she's hunting for a house. Gled strides up to Cake, then snaps at his daughter to back off and give the man breathing room. Then he leaned in and demanded Cake explain, step by step, how you even go about getting a house in their village. Cock lays out the capital's bureaucratic nightmare, every real estate agent's move, every form, and the endless pile of official paperwork. He can't stop wondering if the village runs by the same tangled rules, and Greg sits there thinking it over. Gleg tells Kake that the countryside is way simpler, and that sparks a whole new kind of curiosity in him. Gleg erupts in a booming laugh and lays down the one rule: he gets the village chief's permission. After that, he can slide into an empty house, or roll up his sleeves and build one from scratch on untouched land. Kake exhales in relief because the whole process sounds so simple and worry-free. A wave of doubt hits him as he wonders, out loud, if permission is even possible at all. Gleg's face tightens with iron resolve, his loyalty blazing for his new friend. Cock blurts out that he's not even sure of himself, convinced his two-hub life plan is just way too bold to pull off. Gleg snaps his arm around Keek and growls at him to listen, really listen. He slams his fist down and swears up and down that Kake's a good person, then vows he'll personally stand behind that promise. And yeah, he points out that the chief won't shut someone out who's already done her a favor. Nenah jumps in with a bright, radiant grin, telling the chief, and I'll ask too. Moved to tears by their support, Kake turns to young Nenah and pours out his heartfelt thanks. With the plan locked in, Gleg's face lights up. He's ready to strike. Gleg calls the shots. After stuffing themselves with Stella's mouth-watering breakfast, they decide to set off and chase it. Holland Village sits calmly in the valley, like a postcard where nothing but peaceful quiet ever moves. Before long, they're standing right in front of the village chief's home, a solid, respectable fortress of a place. Reloy, the village chief, lines in and listens, then calmly says she finally gets what's really going on. She finally gets why his magic is unlike anyone else, because she already felt his teleportation slam into reality firsthand. Nenah can't stop dreaming of another trip, but Gleg shuts it down fast, claiming she's still too young for the road. Reloy sizes up their request with a calm, sharp look, like she's really thinking it through. With Gleg's blessing on the table, she doesn't fight him one bit about moving in, so Kake wastes no time thanking her. Kake pauses for a breath, and you can tell, something bigger is still on the table, just waiting to be uncovered. Reloy only has one question burning in his mind: why did he pick their tiny, remote village? With his power, she points out, he could have picked any richer town he wanted. Kak jerks a glance over his shoulder, wrestling with the perfect answer to her painfully reasonable question. Gleg and Nenah stare on, their curiosity sparking as they try to figure out what he's really after. Cake's eyes squeeze shut with grim resolve as he readies his heartfelt reply. He tells you straight up he has no family, no hometown, and nowhere on earth that feels like home. Before he ever stepped into this world, his life was totally unrecognizable. He shuts his eyes and remembers his old life, just scraping by day after day in a cold, lonely city. He clings to his father's final words, the ones that scream, "Live your own life," and won't let him forget. Then his mind snaps to Gleg's family. Those amazing people welcomed him with kindness so strong it almost overwhelmed him. It was their kindness that lit a fire in his chest and made him crave a life in this very village. Settling into this home like it's his destiny, he proclaims that this is the life he's always wanted. Reloy's face eases as she leans in and tells him, "I get exactly what you're feeling." She beams because he picked them, then declares that Holland Village is ready to welcome him with open arms. Bursting out of the chief's house, Kake finally lets out a massive sigh, like he's just escaped a trap. Nenah bursts into celebration at the chief's approval, and Kake nods like, yep, she really was a kind soul. Cake whips his head over his shoulder, and a fresh question suddenly crashes into his thoughts. He can't believe it. Why is Gleg suddenly falling behind them so hard on the path? Nenah leans in and whispers that her dad's cheeks are burning, thanks to Kake's heartfelt praise. Gleg tries to mask his shy expression, but his friends have already clocked it. Kake and Nenah trade a knowing grin, clearly entertained by how deeply sentimental Gleg can get. He can't help but realize how rarely words like that are ever said, and that thought makes them hit even harder. Gleg drops all business mode and snaps, "All right, time to hunt for vacant houses." He tells Kake they can either build fresh from the ground up or rip through a renovation, and Kake's face lights up with pure excitement. Kake weighs his choices, itching to move in the second he possibly can. He decides renovating is the smartest move, and Gleg nods like, "Let's do this," then starts hunting for places. Their first stop is a little older house, and it somehow still looks spotless, like it's been cared for every single day. Gleg admits it's ancient but perfectly maintained, so he can move in the same day. Gleg admits it might be a bit too small, and Kake just quietly nods along. Kake calls it the perfect starter point, loving how easily he can reach the village from there. Gleg cracks a joke that Kake doesn't care where they are at all, and Kake reluctantly has to agree. Gleg then lights up and urges them to go see a house perched high in the mountains. They hit multiple properties in a row, and every single one brings its own vibe and spot on the map. Kake and Nenah burst into the inside of another possible home, while Gleg trails right behind them. They linger outside yet another house, studying every detail like it's a puzzle, then clocking the sneaky problems that might come back to bite them. From a nearby hill, they scan another property and soak in the breathtaking view below. Gleg asks if he's found one he likes, but Kake shakes his head and admits none of them feel right. He wrestles with the choice, and for once his usual decisiveness straight up abandons him when it matters most. He knows he can't pick his home so carelessly, because he's stuck with the one he ends up in. He begged for one last house, praying this time it was the one. He blurts out an apology for wasting his time, but Gleg waves it off like it's nothing, telling him to stop worrying. They pull up to a charming stone and timber house sitting snug on a soft, sloping hill. Kak is hit with instant awe, totally captivated by the house's one-of-a-kind charm and breathtaking location. Nenah beams and tells everyone the house is right around the corner from their own place. Kake can't believe a house that nice is sitting empty, and then Gleg points out exactly where it's located. 3 months ago, the whole family vanished from the neighborhood, and that beautiful house sat empty and waiting. Gleg cracks that being neighbors could drive you nuts, but Kake shrugs it off like it's no big deal. And yeah, he flat out says it, staying close to Gleg's family is the only move that really looks worth it. Gleg and Nenah are totally stunned when he blurts out the most brutally honest, heartfelt truth. Gleg's cheeks flare pink and Kake can't wait, he blurts out, "So, can we finally look inside?" A crashing creekside gust and a heavy wooden door swing wide, and the whole room beyond spills into view. Cake's eyes pop wide as he crosses the threshold, totally stunned. He stumbles into a huge, spotless entryway where the tiled floor gleams under the light. A gorgeous wooden staircase built to last climbs up to the second floor, with a rock-solid banister guiding the way. A huge window on the landing blasts the whole stairwell with warm, natural light. He lets out a soft gasp of awe, staring at the house like it's built to last forever. That living room stretches on forever, and Greg leans in to tell you it used to hold a huge family once. Gleg keeps staring at it like, is this too huge? While Kake shuts that down fast, nah, a spacious home is exactly what we need. He can't stop picturing how much easier life will be once he finally packs everything into storage. Nenah blares down from the top of the stairs, yelling at him to come upstairs and check it out. She rockets down the long upstairs hallway, thrilled out of her mind, while Kake barrels after her right on her heels. He peeks into the room and straight up clocks how many bedrooms are stacked on the second floor. In the one bedroom, a massive built-in desk sits right under a blazing window, like it was made for non-stop focus. It's got tons of shelving and storage space, so you can turn it into the perfect study or even a comfy guest room. He figures those extra rooms are perfect, either to stash his stuff or to bring out the guests when company's coming. Nenah yanks his arm in a burst of excitement, dragging him toward another corner of the house. Nenah bursts up the stairs ahead of Kake, grinning wide as she yanks him along and demands what she found. Cake trails behind her, stunned at how her energy just won't run out, and somehow catches on. Step through the back door and boom, an insane view of the valley stretches out before him like a dream. Nenah tells him he can hear the river nearby, and he quickly confirms it with a nod. She tells you she used to come here and play with the kids who lived in that house before they moved out. Cake leans back and thinks, man, it'd feel great to kick back out here, and Gleg pops in like, yeah, I'm with you. Greg can't stop imagining sizzling sausages and gooey cheese, so Cake sees that vision and thinks it's wildly too tempting. Kake suddenly snaps into focus and declares, I'm renovating this house and turning it into my home. Gleg jolts at how fast the call gets made, but Kake won't budge. This house feels absolutely right. Nenah and Gleg just beam at him, smiling so softly and happily, like they're granting him a quiet, wordless blessing. Gleg pushes the idea that they should report straight to the village chief, and Kake lights up and agrees without a second thought. The chapter kicks off with local craftsmen hauling fresh lumber straight to Kake's chosen house. Kak stands there, watching the workers kick off the renovation of his brand new village home. Gleg leans in and asks Kay, is it true you're not planning a ton of big renovations? Kake tells everyone he loves the layout and promises he'll only touch up the kitchen and the entryway. Now that his dream home is finally locked in, Kake lets out a long breath, peace settles over him, and he feels genuinely fulfilled. Gleg flashes a huge grin and suggests they celebrate by hitting the road for a fishing trip. Kake's all in and Gleg grins, his magic-esque going to smooth out the whole journey. Kake grins, already daydreaming about the cozy, back-to-nature joy of spending a whole day fishing. Kake's perfect happy thoughts get violently yanked apart by a sudden, jarring realization that freezes everything. He blurts out a heartfelt apology, remembering he still has to report back to the capital. Gleg gets it. Andre asks if his job's fine, and Kake admits the village is just way too comfy to call it proper work. He decides to turn the trip into a full-on furniture hunt, searching for something stylish while he's at it. Cake tells them, I'll go fishing when I'm back, then Gleg shoves him out the door to get going. As Kake vanishes in a blink, Nenah darts up right after, and Gleg can't help but marvel at how insane his magic is. Nenah grumbles that life feels empty without Cake, and her father snaps that she just needs to hang in there and wait. A sweeping, massive view of the royal capitals of Frail stretches out before you, grand and sprawling as far as the eye can see. Cock slams his foot onto the cobblestones the second he materializes in the heart of the city. He throws his arms wide and blurts, "Man, it feels so good to be back." He cranes his neck, staring up at the familiar timber-framed skyline of the capital's buildings. He pauses and realizes that this loud, vibrant city isn't just exciting, it's honestly kind of a great place to be. He hatches a plan. First he checks in with Emilio, then he charges out to go furniture shopping. He strolls into a quiet alley, already scheming about scoring a mouthwatering city lunch. Rodney, Emilio's attendant, steps out of the shadows and greets him so calmly that he jolts in surprise. Rodney fires back, "What am I doing here?" and then breaks it down. Emilio's been waiting for him this whole time. Kake clutches his chest, panicking like it's a comedy sketch, and he can't stop wondering just how far ahead Emilio's already planning. Rodney says, "Let's skip the runaround, go straight to Emilio," and they bolt out right away. They pull up before the massive, jaw-dropping headquarters of the Emilio company. Cake storms into the lavish office, and there, Emilio is already waiting, ready for whatever comes next. Emilio meets him with a tired grin and tells him, "You're back at last." A female employee swears she was ordered to tell every visitor, right off the bat, that Emilio wasn't in. Emilio blurts that he feared Kake had bolted, but Kake grins and says the village was just too good to leave. Emilio insisted it wasn't urgent, but as the minutes dragged on, worry started clawing at him because his friend still hadn't shown up. He nails it. Cake finally found a way to enjoy life, and he wastes no time asking to hear every bit of it. A slick transition panel flashes the Emilio company's grand building from the outside, like the story is snapping into the real world. Emilio can't stop thinking about Cake's wild plan for a two-hub life, living between the village and the capital. Cock spills his dream out loud. He wants a roomy, calm home out in the countryside where everything feels like it can finally breathe. He drops his gaze with a warm, loving smile as he keeps spinning his story. He leans in and tells Emilio that Holland Village is the kind of place where good people truly shine. He ends on a huge, bright grin, absolutely sure he nailed the right choice. Emilio glances back at him and a real, understanding smile lights up his face. He tells Kake, "You look happy," then adds that he truly respects Kake's choice to chase balance. He lets out a breath of relief when he hears Kake still plans to keep working with him. With a heavy, dramatic sigh, Emilio tells them the company still can't move without Kake's indispensable help. His face hardens as his razor-sharp mind locks onto a brand new problem he has to solve. A brilliant, a little too slick plan snaps into his mind like lightning, fast, shocking, and dangerously convincing. He asked, if a two-hub life is Kake's path, does that mean she'll also get a house up in the capital? Cake looks totally baffled and insists that staying at an inn would be completely fine for him. Emilio snaps upright and yells that Kake has to have a house, refusing to back down. He insists that chasing end data is a gamble, full of security trouble and the kind of mess that wrecks business. Kake pauses, weighs the logic, and admits it. If a house is waiting for him, that problem basically disappears. Emilio pushes harder, insisting a city house is the key piece of his whole plan. Kake reluctantly folds, and Emilio lights up like he just crushed the debate and proved he's right. Emilio then flashes a sly grin and suggests Kake could even hire a servant to help him. Cake shot up in protest, insisting that bringing in a servant had gone way too far. Even with all the money he's made, he swears he was born and raised a plain old commoner. He can't shake the feeling that he'll never truly relax in a place this bourgeois. Emilio stared him down, sharpening his flawless argument for the next brutal step. He presses Keek like, "Can you really keep both your capital and your village houses running by yourself?" He breaks it down, keeping even a single massive house clean and aired out is an absolute nightmare. He decides that running two houses all by himself would be way too much to handle. He fires off a question to Kay because Kay won't buy his perfectly built logic. Defeated, Kake finally admits his friend is totally right, and Emilio flashes a sweet, smug smile. So Emilio declares, all fired up, getting a house here and hiring a servant is the smartest win there is. Kaki just stares at his dazzling, self-satisfied friend, wearing a deadpan face like it's daring him to do something. He squints hard, instantly clocking every detail of what his friend is really up to. He calls out the truth. Emilio only wants the house for company storage, and Emilio immediately admits it. Emilio steps in and offers to pull his connections so Kake can snag a killer deal on that property. Cake can't help but stare in awe at how boldly and refreshingly straight up Emilio's plan is. And just like that, Kake gets swept into a wild house viewing tour across the capital streets. He's planted on a silent street, staring ahead like he's realizing he absolutely needs a city home, right now, and for reasons he never saw coming. He grumbles that Emilio is being pushy, but the moment motives come up, suspicion sharpens in his eyes. He can't stop thinking about Nenah and his village crew, and he realizes he still has to get furniture. He admits Emilio's logic actually holds up, and having that kind of connection in your corner makes all the difference. He decides to finally give the houses a real look. Since he's already here, he might as well. Just as he rounds the corner, he jolts, then crashes straight into a young woman. A skinny little panel freezes the instant they crash headfirst, clumsy, sudden, and totally unexpected. He catches her mid-apology, snapping, "Are you okay?" and she shoots back, "I'm fine." As she strides away, he can't stop staring. Her beauty hits him so hard he starts wondering if she's really the daughter of some noble. A tight close-up catches her long, elegant hair as she keeps striding down the street. The stunning woman stops in her tracks, sorrow crushing her face just as Kake's house tour kicks off. The chapter opens with a flashy title page. An enormous mansion looms in the scene, and it practically dares you to guess what kind of house hunt is about to explode. First up is a huge, glittering estate with ornate gates, and Kake doesn't even blink. He's completely unimpressed. Next up, an even grander mansion dripping with fountains, and he still shuts it down. Cake glares at his friend, practically itching to demand some way more reasonable options. Staring at yet another massive estate, he turned to Emilio and demanded, "Why does every single house have to be this damn luxurious?" Emilio only grins and insists that a bigger house is exactly what his friend needs. He insists hiring a servant is totally normal for a house this huge. He's basically saying, "Since I'm doing all this for you, Kake, you're living in a real nice house." A polished real estate pro steps in, smiles wide, and vows to take them straight to the absolute finest properties. Emilio's eyes flash as he sweeps in with a bold flourish, inviting Cake to lay out his conditions. Looking totally overwhelmed, Kake can only squeak out a weak, hesitant yes. Emilio slams the decision as settled and can't wait a second to lay eyes on the property. Cake can't help but ask, "Why does Emilio look like he's having way more fun than I ever am?" Emilio flashes a totally innocent smile and says, "Helping my friend hunt for a new house is actually the fun part." Kake's mind goes completely blank when they say one simple thing, "We're friends," and it disarms him instantly. Red-faced with pure embarrassment, Kake pauses at their first stop and stares at the amazing view like, "Wait, this is real." Emilio grins and insists they pick this exact spot right now. Kake jolts back and blurts out that it's literally their own company's headquarters. Emilio finally admits it won't work, then tells them to slow down and be way more careful. They stand shoulder to shoulder in front of a towering old-school mansion, right there in a quiet neighborhood that feels like it's holding its breath. The three of them are standing inside a dazzling, gold-lit foyer of a brand-new mansion. They stroll down a stone path, guarded on both sides by manicured gardens. An opening shot sweeps over a peaceful, gorgeous cobblestone street, lined with elegant homes standing perfectly still. Kake can't believe it, this part of the capital feels unbelievably calm, like all the chaos just vanished. The agent tells you that the place isn't just any building, it's a noble's home, tucked away in peace and locked down tight. She sweeps her hand through the air, flashing a grand smile as she declares, "We're here." A low-angle camera shot slams into view and shows off the massive stone mansion looming like a fortress. Kake soaks in the calm, while Emilia can't help but admire the timeless, classic design. The agent leaned in and said the last noble owner craved a plain, austere life, no frills, just simplicity. Cake grins, stunned to learn the old owner's taste is exactly his, like they're reading the same heartbeat. The agent lanes in and offers to open the gates, letting them finally slip inside and see what's beyond. Cake jolts with a sharp gasp, staring in awe as the grand foyer unfolds around him with a sweeping staircase. He says this mansion feels huge but oddly peaceful, nothing like the last one. He's absolutely thrilled to find out it's packed with handy magical tools. The agent flips through her notes, ready to unveil yet another secret special feature. She calls out that there's a bath about to happen, and Kaikai erupts in pure, explosive shock. Kake stood in that massive, lavish bathroom, and pure shock hit him like a truck. Emilio deadpans about Keki's weirdly specific obsession with taking baths every single day. Cake stares into the world's weird customs and can't stop missing his daily Japanese soak. He's standing in that magnificent room, and his decision is already locked in, no doubts left, not a single one. He snaps that this is the house he's taking, and then demands to know the price right now. The agent slashes the deal down to just 400 gold coins, all for Emilio's sake. Cake is ready to take the price, until Emilio slashes through the moment and cuts him off. With a calm, icy look, Emilio lines in and asks if she can make it any cheaper. The agent grumbles as he reluctantly slashes the price down to 380 gold coins. Emilio slyly drops a hint that he's got other properties he could snatch up just as easily. The panicked agent slashes the price from $300 straight down to $250. Emilio slams down a final, ruthless counteroffer, 150 gold coins, no more, no less. He grins and says, with a price like that, I'm walking away with profit too. The agent bows in gratitude and Kake can't shake the awkward, uneasy feeling about the whole deal. Cake shoves his friend aside and glares like the whole stunt just burned him to the core. He rants that those deal terms will only dump even more work on his shoulders. Emilio just blurts his name, and boom, it catches him off guard right in the middle of his complaint. He shrugs off the tiny negotiation, saying it's nothing, because it can't possibly secure Kake's true value. He grins and admits, I was gonna tackle the company warehouse anyway, even if I'm doing it for a different reason. Cake can't stop thinking about Emilio's terrifying skills, now that he's the one who owns a mansion. 3 days later, KK barrels back into the capital, and he looks totally stunned. He blurts in disbelief, asking if the house prep is already finished. Emilio tells him the house is in perfect shape, and it's already fully furnished. Emilio leans in and tells him to chill, insisting his rough negotiation tactics aren't worth panicking over. He casually mentions the servants are on standby, and Cake just vaguely remembers hearing it before. When the front door swings open, Kake blurts, why didn't anyone tell me about them? A young woman in a sharp maid uniform struts into the foyer, like she owns the whole place. Kakazai's eyes snap wide in an instant, shock hits, and recognition slams into place. The stunning maid beams and blurts out that she's been waiting for his arrival this whole time. 3 other maids line up on the staircase, perfectly straight, and greet him as he comes in. Cake stares, jaw hanging open in total disbelief, and a bead of sweat pops up on his brow. He can't help but wonder, are these girls really the servants he was warned about? He whips around to Emilio and demands, so these girls are really the new servants, huh? The head maid strides in and declares, loud and clear, that she's taking over the reins of his mansion now. She dips into a graceful bow and flashes a confident smile as she introduces herself, Elsa Walker, the head maid. Cake can barely get the words out, she just stuns, stammers, and forces a shaky nod in response. He snaps out of his daze and realizes, way too late, that this isn't what he expected. He storms up to Emilio and demands answers. Why weren't they told the servants were actually girls? He snaps that it's not the point, then abruptly loses his train of thought, confused, flustered, and scrambling for words. He clocks her surname, Walker, and fires back, asking if she's a noble. El calmly yet confidently slashes the doubt away and confirms she truly belongs to the noble Walker family. She leans in and reassures him, don't worry, I'm only the baronet's 4th daughter. Cake fires off about the others and ELSA nods, yep, they're all tied to baronet families too. Rasha Elfier, the first maid, beams with a bright smile and introduces herself like she owns the room. The second Lulu of Mistletoe glides in and calmly introduces herself with a doll-like hush. The third Alchlandera bursts in with a loud, energetic hello that's all smiles and power. Emilio breaks it down, everyone trained under his company first, just to rack up real-world experience. Kake points at Emilio in his mansion and blasts him for shoving those girls right into his arms. Emilio fires up coy, then asks what on earth he's even talking about, because that accusation sounds completely insane. Cake finally gets it, this isn't just about them being nobles in service, there's a bigger problem hiding underneath. He clocks the Walker family as one of Emilio's biggest, most valuable clients. He clocks their faces and their ages, teenagers, and it hits him so hard it feels downright criminal. He buries his face in his hands, trapped in the no way I can relax feeling. Emilio grins and tells them, just wait, pretty soon you'll be coming home to me and loving it. Kake straight up tells them the thing he's hunting isn't out there in the world, it's right in the middle of his village life. Emilio's face twists into a sly grin as the pieces finally click into place. He connects the dots and realizes Kret must have got a woman waiting for him in Holland Village. Kake's jaw drops at the accusation, while Emilio just grins like he already knows the whole truth. Cock fiercely shuts it down, and the terrifying consequences hit him like a wave. He keeps muttering about that woman back in the village, and you can tell she's completely flustered. A flashback snaps on Nenah beams and waves like she's on cloud 9, while her father, Gleg, glares like he's about to explode with menace. Cake fought to wrestle his shaking body back into control. He swears he just wants a quiet life, no dangerous romance where one wrong move gets him killed. Later, Kake and Emilio settle into the opulent drawing room, dressed to impress and ready for whatever happens next. LZ strides in with a tea tray, offering a warm cup and asking if they want some tea. Cake demands his drink straight, and Emilio shoots back, asking for just a touch of sugar. Cake leans in, watching as she whips up the tea with flawless, expert grace, like it's pure magic. He squirms on the plush sofa, totally out of place like he doesn't belong there. He snaps at Emilio that he can't even catch a break. Maids in his living space won't let him relax. Kake admits it flat out. He's terrible at giving orders because he's always been the one getting them. Elsa glides in and hands him his cup of tea with total, flawless control. He thanks her with way too much manners, so formal it practically feels like a script. Elsa told him in that stiff, proper way that he didn't need to talk so formally because she was only his servant. Cock fumbles through an awkward confession, admitting just how gut-wrenchingly uncomfortable he feels being made the master. Elsie tells him in a steady voice to slow down and learn the ropes in his new position. Kake feels a huge weight lift off his shoulders, and with sincere gratitude, he agrees to her suggestion because she finally gets it. Suddenly, Elle's overwhelming aura blasts through the room, and Cake jolts in shock. A calm, unbreakable determination slips from her lips as she stares straight ahead, eyes never wavering. He figures out that his gorgeous new maid isn't just sweet, she's got a scary little edge to her. Bursting out of the mansion, Kake finally exhales a breath so long it feels like he's been holding it forever. He stretches hard, grinning like he just escaped a suffocating cage. After he signs off on the maid's contracts, he can't stop replaying Emilio's rushed exit in his mind. He still remembers Elsa's cold acceptance of his secret, then the way she threatened him like a ruthless assassin. Her calm, razor-sharp professionalism is so legendary it basically hands her the title, Ice Maid. Lost in thought, he drifts through the streets, until a familiar voice snaps him out of it. A young guy in glasses whirls around and asks, "Hey, am I Crete?" Cock lights up the moment he spots Reed from the adventurer crew, the legendary thunderclap blade. In the tavern, Reed leaned in and asked, "So what's been going on with you lately?" He tosses out cocky jokes, bragging that he's been non-stop with his new business ventures. Kake lines in and interrogates Reed, demanding to know where the rest of his party has vanished to. Reed tells him straight up, the women are at the public bath, while Locke's out there getting smashed instead of being where he should be. The moment someone brings up a bath, KK's mind snaps back to his own private, luxurious tub. Reed leans in and grills Kake about the rumors, how he suddenly got a brand new, non-stop life as a merchant. Kake freezes on the spot, unsure how much of his new situation he dares to spill. Reed can't believe it. Cock is now the proud owner of a massive mansion, with a whole staff working for him. He snatches the file away in an instant, firing back that those details are top-secret business secrets. Reed cheers him on, but Kake still looks like that idea has him rattled to the core. Piece the rumors together and you'll feel Cake's trapped titan, caught between his noble maids and the choice he can't dodge. While Reed thinks it's enviable, Kake snaps back that his worries are the real deal. Reed weighs his friend's trouble and he admits straight up that it's brutal. Reed notices that it's completely normal for a young guy to feel anxious. He opens up about his past battles, and as he talks, you can feel those early crushing failures piling up one after another. He tells them that if they keep pushing through the pain, success finally clicks into place, and stability follows right behind. He admits that stepping in as an employer for the very first time is a total uphill battle. He tells Kake do it right, be firm and dependable as her master, or she's going to pay for it. Kake reads the words, feels them hit his soul, and then strides home with a whole new fire burning in his chest. He nods along with Reed's assessment, and the moment it clicks, he knows exactly what he has to do. He realizes this isn't just his first real job, his young maids are getting their very first taste of it too. His old life as a corporate drone drives him to grind harder and prove he can be the kind of boss people actually trust. With a fierce grunt, he steels himself for the next role. He's planted in front of his mansion, fists clenched and ready to step up like a real master. Elle slips inside and clicks the locks on the mansion for the night, quietly sealing it up like a secret. Her face stays calm, but her eyes burn with focus as she powers through her duties. Cake bursts in out of nowhere, and the calm one immediately lets out a helpless shriek. He's thrown off by her reaction, like a hairline crack suddenly shows in her perfect mask. Caught in the chaos, Kake fumbles for the right words, and they just won't come. Elsie's cheeks burned. She blurted an apology for that totally out-of-character moment of shock. As soon as he's back, he blurts out a frantic apology, terrified he shocked her that badly. He realizes that this weird, awkward pause they're stuck in, it's totally normal. He reminds himself she's still just a young woman under all that poise. He makes his first official move as her master, then orders a hot bath. With her face dipped in shadow, Els leaned in and asked if she needed to set it up right now. Her face melts into a radiant smile as she takes his order. Cake can barely contain himself, eagerly looking forward to sinking into a relaxing bath. Later, once Cake finally eases up, Elsa slides in to check on him. She asks, "Have you eaten yet?" And it hits him hard, all he'd had were drinks. Then it hits him, he never booked a cook, and that one mistake he missed is about to cost him. Elsa throws out the idea to grab takeout for the night and let the evening handle itself. Then she offers to cook, and despite being blown away, she lights up with excitement and gladly accepts. Right after that, they shove a mouth-watering, homemade feast right in front of him. He can't believe they're whipping up something so familiar, so everyday, like a true commoner's dish. Els tells them her life in that far-off barony wasn't some dull fairy tale at all. It was surprisingly familiar. He learns the shocking truth: younger noble daughters keep getting pushed into lower-ranking families through marriage. Then it clicks: those practical skills they've been learning are actually the core of their bridal training. As he takes a bite, a nasty thought suddenly slams into his head. He can't stop wondering if Emilio is quietly presenting these girls as his future marriage options. When the terrifying thought hits him, he shoves it aside, digs into his meal, and finally drifts off to sleep easy. A fresh chapter kicks off, and it's dangling the promise of a lavish morning in his brand new home. Cake shot up, stretching in his fancy new bedroom like he'd just been born into luxury. He lets out this huge yawn, still shaking off every last bit of sleep like it's clinging to him. He jerks himself upright, eyes blazing as he takes in the huge, strange new world of his room. He finally admits it to himself: this fancy, over-the-top life has real charm. After everything he's been through, he finally shrugs and admits living in the capital isn't all that terrible after all. He soaks in his massive private bathtub, basking in every luxurious splash like it's the loudest flex of his wealth. He can't stop marveling at how insanely convenient it is to have a massive bath right in his own home. He can't stop replaying that painfully awkward moment when the maid went way too personal on him. He's determined to dodge any more cringe cultural mix-ups from here on out. All dressed for the day, he's met by Elsa and she fires off: "So, what are you doing next?" He tells her he's heading to Holland Village for 3 days, then drops the bomb and walks off. He begged her to run the mansion, straight up admitting that he can't help loving life with her. Right as he's ready to leave, Elsa snaps his name out loud. She gives him a proper, tender goodbye, then sends him off on his journey. With a blazing grin, he tells her, "I'm leaving now," and the moment hits like a punch. He disappears in a flash of blazing magic, and Elsa is left staring, lost in deep thought. He rolls into the calm, sun-soaked streets of Holland Village. He barrels toward his freshly renovated country home, practically sprinting with excitement. He can't believe his eyes: those renovations are finally finished, and pure excitement explodes in him. He stands in front of his charming new house, soaking in every finished detail like it's a trophy he just earned. He realizes that even though the outside hasn't changed, it still somehow looks absolutely incredible. He spots the brand new coat of paint, and it hits him like a tiny win that feels weirdly satisfying. And he's thrilled to see they added a little garden, too. Those simple improvements lit up his heart with pure warmth and unshakable joy. Racing with curiosity, he lunges for the door, then slams to a stop. Then it hits him: he doesn't have the key for the new lock at all. He freezes because it hits him: he never grabbed that new key from the carpenter. With a resigned sigh, he goes to ask the chief, until a voice cuts him off mid-step. It's Nenah. She bursts into a run to meet him, grinning like she's celebrating his return. She tells him that her family still has his key, and the moment he hears it, relief hits him like a wave. He tells her to go at her own pace, and a rush of gratitude hits him like a wave. She bursts back with a dazzling new ornate key and shoves it into his hands. She takes the key and looks up at him, all bright-eyed and begging for what happens next. She can't wait. She practically begs to be the very first one allowed to peek inside. He announces her as his very first official guest, and she bursts into pure, unstoppable joy. "All right," Keiki grins warmly and declares, "Guess what? You're my very first customer." Watching Nenah beam with pure, wild joy, Kake can't help but marvel at just how adorable and full of energy kids can be. He's got zero time for romance right now, but deep down he can't stop wondering if he'll ever want a family. Nenah yanks his sleeve again and again, practically begging him to hurry and unlock the door right now. Hand in hand, they creep toward the newly renovated house, eyes wide, and sneak a cautious peek inside. Nenah squeezes out a tiny, hushed gasp as she catches her very first look inside. Standing in the bright, tiled entryway, she's utterly mesmerized by the space. She whips around, stunned by how wildly the whole room's vibe has shifted. Right when she's about to take another step, Kake snaps, "Wait," and stops her in her tracks. He hands her a pair of slippers and tells her to put them on right there, inside. Clutching those weird shoes, Nenah stared at the idea of slippers like it was brand new to her. She leans in and asks if it's a capital custom, and he shuts it down fast, explaining it's his rule, not theirs. With zero sugarcoating, she tells him he's a little strange, and it hits him like a slap. Even after seeing it, Kake doesn't budge one bit. He's locked in and won't change this rule. He can't stop comparing it all, sparkling city streets on one side and muddy village paths on the other, like this cultural habit is carved into his bones. He proudly calls it his #1 rule, and Nenah can't help but look impressed. Nenah tries on the slippers and instantly realizes they're weirdly comfy and absolutely fun. Cake can't even hold it in. He blurts out that his weird custom totally worked, and he's beyond thrilled. Gleg and Stella show up, and Stella lights up, praising those slippers as the smartest idea ever. Stella even pitches the idea of getting some for their own place, and Cake's grin lights up instantly. The newly renovated living room finally opens up, bright, spacious, and absolutely jaw-dropping. Nenah blurts out that the room feels enormous, and Kake snaps back that it's just an illusion. He tells them he tore out the wall to smash the living room and kitchen together. In that cramped kitchen, he admits it, everything drains his motivation to cook. Nenah's jaws drop in pure shock and she blurts, "Kake, do you seriously know how to cook?" After living alone for so long, he finally admits he'd turned himself into a legit decent cook. Stella's jaw drops as she marvels at how insanely impressive it is that this guy can cook like a pro. Nenah snaps that her dad just sits there drinking all day, and it's so ridiculous that Cake can't stop laughing. Meanwhile, that shirtless Gleg is outside, frozen in place, wondering if a sudden draft just brushed past him. Kake figures it out here. Guys usually don't lift a finger for chores like cooking. He tells Nenah he'll cook with her sometime, and she practically bursts with excitement, then asks wide-eyed if he really means it. He tells them this house was built for one thing: everyone could gather, cook up a feast, and eat together. He offers them full run of his home for free, no strings attached, even if he isn't around. In this fresh start, he's determined to forge the kind of family bond he never got to experience. He refuses to let his house sit there, empty and gathering dust, while he's gone. Nenah beams with pure excitement, declaring that from this day on, every single day is going to be even more fun. She can't sit still. She blurts out every fun thing she's dying to share with him. She practically glows as she tells him, "I'm so happy you came to our village." She straightens up, offers her hand with a warm smile, and welcomes him as her brand new neighbor. Kake takes her handshake with a soft smile, nodding along in quiet acceptance. As their hands clasp, he leans in and tells her it's going to be a total pleasure living right next door to her. He leans in and gives Nenah a soft head pat, and just like that, their friendship locks into place. Nenah snaps back to a crucial detail out of nowhere and blurts a sharp, startled scream. She whips around and bolts, dashing away as the clueless Kake just stares, frozen in confusion. She pops up at the window and shouts that it's time. She has to go home right now. From across the streets, the church bell rings out, and it's her cue, time to go back. She blurts out that she's gotta help with the family's leek garden, and just like that, Keiki is genuinely impressed. She dreams of pushing past her limits, and the best part is she knows she can come back and explore anytime she wants now. She swears she'll share the harvest with him, then flashes a bright smile and waves him off, like everything's already turning out okay. He watches her walk away and just sits there, amazed by how pure and unstoppable a kid's energy can be. He remembers Gleg bringing up how they'd been growing vegetables the very first time he ever visited. Now that he finally has a real home, he starts dreaming up his own vegetable garden. He decides he's going to corner Stella for the full rundown on gardening, soon, no delays. His eyes pop wide as he stares into the huge, silent emptiness of his brand new home. The room's totally empty, so silent it feels like life got erased, and every footstep echoes like a warning. He decides he can't do anything yet. First, he has to smash through the house's cold, lifeless gloom. First thing he does, he swings the windows open and blasts fresh air through the room. With a calm, unshaken face, he shoves the old window open and peers out into the world. A cool breeze sweeps in, whisking along a few loose autumn leaves like they've been waiting all day to float by. He leans into the silence, staring out at the calm village below and the distant church on the horizon. Wind whips through the nearby trees while he keeps staring out the window, unable to look away. A smug grin flashes across his lips as he declares that his two-hub life is finally underway. He clenches a determined fist, ready to tear into this brand new chapter. He decides right now to dive straight into life in the village and start setting everything up for his new beginning. The very next day, Gleg shows up with a loud boom of a greeting, then offers to help him move right on the spot. Kake's eyes widened with happy surprise, and he snapped a heartfelt thank you to his friend Andre. He then drops the bombshell that the work is already done, and Gleg is left staring, completely stunned. Cake breaks out his handy magic and Gleg can't help but go, seriously, that's amazing. Cake keeps throwing out a heartfelt apology, because Gleg trekked all this way just to help him. Gleg practically demands, at least let me stay for a cup of tea. Then he perks up and blurts out that they should throw a housewarming party right this second. Cake practically jumps at the chance, convinced this is the perfect way to throw a celebration. He turns down Gleg's offer for Stella to cook, and can't wait to fire up his brand new kitchen himself. Gleg bursts into excited motion, sprinting off to grab his wife and daughter for this sudden, impromptu party. Cake grins as he watches Gleg run, same blazing rhythm as Nenah, and its energy he's begging to learn. All alone now, Kake rushes to the kitchen, whipping up drinks so his guests are taken care of. Right after that, Nenah and Stella show up and blast him with bright, cheerful waves. Stella frets that she's intruding, but Kake brushes it off and insists it's totally fine. Stella grins so brightly she practically lights up the room as she happily accepts his invitation to come inside. Right when they're about to step in, Nenah thrusts her hand up and stops them dead in their tracks. She proudly blares Kake's brutal no-shoes rule to her totally baffled parents. Cake bursts into laughter as his new pint-sized helper confidently lays down the house rules. Nenah jabs a finger at the slippers and tells them they've got to wear them inside. Turns out his slipper rule is a total home run. Every single person in the family buys in. They step into the living room and the whole place hits them like a warm wave, cozy, transformed, and breathtaking. Nenah bursts into cheers because that empty space is finally a real, beautiful home now. Gleg impressed leans in and tells Kake, seriously, your furniture taste is way better than I expected. Cake can't believe it. Back in his old life, he never would have had the guts to own a houseplant. Then it hits him Stella's in this stunned silence, like something just ripped through her mind. He leaned in and asked what was wrong, noticing she clapped a hand over her mouth and stared at the floor. Her eyes light up like the night sky as she tilts her head back and breathes, amazing. Her fierce reaction blasts out of nowhere, leaving Keiki and Gleg stunned to the core. She's blown away by the capital's state-of-the-art kitchen, like it's something straight out of a dream. Kaki can't stop buzzing with excitement, while Gleg grumbles that it's probably ridiculously expensive. She blurts out an apology for her overexcited outburst, but Kake shuts her down with reassurance, saying it's totally fine. He grins and tells her, anytime you want, my kitchen's yours, just walk in. While they laugh and chat like old friends, Gleg keeps his eyes locked on them, wearing a deep, thinking look. Gleg finally decides it's time. Him and Nenah are going to tear into the rest of the house and see what's waiting. They bolt away, totally brushing off Stella's furious protests about barging into someone's home. Cake leans in, tells the apologetic Stella, don't sweat it, then pushes them to start cooking. Kaki tells them he cooked some food at his place, packed it up, and brought it with him. He and Stella lean over a huge wicker basket brimming with provisions, staring down like it's a lifeline. Kake bursts out with a joyful wah the second he spots the food. In that basket, he's got a steaming potato and milk potage, plus a bunch of fresh bread loaves stacked up and ready to be devoured. Stella sets out roasted venison and Kake lights up, practically begging for more. He sits back and realizes this world, just like Japan, has 4 distinct seasons too. Stella leans in and asks what else he's about to cook up for their housewarming party. He tells them to kick things off before Gleg and Nenah get too hungry. In his brand new kitchen, Kake and Stella dive into cooking the meal together, side by side. Stella's jaw drops when she sees just how packed Cake's pantry is with spices and seasonings. He deftly fires up a magical heating element, sparks the stove to life, then lights Nenah up. Nenah's orders fly straight into Kake's hands, and he shows off his razor-sharp knife skills in the kitchen. Stella couldn't help but gush. He really knew his way around the kitchen, didn't he? He shrugs off the compliment like, nah, I'm just used to it, because living alone taught him how to live with it. Stella insists that the fact he can cook for himself is still an insanely impressive skill. Kake's cheeks burn a little, but your heartfelt praise hits her right in the chest. He can't shake the awkward feeling that Stella's husband, Gleg, never lifts a finger to help her cook. He can't help but wonder if Gleg cherishes his family so deeply that it sparked this kind of fierce devotion. He boldly insists, without a shred of doubt, that Gleg is a real family man. A shadowy figure with narrowed eyes leans out from the corner, glaring like it's about to strike. Kake squeals in fake shock, making Bestella jump and startling the Gleg lurking nearby. Gleg shouts Kake, completely thrown off by the sudden chaos. Cake laughs and tells his friend to take a breather while he jumps in and takes over. He can't help but wonder what's going on as Nenah storms up to him with a face full of seriousness. Nenah says her dad got grumpy because Cake and her mom were suddenly hitting it off. Cake's cheeks heat up as he smirks. He suddenly realizes Gleg was jealous. He blurts out that it's scorching, and Nenah immediately snaps, "Hey, are you okay?" Keiki and Nenah huddle up and secretly lean over the counter to spy on Gleg and Stella. Gleg yelps that he just burned himself, and Stella gently calls him out for being so clumsy. Kake and Nenah lock eyes and soak in the couple's sweet moment, smiling with hearts full of warmth. Cake leans in and whispers that her parents look like the sweetest, most perfect couple imaginable. Nenah straight up declares that when she finally ties the knot, she wants a love just like the one they have. Cake's mind reels when she hears this heartfelt wish, and the terrifyingly mature side of it hits her like a punch. He can't stop thinking that girls her age are already knee-deep in stuff like this. Nenah beams and calls Kake to cook with her, and he agrees without even a second thought. The moment has arrived. Holland Village is about to light up and celebrate Kake's brand new life. The entire family clinks their glasses and cheers their way through a happy housewarming toast. Nenah urges her father to taste Kake's cooking, and Gleg beams as he gladly digs in. Kake and Nenah both dive in, tearing into a huge bite of that stir-fry. Their faces snap from calm to total, jaw-dropping shock, like the whole world just flipped upside down. Gleg snaps that the vegetables are undercooked and somehow way too tough to even chew. Stella watches the culinary disaster unfold, grinning like she totally saw it coming. Later that night, Cake leans in and tells Gleg, "Let's practice cooking together." The next chapter kicks off with soft birdsong drifting through the morning air. Cake's eyes snap wide open the second he wakes up in his brand new bed. He jolts upright, stunned and briefly lost in the strange surroundings. "Yeah, that's right," he mutters, snapping back to his senses and remembering exactly where he is. He's settled inside his own home in the calm, beautiful Holland Village, where everything feels peaceful until the next moment hits. He cranks up a magical heating element and brings the water to a roaring boil for his morning drink. Mug in hand, he slides open the balcony door and steps into the night air. He slumps against the railing and stares out at the peaceful, serene mountains, lost in the view. That far-off church steeple hits your eyes like lightning, pure, breathtaking beauty. He takes a sip and lets the silence hit, pure luxury, like the world finally slows down just for him. He compares it to his own capital home, where nobody ever snaps at him for walking around or grabbing a drink. He grins, feeling like this cozy little house is finally his own personal kingdom. He sits back and marvels at how perfectly his two-wheel life clicks into place. After he finishes his drink, he shoves the empty mug and plate into the sink. He decides to step outside and shake the tension out of his body for a breather. He shoots his arms wide and rolls his back to wake up, fresh morning air snapping at his skin. A warm, cheerful voice suddenly yells his name, right out of nowhere. Nenah sprints up to him, waving like crazy and shouting good morning with all her heart. He steps right up to her and asks what she's doing awake at this ungodly hour. She can't help but stare, wondering what wild exercises he's been doing to loosen up. Still not fully getting it, she blurted out with bright excitement that she wants to jump right in. He orders her to copy every single one of his moves, and she lights up with a bright, excited yes. He pulls her into a side stretch and calls out 1, 2, 3, 4 like they're on a countdown. They keep the beat going, counting loud from 5 all the way to 8. Next, they smoothly stretch their arms and count 1, 2, 3, 4, like they're warming up for something big. Nenah bursts into laughter at his bizarre moves, then fires back, "Is this your first time?" He says it feels refreshing, and she can't help laughing at how pumped he is. She's bummed it's over, but then she admits, no joke, that it ended up being way more fun than she expected. A calm voice politely greets Kake and wishes him a good morning. Stella is the one who rushes in to apologize because Nina's been pestering him way too early. Kake swears it's his own pleasure because he's downright thrilled just being in her company. Stella can't believe how much brighter and more energized Nina has become since he showed up. She leans in and reminds her daughter to wrap up her chores, and Nina nods and agrees. Nina and Stella give him a big wave and shout that they'll catch up with him later. Kake shoots back a massive grin and waves like they're greeting a friend. He's left standing there alone in the hush of the morning, staring into the stillness like the world just went silent. A bead of sweat blooms on his forehead as he finally realizes just how much he's loved having them around. He realizes something hits hard. Nina really has been right there with him the whole time, keeping him company every step of the way. He clenches his fists and tells himself these slow moments matter more than ever. He suddenly remembers Glegg's crazy plan, grilling sausages right over an open fire. He drops into his seat and decides it's still a little too soon for that. He hunts down a quiet, shady patch under a tree and finally lets himself breathe. He thinks to himself that kicking back in the shade feels downright perfect. He shuts his eyes tight and this sweet, blissful smile spreads across his face. He remembers Glegg's idea to fire up the sausages, then brushes it off and calls it a morning problem. He throws his gaze upward, watching the leaves above him rustle like they're whispering secrets. He sprawls under the canopy, soaking up the deep, peaceful quiet like it's pure gold. Then bam, one brilliant idea hits him out of nowhere. He stands on a winding forest path, and a ruthless plan starts taking shape in his mind. He stretches a comfy hammock tight between two rock-solid trees. All right, he beams, proud of how it turned out, and then asks, "Come on, doesn't this look amazing?" He remembers snatching the rope and fabric from the Emilio company. He can't help but feel a little nervous because it's handmade, but when he sees it up close, it looks solid and built to last. He grits his teeth and goes for it anyway, praying the outcome is good. He plops into the hammock and immediately realizes, against all odds, it feels weirdly, insanely comfortable. A wild, wondrous shock hits him out of nowhere, like the universe just kicked open the door. He feels utterly weightless, like he's floating out in deep space with nothing holding him down. Lying there in his brand new hammock, Kake can't stop wondering if he's secretly a genius. He grins, stunned that this kind of luxury was never even on his wildest dreams back in his old life. A soft breeze brushes the leaves, turning that calm moment into something downright magical. Way up high, a pair of birds cuts through the blazing blue sky, soaring like it owns the clouds. He lies there perfectly calm, hands folded over his chest like the whole forest is his sanctuary. Golden sunlight blasts through the forest's thick canopy, turning every leaf into a glowing shield. With a calm look, he watches one lone leaf tumble past on the breeze. He shuts his eyes and lets himself melt into pure, blissful calm. The forest feels like a peaceful sanctuary, drenched in gorgeous beams of light. A bright, cheerful voice suddenly shouts his name, and he's caught off guard when they ask what he's doing. Kake jolts awake, eyes flying open in sheer shock as Nina leans right over him, staring down. He admits she totally caught him off guard and asks, "Are you done with your chores yet?" He blurts out an apology, admitting he'd been so relaxed he completely forgot where he was. Nenah admits she was only curious, because he looked like he was having the time of his life. She asks if she can try the hammock, and Kake jumps at the chance. He tells her to jump in, promising he'll keep it steady just for her. Nina lets out a burst of pure joy, laughing like she just can't believe how ridiculously fun this is. Kate gives her a tender shove, and as Stella watches, her laughter bubbles out like sunshine. Stella leaned in and asked Nina, "Have you had enough fun?" Then snapped, "All right, it's time to go." Nina practically bounces with excitement and begs her mom to climb onto that fun hammock and try it for herself. Kake hands Stella the hammock, and Stella smiles and thanks him for the kindness. Stella hesitates for a beat, and a shy blush creeps across her cheeks. She finally says yes and slips over to the hammock, stepping with cautious care. As she settles in, Nina can't help smiling while she tells her just how good it feels. She shuts her eyes and agrees with Nina. Peace washes over her in the best way. Kake and Nina just sit there, watching Estella's rocks drift and settle, totally at ease, like nothing in the world could rattle them. A calm silence hangs in the air while the hammock swings gently through the peaceful woods. They quickly realize Stella had been knocked completely out cold. Nina gasps in amazement, whispering, "Mom, did you fall asleep?" Stella jolts awake, cheeks burning with embarrassment, because she's caught herself slacking on the job. Kake leans in and gently tells them, "That's enough, time to stop playing for today." Nina yanks at her hair in pure frustration, refusing to let the good time slip away. He breaks it down like this: crops are living things, so they don't just grow, they exist for a purpose. Nenah swings her hand in farewell and tells Cake, "Let me use the hammock again real soon, okay?" Cake swings her wave back with a bright, warm smile, whispering, "I'll see you again." He quietly replays his own words about crops being alive, like they're staring back at him. In his old life, he never had pets, so he knew just how brutal the road ahead would be. He spots Stella and Nenah plotting out their self-sufficient way of life. Out in the country, he finally stares at his own life and realizes, holy hell, he knows nothing about this world. He bounces out of the hammock, and a fresh idea snaps into place in his head. He wants a feeling that belongs to him, only him. He imagines himself tending his very own patch of land, like it's already his. He pictures a little house tucked right in the middle of grapevines, thriving and lush in every direction. He jolts upright, a wild urge blazing in him to try it firsthand. He steels himself, drops the excuses, and goes all in on his new dream. For the rest of today, he finally chooses to kick back and relax. The sweet little village of Holland sits in a quiet mountain valley, peaceful as if nothing in the world could ever disturb it. Gleg bursts in all fired up and demands a turn, shattering his quiet in an instant. Cake can only drag out a tired sigh as his peaceful day finally slips away. He decides he'll teach Gleg how to make one soon. After Nenah Cake sparks the idea, he decides he's going to start growing crops. He spots Gleg in his own garden, closes the distance, and demands advice like it's urgent. Gleg leaned in and asked what was wrong, because Kake was staring at the field like he'd seen a ghost. Gleg's grin blooms as he clocks it. Kake is itching to give farming a shot. He shoots his hand up, offering to help his friend kick off the project right away. Gleg fires off a question about how it's going, and Kake, straight up, admits he's a complete beginner. Gleg leans in and tells everyone the best move is to kick things off with something simple. Cake shoots a question: is there a crop you'd recommend for a total beginner? Gleg clocks how often Kok jets off to the capital on his work trips. He pitches low-maintenance crops like lakes or even that world's gamo. Stella drops in right on time, and Kake lights up with a warm smile. Gleg nods along with Stella's plan and tells Kake he'll show her their fields. Kake freezes as he stares at a massive, sprawling sea of lakes stretching out for miles. He blurts out that it's an absolutely insane field, and you can already smell it hanging in the air. He frets about whether he'll pull it off, but Stella shuts his worries down. She's like, "You'll be fine." She explains you can even grow lakes right in tiny pots and buckets. With a surge of confidence, Kake can't help but grin. This looks doable, at least for him. He can't wait. Gleg's offering a freshly harvested leek, and he dives in without hesitation. He leans in, breath held, as Gleg digs up treasure straight from the rich earth. Gleg shoved that massive leek into his hands, and the sheer size and thick, heavy weight of it left him staring. Cake's jaw drops at how absolutely massive the fresh leek is. He asks if it's really that huge, and Gleg shrugs it off like, "Yeah, this is normal around here." Cake's staring at it like, "No way, it's got to be at least 3 times thicker than I ever imagined." He points out that in other regions, the creatures are way smaller and stretched out thin. He can't shake the feeling that everyone else thinks it's normal, while he's the oddball for staring at just how huge it all is. Gleg leans in and dares him to go for it raw, swearing it'll taste absolutely delicious. Cake flashes a polite smile and grabs the leek his friend hands him, like it's no big deal. He hesitates for a split second, then digs in with a hearty bite of the raw vegetable. His eyes snap wide, and he blurts out that it's unbelievably sweet. He swears it tastes like straight-up fruit, and there isn't a hint of that nasty, pungent smell anywhere. Leeks are a total kitchen MVP. Toss them in almost anything, and they'll make the whole dish taste better. He declares, "I'm planting leeks, so I can chow down on them every single day." Stella even pushes for them to check out the gymo fields, too. Cake blurted, "What the heck is a gamo?" and the way he asked made it crystal clear it wasn't from his world. Stella swears they're delicious and pushes him to plant them in his garden right away. They march toward another gigantic field blanketed in lush, leafy green plants. While they're staring at the breathtaking view, Stella suddenly lines in and offers to dig one up for him. Gleg insists the Jaima plants are practically unkillable, tough, resilient, and built to endure anything. They can still survive even with barely any care at all, which makes them insanely convenient. Gleg thinks getting these is even easier than likes. Cake couldn't ask for a better target. Stella digs up a fresh guillemot and brings it out, completely shocking the khaki. He grips it tight, staring at its long, skinny shape like it's a giant sweet potato. Stella fires a warning that it has to be cooked, and then hands it to him like a precious gift. She grins and tilts her head, asking him what he thinks of their local crops. Gleg nods along, thrilled, because growing both leeks in Gamo, that's the genius move. Stella steps in, hands him every seed and seedling he needs without hesitation. Gleg leans in and reassures him, saying they've got more than enough, so he can stop stressing, period. He tells Kake, anytime you need help, call me, and I'll be there. Kake can't shake the feeling that he's already gotten more than enough help from them. The very first steps of his brand new farming life are about to kick off. Cake crouches over his plans and painstakingly measures every inch for the new garden plot he's building. He scans the surroundings, grinning because the space is exactly the size Greg promised. He knows that kicking things off with a massive field would be a total nightmare to control. With a bright grin lighting up his face, he decides to kick things off by tackling the brutal job of weeding. He plants himself in front of that wild, overgrown strip of earth, rolling up his sleeves like he's about to start the job for real. For a brief moment, he goes quiet and stares down the terrifying challenge waiting for him. A brilliant plan hits him, and he shoots his hand forward, chanting, "Space Rend." In the blink of an eye, an unseen force tears straight through the thick weeds like a blade. He can't believe how effortless it all feels. Then he wonders, did the god who handed him this power really mean for it to end up as a gardening tool? The magic sped him up like crazy, but he can still see those roots stubbornly hanging on. He still has to dig into the earth, tilling the soil until the garden bed is perfectly ready. He dives into brutal work, flipping the stubborn earth with nothing but raw strength. He flashes on using a space warp to magically plow the soil in the blink of an eye. But he instantly shuts the thought down because he knows it would be a disastrous move. If he makes everything come too easily, then the work itself loses its meaning. Just then, Gleg bursts in and offers to share some of his fertilizer. He's stunned Kake is already tilling, and he can't believe it, blurting out, "How'd you finish weeding that fast?" Cake sheepishly confesses he couldn't resist and had a little too much fun with his handy magic. Gleg, who'd never laid eyes on it before, leaned in and demanded a demonstration with pure, unstoppable excitement. Kake nods and agrees to show him, then breaks it down fast. It works just like this. He rips loose another space ring and wipes out the last of the weeds in a blink. Gleg's face twists into wild, comical shock as the insanely powerful magic show lights up the world. He can't contain his excitement, blurts to Kake how awesome it was, then pushes for a chance to see it again, right now. Two men buzz with excitement, like kids at a carnival, trading theories about the magic trick. Gleg looks at Kake's magic and declares it truly fascinating, then his excitement comes roaring to life. Cake grins and reminds him in a teasing tone about that fertilizer he was promised. Gleg heaves a heavy sack onto his shoulder, and Kake bursts out thanking him for the generous gift. A crafty, sly glint snaps into Gleg's eyes in an instant. He hands over the fertilizer, but only if Kake weeds his garden in exchange. Kake's jaw drops as everything flips on him, his friends pulling the ultimate bait-and-switch. He finally caves, promising to haul off and clear a space the exact size of the fertilizer he'll use. Then he cracks the silence with a laugh and admits it was all a joke. Gleg finally exhales in relief, and Kake lights up with a big grin, ready to help him tackle the weeding. Gleg admits it's brutally hard, and it's almost always Stella who takes the hit and carries the job. Cake cuts in and reassures him, reminding him he hasn't even struck a deal with a real merchant yet. Stella's voice rings out in the distance, her laugh slicing through the air as she declares that real merchants are way more terrifying. Kake watches Gleg finally unwind, but his own thoughts snap into something far more serious. He can't stop thinking about this village, the amazing family that welcomed him like they'd known him forever. He can't stop thinking about the fact that he's only ever been the one who gets their kindness, never the one who gives it. Gazing at the breathtaking scenery, he pledges to find the right way to repay them properly. He can't stop thinking about how his one-of-a-kind power could finally make a real difference for them. Chapter 16 slams onto the screen as his brand new garden comes into view. The very next day, a shovel comes crashing down and bites deep into the freshly tilled earth. Kake, towel draped around his neck, leans on his shovel and decides to steal a quick breather. He replays yesterday's chaos in his head and relives the dinner he shared with Gleg's family. He's planted on his porch, staring out at a calm morning landscape that feels almost too peaceful for what's coming next. A tiny, satisfied smile blooms on his lips as he drinks in the view. He stares across the land he carved out with his own hands, piece by piece. He finally lets out a rush of pride because it's starting to look like a real garden at last. He can't help but think this feels like a breath of fresh air compared to his usual grind. He realizes this simple physical grind has hooked him so hard it's turned into his brand new hobby. He's stunned to realize he's absolutely loving every second he spends building that garden. Two elderly figures stride up to his doorstep, and as morning light spills over everything, they greet him with nothing but warm, welcoming smiles. Kake spots them right away. There's no doubt it's Gleg and Tira's parents. She blurts out a heartfelt apology for not properly introducing herself the last time they met. With a bright, warm smile, she introduces herself as Angelica, and beside her, her husband, Griff. Cake drops into bow and blurts out an apology for not greeting them sooner, now that he's officially a resident. Angelica flashes him a warm smile and tells him to drop the formal stuff, no need to stress. She blurts out an apology for popping up out of nowhere while he's busy rushing in and getting everything moved in. Kake leans in and tells her, "Don't worry, my preparations are already done." Griff, ever the practical farmer, leans in and asks Kake what he's planning to grow. Cake tells them he'll start with the easy stuff first, like gamo and the lakes. Griff leaned back and studied the garden bed from afar, quietly impressed by how ready it all looked. He steps out onto the freshly tilled earth and fires off some hard-earned expert advice. He tells Kake to lift the gamo bed a little higher. He tells them the roots reach out far and wide, so they're gonna need way more space. Kake claps his hands in relief, then thanks him again and again for the tip, like he just saved himself. Griff swings in with a housewarming gift and hands it to him. Cock blurts out what it is and Griff grins and tells him, this is a thank you gift for all the help he gave. Angelica jumps in, hands over her own homemade gift, fresh butter and rich, creamy cheese. Kake's stunned speechless. She blurts that the dish looks incredible and smells absolutely heavenly. He asked if Griff just maybe cooked that gorgeous dish himself. Angelica beams and proudly declares that Griff's family are master artisans, famous for crafting exquisite dishware. Cock stares at Griff in awe, then beams and swears he'll cherish that awesome, super useful gift forever. A tiny, barely there smirk of pride flickers across Griff's stone-still face. He snaps off the praise with a gruff nah, and Angelica immediately teases him for acting all shy. Kake can't stop thinking it. Griff looks downright stern the moment he comes into view. But then it hits him, the old man isn't scary at all, just awkward, and deep down he's genuinely kind. Cake leans in and asks Angelica if she's the one raising cows and sheep too. She leans in and confirms it like a secret. Yep, they've got a mountain of sheep, and their milk turns into that legendary cheese. Kake says raising livestock sounds amazing, and Angelica jumps in. Sheep are the easiest thing to take care of. He says they're great for eating too, and Angelica lights up with a warm, approving smile. She tells Cake, when you've got a moment, try raising some. Right before they head out, Griff leans in and tells him to go all in and give his new life everything he's got. Kake belts out a huge, heartfelt shout of thanks to both of them. That night his brand new home is dead quiet, calm as anything, the whole sky glittering with stars above him. He whips up a feast with the gifts, then blurts out that every single dish looks mouth-watering. He drags in every bite of that buttery, cheesy goodness, tasting straight-up proof of the village's bounty. He's blown away by the sheer craftsmanship in Griff's dish. A serious, thoughtful look sweeps across his face as he savors every bite of his meal. He suddenly realizes this whole village is run like a machine. Every single person has a vital job that keeps everything moving. Gleg mans the guard post while Stella and Nenah hit the fields as farmers. The whole village bands together, and every single person brings their own rare skill to the table. He realizes with a heavy punch in his chest that for all his special magic, he still has zero real-world skills. He can't help but ask, what about me? Where do I fit in all this? He stares out at the endless land thinking, how am I supposed to help everyone for real? Two tiny birds burst into chirps on a branch, soaking in the bright morning light. Cock steps onto his porch, stares out at his brand new home, and locks his eyes on the whole village stretching beyond. He lets out a tiny yawn and shakes off the last scraps of sleep like they're clinging to him. A voice he knows like an old friend calls out from off-screen, "Good morning, Cret." Village Chief Reloy greets Cake with a warm, knowing smile that feels like he already understands every move. She rushes out a sincere apology for the early stop, then asks if he's finally settling in okay. Kake starts denying everything, slapping on a slightly forced smile like it can hold the cracks together. He stands right in front of her, grinning as he swears the whole village is thriving and everything is perfect. Reloy spots right through the mask, catches the turmoil in his eyes, and demands the truth. Cock lets out a tiny sigh and basically confesses she's already seen right through him. He tells you that Gleg's parents, Angelica and Griff, came by to see him the very day before. During their visit, he keeps talking, and they hit him with a housewarming gift like it was the grand finale. He lit up at their thoughtful gift, but the joy didn't last, because it instantly sent his mind racing. Standing on his own property, he blurts out his awe, wondering what in the world he's meant to be in Holland Village. A burning urge won't leave him alone. He's determined to pay back every kindness this village has ever shown him. Still, he can't shake the ache. He hates that he lacks the skill to make anything with a real heart like they do. He remembers that rush of being accepted, but it feels like all he ever does is give his heart and get nothing back. Riley listens without a word, reading every bit of his longing to finally stake his place in the village. Kake tells them straight up that this urge to contribute hits him like an unstoppable need. She smiles warmly and tells him there's no reason to rush like that. Cake's brow furrows as she stares at the girl, demanding to know what she means by don't rush. Riley tells them straight up, this quiet village barely gives its young people any chances to grow. She remembers Gleg and Tyra tearing out of their home, chasing adventure and striking it rich. Kaki sits there lost in thought and realizes they both ended up as adventurers, straight up chasing the thrill of the capital. He admits he craves the peaceful, quiet life, but he knows it's not something everyone can or wants to live with. Then he blurts out half to himself, at 27, do I still count as young? Riley straight up points out that the people from the capital picked his village, and it leaves him stunned. She tells him that just picking to live here is all it takes, because it's enough to make them happy. Cake freezes for a second, shocked by who we actually means. Riley remembers that even Gleg's parents were over the moon when he showed up. A kid from the outside, she's bringing fresh heat and a whole new pulse to the village. So she grabs his shoulders and tells him to quit stressing over his part. With a deep, burning warmth in her voice, she hands him her most important advice: first, live your life. Her words slam him straight into a vivid memory of his late father's final wish. Cake's jaw drops as he hears his father's words echo back with terrifying, perfect precision. Tears burned in his eyes as he swallowed his pride and gave her wisdom a desperate, heartfelt yes. Gazing over the beautiful village below, he can't help but feel pure gratitude washing over him. As Riley steps away, she tells herself he needs to stop holding it all together and finally let his guard down. She muses that chasing answers in a frenzy almost never ends well, then she just knows he'll find his way. Cake strides down the path, stopping every few steps to soak in the deep wisdom that only age can hand you. He jerks to a halt, and whatever's lurking in the near distance snatches his attention instantly. He spies lush green vines sprawling inside a massive glass-baned building. He spots the layout instantly and realizes it's a greenhouse. Through the glass, he stares at rows of plants heavy with dark, juicy fruit. His face bursts into pure joy the second he recognizes him. No way. He spots it in a split second, a tomato field right there, and he can't believe how close it is. Because tomatoes are his absolute favorite, he's buzzing with hope. He wants to grab some from the owner. He leans in for a closer look, and suddenly something about the fruit feels way off. He takes one look and realizes their shape is weirdly, unmistakably different. They're carved like onions, glossy and deep-toned, glowing with a rich, beautiful color. He thrusts his hand through the open doorway, instantly hooked by the one-of-a-kind produce. A razor-sharp commanding voice suddenly blares his name, cutting through the air like a command he can't ignore. A shovel blade flashes into view and he immediately freezes, then the alarm blares. A young man steps up to him, barking, "What are you doing?" and demanding answers right now. The farmer lunges in and warns him, "Don't you dare touch those tomatoes." He snaps and says he's reporting Kake for stealing tomatoes. The title page slams the scene like a spotlight, "Get out, you tomato thief." Cake's cheeks burn as he blurts out, "Wait, are you talking about me?" He blurts that it's all a misunderstanding, pulled in hard by the bizarre shape. The farmer squints at him, loaded with suspicion, and clocks that he's never seen that face before. He demands to know if Kake's from around here, and Kake confirms it without hesitation. Kake steps forward and introduces himself as Kret, brand new in the village and ready to make his mark. The farmer snorts, instantly clocking Kake as the strange transplant from the capital. Cake shoots a shocked look because he can't believe people know about him. Then the farmer shrugs and says it's basically common knowledge. The farmer calls him an eccentric for ditching the city and running straight into country life. Kake keeps it to herself, but the farmer's sharp mouth clearly grates on her nerves. He fights to prove his love for the village, but that farmer still won't be convinced. The farmer closes the distance and he admits, surprisingly, Kake is way easier to talk to than anyone expected. He flashes a small smirk, and suddenly Kake doesn't look half as bad anymore. Kake's got that smug smile, and she asks, right out loud, if that was her way of getting a compliment. The farmer swallowed his pride and apologized for doubting him, then blamed it all on the harsh troubles that have been wrecking his life lately. Cake asks if there are any bad people nearby, and the farmer snaps back that it's outsiders causing the trouble. The farmer's face hardens as he remembers exactly what set him off. He snaps the topic mid-conversation and blurt out, "So, how old is Kake?" Cake shrugs off the question and says he's 27, and the farmer is left completely stunned. The farmer grumbles that Kake looks way older than he's acting, then snaps at him to drop the whole thing. Kake can't help but wonder, does this farmer look younger than Gleg, or is it just that Gleg's got an old-looking face? Then the farmer finally straight up asks, "So who the heck is Kakeya?" He flashes a confident grin and introduces himself right to Olga, the tomato farmer. He leans in and admits he's only 22, rare for someone so young, and then tells them to ditch all the formalities. Cake's face lit up with pure joy. He had no idea someone his age was even in the village. He finally admits it, he's been craving a friend his age, someone who's close enough to truly connect. He grins and thrusts his hand out, ready to kick off a brand new friendship. Olga nods, her mischievous grin flashing like she's up to something. They lock hands in a solid, friendly grip and hold on like they mean it. Kake suddenly feels a wet squish spreading across his palm. He glances down and sees his hand smeared in crushed tomato pulp. Olga turns away fast, choking back a burst of laughter as he blurts out his apology. He shoots a sly grin and admits, right to your face, that he did it on purpose. Cake smirks, already realizing Olga's a total little prankster. Even after the prank, he's convinced he and Olga can turn this into real friendship. While they scrub their hands clean, Cake leans in and asks all about those rare, one-of-a-kind tomatoes. Olga's face twists in confusion. She can't even tell what he's asking. He swears these are just regular tomatoes, nothing special, not a single thing weird. Kake insists that the tomatoes he knows are way more perfectly round. Olga tells everyone, "I only know the kinds I grow with my own hands." He tells them straight up, he can only sell to villages close by, he can't travel any farther than that. Kake nods, and you can practically feel him getting how brutal the logistics in this world really are. He weighs the dangers Olga would face if she dared to travel all the way to that far-off city. Kake snaps his head toward Olga, and the first spark of a plan starts to ignite. He jabs at the greenhouse and asks if he can have just one little taste. Olga snaps into protest, demanding he stop and wait. With a gentle thump, a lone tomato pops into existence right in Kake's hand. Olga's eyes go wide as Kake grips an unripe fruit and just stares her down. Olga hands Cake one of his prized tomatoes, and Cake eagerly takes it like it's treasure. Kake grips that rare dark fruit in his hands, staring at it with laser-sharp focus like his life depends on what it hides. He can't believe how heavy it feels, and this faint, earthy smell clings to it like it's been dug up from the ground. Caught in his own thoughts, he runs his gaze over its smooth skin, until Olga barges in and yanks him back. With an irritated glare, Olga snaps at him to quit staring and just dig in. Kake digs in with a huge bite, and the skin snaps apart with a crisp, satisfying crack. His eyes go huge with shock, and he blurts out that the sweetness hits hard, then the sharp acidity slaps right after. A blissful smile bursts across his face as he savors that incredible taste like it's the best thing he's ever felt. Olga acts totally unfazed, then leans in and asks what his final verdict is. Cake practically exploded with excitement, blurting out that it was unbelievably delicious. He swears that this is the best tomato he's ever tasted in his whole life. Olga tried to mask her proud grin, then just smirked. Is that so? He admits he's dead sure the flavor will hit, especially if it's coming from some city kid. Cake can't help but realize Olga is genuinely thrilled that his hard work is being praised so sincerely. He doesn't buy the sweet talk, he knows that tomato is a full-on masterpiece. That insane level of quality all traces back to the one thing Olga poured into it, every single bit of her focus. But Kake spots a deadly flaw. Olga still doesn't have a clue what it's really worth. He's convinced his new friend could do way more than this, but something keeps slamming the brakes. It feels criminal for something this good to get trapped in some tiny village. Olga snaps him out of his spiral, demanding, "Why are you suddenly acting so serious?" Cake stared at him and the thought hit like a sting. What a delicious thing, and yet it wasn't being shared. He leans in and asks Olga if she really doesn't want more people to get a taste of his tomatoes. Olga admits it's real, then shuts the idea down fast, calling it an impossible dream. Kake's thoughts sprint, picturing his name stamped into the sweet, irresistible scent of profit. Olga tells him, I get the gesture, but you've got to understand, it's just impossible. He knows the big city would rake in profits, but for now, that dream is totally out of reach. He swats the whole idea away like a bedtime story, insisting Holland is nothing but a sleepy backwater village. Cake fires back with absolute conviction, insisting this is totally, completely false. He boldly declares he'll turn August Tomatoes into a nationwide sensation. Olga's jaw drops as she blurts, Are you serious? And Kake leans in to confirm, Yes, I am. He kicks off the conversation and reveals it. He's got a special power that lets him make it happen. He finally clocks that he's got a one-of-a-kind way to help the village thrive and get richer. A sharp idea hits him. He suddenly realizes he can link these two worlds together. He gazes across the calm little village that's finally become his home. Then it hits him, only one city, only one bridge, and it's one he's the only one capable of building. Kake swears action beats words and corners Olga, demanding to know what he's been saying. He demanded to know what Olga would say if they could reach the capital in an instant. With a cocky grin, he leans in and asks if his new friend's brave enough to take the shot. Before Olga can even reply, he stammers out a confused, huh, like his brain just short-circuited. In the blink of an eye, they're suddenly planted on a paved street in the grand capital. Nearby, a young woman with ear-like bear hums a bright, cheerful tune. Kersha, the guild receptionist, bursts into a joyful skip, practically glowing as she revels in her day off. She clings to the memory of those gut-wrenching days at the guild, all because Kake's new business turned everything upside down. But today's a holiday, and she's dead set on wiping work from her mind once and for all. She strides up to a street vendor with a bright grin, then calls out for an ice cream. Right out of nowhere, Kake and Olga appear in front of her, and she lets out a terrified scream. She jerks back, stunned to the bone, while Kake snaps, What are you doing here? Olga's still stunned. She spits out an apology for the teleport, then realizes it's real and he's not dreaming. He cranes his neck, eyes wide with awe, staring at the breathtaking reality of the Zephyr L castle. Cock scrambles to fix everything as Olga stands there, totally starstruck and blown away. He couldn't believe it. Somehow he'd really made the journey from the village all the way to the capital. Korsha darts her gaze between them and fires a question at Kake. Who is this mysterious stranger? She asks if Olga is really his friend, and the moment she sees a true beast person, her jaw drops in pure awe. With a razor-sharp professional smile, she introduces herself and makes a bold play to recruit Olga. Olga's instantly hooked, her cheeks flare with a blush at that cute business smile. Cake yanks him into place and tells Kersha, I've got to explain my magic to my friend. Kersha lanes in and asks Cake, so you really know the cute girl you're with? She flashes him a warm smile, practically beckoning Kake to come back to the guild anytime he wants. Kake flashes a grin and swears he'll definitely swing by again. With a sharp whoosh of displaced air, they disappear from sight, and Kersha can only stare up in disbelief. They suddenly pop back up across the calm, rolling hills around Holland Village. August lurches back onto the grassy ground, totally smashed with confusion. Cake calmly breaks it down, explaining that this is basically how his power works. He tells Olga that with his magic, distance doesn't stand a chance anymore. Olga studies him with fresh respect and admits, yeah, somehow it all makes sense now. He clamps his hands to his head, begging for a second to wrap his mind around the impossible. He agrees they can go, then shoots back, cool, so what's your plan to sell the tomatoes, Kake? Cake confidently names his trusted business contacts, and then lays out how his magic stays perfectly intact. Olga's still got one last worry, will his tomatoes actually sell in the big city? Cake stares at him, baffled, because that sudden wave of doubt just hit out of nowhere. He grins at Olga and taunts her, asking whether his first glimpse of the capital ever spooked him. Olga flinched hard, furious that Kake had struck right on the nerve. He snaps at Kakata to shut up and wipes a bead of sweat off his brow. He demands to know exactly what kind of benefit Kaki is pulling from all this. Kake proclaims his one and only mission, to make the village prosper and rise like never before. He lanes in and tells Olga that helping the village is his own personal reward. He shuts his eyes tight, and the home he finally found floods his mind. He opens up about how much he truly loves the village, and swears he wants to be useful, not just pass through. He's stuck on this thought back when he had absolutely nothing. This place gave him everything. He refuses to quit, so he's going all in, trying every move he can before he ever throws in the towel. He bursts out, absolutely convinced that Holland's vegetables are about to become famous all over the country. He whips around to Olga, back turned for one beat, and quietly demands, "Trust me." Olga is left completely speechless, staring in shock at just how fiercely Keiki believes in everything. He rakes a hand through his hair, completely rattled, and the plea leaves him breathless and flustered. He tells Kake to stop acting so dramatic when he's trying to convince that other guy. Cookie whirls around and demands, "Do you want me to say my resolve again?" Olga grilled him one last time. Was he *100% sure those tomatoes would sell? Kake leans in with ironclad confidence and insists they'll absolutely sell. Olga stares, shocked because he's instantly and completely certain. Olga's face finally lights up with a slow, confident smile as he gives in and agrees. He says that if Kak is really that certain thing, then he's ready to take the risk and give it a shot. He's determined to test his tomatoes himself and prove they can make it all the way to the capital. Cake's face cracks into a massive, happy grin as he shouts Olga's name. Olga cuts in as he rubs his fingers together, and suddenly imaginary coins start raining down like she's calling the bluff. He argues loud and clear that farmers deserve to earn a real living too. Cake gives a gentle smile and nods like he's saying, "Yeah, money really is everything." Olga thrusts out his hand, ready to lock in their brand new business partnership for good. Kake watches with a warm, satisfied smile, her eyes bright with hope. Olga shoots him a look, counts on him to make good, and Kake shakes his hand, promising they'll deliver. Ornate floral patterns wrap the start of their brand new shared adventure, setting the tone for what's coming next. Olga swears the mud on Keki's hand wasn't a prank at all, it was a total accident. The very next day, a fresh, unstoppable chapter kicks off in calm Holland village. Young Nenah cranks the hand pump with unstoppable energy, blasting water into the bucket with every fierce splash. With a quiet shimmer in the air, Kaki suddenly vanishes and reappears right beside the startled girl. Nina's first shot zips right into a bright, unstoppable grin as she recognizes what she's seeing. Kake sprints up the path with a big smile, cheerfully waving at his young friend like they've got the best secret in the world. He asks whether her parents, Gleg and Stella, are around, and she just points toward the fields. Nenah huddles her hands to her mouth and screams for her parents. Kret is here to see them. After apologizing for the interruption, Kake hears Gleg wave it off and says it's no trouble at all. Cake makes it crystal clear his visit has absolutely nothing to do with his own garden. He lanes in and tells the curious couple, "Don't get it twisted, I'm here for something totally different." He gazes over those peaceful fields, already itching to drop his big, world-shaking proposal. Gleg can't believe his ears when Kake blurts out the idea of selling their crops in the capital. Gleg lounges in the garden, staring at their plain old vegetables, thinking, could these really sell? Cake shoots up to his feet and hammers home with pure conviction that their produce is anything but ordinary. He steadies himself for a beat, then braces to lay out his argument with total conviction. He can't stop gushing about how massive, thick, and unbelievably sweet those leeks are. Gleg's jaw drops at how wildly intense Kak is about their everyday vegetables. Kake also raves about the Gamo potatoes, saying they're super easy to grow. Up close, the Gamo leaves flaunt their one-of-a-kind checkered pattern in full, jaw-dropping detail. Gleg suddenly realizes that what feels ordinary to them is straight-up magic to Cake. Cake stands tall and proudly declares that he's already locked in the village chief's permission. He remembers the promise he made to Ryla, and you can feel it in every word. This is how he's paying it forward. He adds that the plan rolls in August tomatoes and a bunch of the village's best specialties too. Gleg jumps in, eyes wide, and blurts out to Cake, "So when did you meet that prickly farmer?" Nenah nearly bursts with excitement when she hears they're finally selling Olga's tomatoes too. She lights up with pure joy, practically gushing about how much she absolutely adores them. Cake grins with warmth, saying he loves them too, but then he snaps back to business. Gleg's smile vanished, and when he questioned Kake about her company ties, the seriousness hit like a switch flipping. Cake looks them in the eye and confirms it. He's with Emilio, and he's gonna sell through their company. Gleg freezes in disbelief when he realizes that name belongs to the most successful new merchant company. He finally admits he's heard of them, but he plays it cool like it's no big deal. He remembers the rumors. This company was growing at a speed that sounded straight up impossible. He's finally able to breathe easy, knowing a powerful, rock-solid company has his back. Cake locks eyes with his friend and begs him to say yes to the plan. Gleg grinned wide and swore he'd never, ever say no to his friend's request. He says that extra money would be an absolute game changer for them. Cake's face lights up with total gratitude as he thanks his friends again and again, like his heart can't stop pouring out thanks. He can't wait and blurts out, "So what other crops are the villagers proud of?" Glegg beams and offers to sweep him through the village's farms on an epic grand tour. The tour kicks off when Glegg proudly introduces Kake to another local farmer who's more than ready to brag. Cake grins as he devours a jaw-dropping slice of giant watermelon, sweet enough to feel unreal. They press on and stop to visit a stretch of tall, thriving corn. Fresh, vibrant produce gets piled in and you can tell at a glance this stuff is top tier. Back in his house, Kaki surveys the breathtaking haul he's pulled in, proud and buzzing from every last trophy. An ugly wave of anxiety crashes over him as he realizes he has to impress his business partner. He can't stop thinking about how brutally mouthwatering every single dish in the village tastes. He knows he has to pick his move carefully if he wants to leave Emilio with a powerful impression. His face tightens with iron resolve, and he realizes just how heavy this meeting truly is. He's convinced Emilio will finally hear him out, but he also knows his buddy is brutally, ruthlessly logical. Emilio refuses to play along unless the plan screams profit. If it doesn't, he cuts it off without a second thought. Kake knows the discussion tomorrow will decide whether this whole venture lives or dies. The very next day, the story whips straight into Zephyrel's massive, sprawling capital. Cake snaps back to his magnificent city mansion, this sleek modern stone fortress where everything looks like it belongs in a legend. Golden sunlight blasts through a huge, perfectly polished window pane. In his mind, Elsa knuckles down, scrubbing the window frame like her life depends on it. A calm, steady look stays locked on her face as she powers through her duties, laser-focused the whole time. Kake rockets into the room with a grin, shouting that he's back. Elsa whirls toward him, and her long hair whips and flows with the sudden snap of her movement. Kake freezes for a second, stunned that she stays so calm when someone suddenly shows up. She greets him at the door with flawless, professional grace and calls him master like it's second nature. He's blown away by how fast she's adapted, and he can't stop praising her insane competence. He leaned in and asked if anything was wrong, and she smiled back, saying everything's been quiet. LZ just listens as he tells everyone he's bolting out to meet Emilio at the company. She leans in and spills a major secret about his business partner. "Welcome back, Cret," then a warm, familiar voice crackles from the sofa nearby, like it already knows your name. Cake's jaw drops when he walks in and finds Emilio already kicked back, lounging in his drawing room. He can't believe how fast everyone started acting like his teleporting was totally normal. Emilio can't help but notice it. QK looks completely recharged after that stint in the village. He finally admits the truth. Sometimes jealousy claws at him because Cake's calm, rustic life just feels so peaceful. Cake slashes right through the conversation and blurts out that he's got something crucial he's dying to sell. Emilio's hooked. He leans in, eyes wide, and demands to know what Kake went and snagged back so fast. A dramatic boom, massive piles of fresh produce slam onto the floor like they've been dropped from the heavens. Emilio's jaw drops as he blurts, "What is this?" while Kake lays out the whole origin. Emilio lets out a sharp little scoff as he sizes up the pile. He's ready to bolt, but Kake lunges in and clings to him, begging him, please, just to wait. Kake pushes back hard, insisting he has to hear them out, because crops are still products, too. Emilio's smile flips into a razor-sharp glare as he demands to know whether the villagers set him up. He tells them point-blank if it's nothing but a favor, they're not walking away with profits. Cock slams his words down and makes it crystal clear. The villagers would never, ever ask for something like that. He swears up and down he'll never betray the village or Emilio. Emilio listens closely, and when he spots his friend's unshakable conviction, his whole gaze softens. He swallows his pride and apologizes for how rude he got, admitting he totally overstepped. He says the first thing you've got to do in business is take a hard, proper look at things before you make a move. With a grin that could melt hearts, he nods and agrees to hear Kake's entire business pitch. Kake's eyes light up like a spark as he's ready to pitch his big proposal to his friend. Emilio leans in, eyes sharp, as Kake fires up and lays out his entire plan. He nods once, and just like that, he fully gets what Kake's unique discovery is all about. He lets it slip that half these veggies are brand new to him, types he's never even laid eyes on before. Kak tells them the villagers think those mind-blowing crops are just normal. Emilio clocks a blind spot in his massive information web. And that's exactly why Kake snaps, now we have to sell them. He passionately lays out their whole business game plan, buy low, then sell high for big wins. Emilio breaks into a grin, amazed at how sharp his friend's new business skills are. He admits Kake is right and it finally clicks. He sees just how much power that potential holds. But he hammers the point home, taste is what matters most. Kake wears a grin of total confidence, and he nods along without hesitation. Emilio's figured out one thing for sure. No matter how smooth the sales pitch sounds, it's the taste that decides everything. That flavor hits like a weapon, so strong it convinces people without even trying. Kake knows this first leak's flavor will decide the whole damn future. Kake demands Emilio try the village's massive leek raw first. Emilio nods along, eyes widening at just how massive the leek is, then he goes in for a taste. He snaps a crisp white slice of leek into his mouth. A sharp, satisfying crunch fills the air as Kake stares, holding his breath for the verdict. A tight close-up catches Emilio's eyes snapping wide with pure, total shock. He blurts out that it's unbelievably sweet, and it just melts on his tongue like magic. Kake throws its versatility in Emilio's face as Emilio lights up, praising his razor-sharp marketing instincts. Emilio, suddenly curious, blurts out that he's dying to try the next tomato. With a sharp crunch, he rips off a huge bite of that one-of-a-kind tomato. He carefully picked the rich flavor pouring across his taste buds like a rush of pure satisfaction. A huge, blissful smile blooms across his face as he savors every last second of it. Emilio declares it sweeter than any fruit, and Kake nods like, yeah, this thing's moving. He raves about the tomato's deep, rich flavor, the kind that hits with perfect balance, nothing like the bland ones from the city. Inspired, Kake whips around to his head maid, Elsa, and makes her a daring request. He begged her to whip up tomato soup, surrendering to the pull of his own desire. As Kake decides to keep tasting, the other maids swarm in, practically buzzing with excitement. After they finish eating, Kake leans in and asks Emilio straight up if he thinks their produce will actually sell. Emilio stops mid-motion, wipes his lips with a napkin, and gears up to drop his final verdict. He starts by apologizing, then blurts the truth. These aren't just souvenirs he sampled, not even close. He declares Holland's crops are top-notch, the kind that'll sell for sure. Cock bursts with pure joy when Emilio confirms he's brought something genuinely special. Emilio bursts in with an exclusive contract offer, buy all of Holland's produce, no exceptions. He grabbed a K and begged them to jump in, powering up the sales push before they got left behind. The chapter kicks off with a breathtaking sweep across Holland's rugged mountain landscape. The village gate swings open, and for a breath it looks like another calm day, until trouble tries to hide in the shadows. Gleg on guard duty pauses to admire the calm, unmoving stretch of scenery. Cock suddenly pops into his side out of nowhere, screaming a loud, shocking hello right into his face. Gleg snaps back in shock as Cake apologizes for popping up out of nowhere. He grumbles that teleporting wrecks his heart, but Kake only grins right back. Cake flashes a grin and admits, I was really starting to get my little bit of revenge. Gleg demands, so why are you back? And Kake fires back, it's business, that's all. Kakia blurts out that he's headed to the capital to hawk everyone's precious crops. Gled yanks him in hard, panic blazing, as he blurts out whether their crops ever made it to sale. Kake steadies his friend, breathes calm, and promises, I'm about to lay it all out. He ordered Leg to round up every single villager and pack them into the central square. Kake stands his ground, knowing the villagers are on the edge of their seats, desperate for the results. The people of Holland start crowding around the central well, jittery with worry like something is about to snap. The village elders murmur in panicked whispers, their faces carved with pure worry. Kake freezes, he can't believe how many people showed up, even the farmers' whole families. He gets it, everyone's terrified for what'll happen to their crops. That crushing pressure twists his gut into a stomach ache, and suddenly he's reliving his old job all over again. A razor-sharp voice cuts through the crowd and yells his name like a warning. Olga, the tomato farmer, stands there looking absolutely furious and ready to snap at any second. He snatches Cake by the collar, barking, what happened to my tomatoes? Olga snaps that she can't sleep, and Kake tells him to cool off, then just listen. A young woman yanks Olga back hard and snaps at her brother to stop right there. Cake is left speechless when he realizes Olga had a sister all along, and he never saw it coming. Olga grins and introduces his sister, Myra. She jumps in to help him run the farm. Cake's completely caught off guard. Olga's sister is the one stepping in to help him. Cake flashes a respectful bow and introduces himself, and Myra answers with a sharp nod that says, I see you. Olga leans in and goes, a young woman on her own, that's rare gold around here. He drags his feet trying to pair Keek up with Myra, and it detonates right in Myra's face, rage blazing. Cake shoots down the forced matchmaking on the spot, telling Olga, "Stop messing around, I'm not doing this." Right as Myra hands her brother a naogi, Kake's focus gets yanked away. Nenah yanks on his sleeve, eyes blazing with real worry for the villagers. She points out that the pressure was so brutal some people straight up fainted. Cake rushes up, humbles himself, and apologizes to the anxious crowd for keeping them waiting for so long. He declares that he's done with the talking and is diving straight into the results of his trip. The villagers' expectations crush down on him in eerie silence, heavy as stone. He feels the weight of it all crushing him, the pressure born from his own ambitious scheme. He still remembers the moment they handed him their priceless crops, trusting a brand new kid like him. Stealing his resolve, he admits it, he's already done everything he could. The villagers stare at him, their faces screaming hope and fear. Kake snaps that he can't get their crops sold at the market. Gleg and Stella are left speechless, shattered by the brutally awful news that hits like a punch. Olga and Myra stare in horror, their faces locked in pure shock and dismay. The whole village square goes deathly quiet as the bad news crashes down. Cake freezes for a split second, and the tension spikes so hard it feels like the world is holding its breath. He makes it crystal clear this wasn't a failure at all, it was a choice he made on purpose. Olga stands there totally stunned, sweat dripping down his brow like he can't even process what he's seeing. He snaps, demanding to know what Kake meant with that insanely confusing statement. The story jolts into a flashback, Kake and Emilio lean over their business plan, hashing out every risky detail. Emilio leaned in and grilled Keek about what kind of food their company usually sells. Kake stalls for a split second, then finally snaps back with an answer to his partner's question. He starts rattling off rare fish, monster meat, and other top-tier exotic delicacies like he's laying out a feast straight out of a fantasy nightmare. A sharp realization hits him as he scans their product lineup, and it all clicks into place. He spots the shelves and realizes they don't have common meats or even vegetables, then he can't help wondering why. Emilio bluntly says it's simple, those things are everywhere, no exceptions. He breaks down how rarity cells work, but he makes it crystal clear, regular goods don't earn a single thing in the capital. Kake realizes that slapping a cute brand on regular vegetables and calling them cheap and tasty just won't cut it. Emilio admits their plan's going to be brutal and hard as hell, but it's not completely dead. Kake lets out a breath of relief because somehow success still isn't dead yet. Emilio finally spills his master plan, cut out the market and sell straight to restaurants. He doesn't buy that idea for a second. Kake questions it, and he's quick to set the record straight. This isn't just some random restaurant. They're going straight for the posh places, those noble and royalty-style establishments that cater to the upper crust. They can piggyback right off their current contracts to snag the other rare ingredients they need. With Cake's magic fueling their name, you already know the quality won't miss. Emilio cuts through the noise and drops a crucial point that powers his whole ambitious plan. He flat out says their plan still isn't strong enough to pull off the win. Even other merchants bring plenty of power, but none of them have that one clear advantage that guarantees a win. Cake suddenly realizes he needs to go full showman with a flashy sales pitch and a taste test. He clenches his teeth and admits it, his partner is 100% right. He knows he can't just sit back, he has to pitch in with his own ideas to truly pay the villagers back. He rips through his thoughts for one killer sales idea, and the pressure starts squeezing harder and harder. Elsa slips him another cup of tea, and her calm, steady presence settles over him like a warm blanket. Cake stares at her, and a heavy, thoughtful silence drops over him as his mind races. He watches her graceful hands glide as she sets the steaming tea to brew. A spark hit him, then it all clicked in a flash, like the world just dawned on his eyes. He whips around to his maid, and pure genius lights up his face like a spark. As he stares at Elsa, he can't help thinking, this crazy idea might actually work. A towering, ornate building looms over everything, like the final boss arena for a high-stakes business showdown. Then the announcer called up the honored reps from all those restaurants and ordered them to line up in perfect order. Russia grins as she proudly hoists a sign that screams, "Last call for the Emilio Company tasting." A maid in a stunning kimono steps forward with perfect manners, serving steaming bowls to a long, patient line of waiting chefs. Jealous rival merchants stare, clocking that the staff member's loud, unusual outfit has clearly earned a spot in their attention. Kake leans in and tells Emilio their wild sales pitch is absolutely crushing. It's a massive success. Emilio grins at Cake and admits, with zero shame, that he was genuinely shocked by how bold that proposal was. Cake lets out a humble laugh, shocked that he actually pulled off a plan like this. In a flashback, Kake lays out his wild plan, how he'll pull off a flashy promotion using the maids. He asks his partners if getting the maids to act as poster girls is a terrible idea. Emilio and Els go totally still, shocked, speechless by his bold, reckless suggestion. Elsie freezes for a second, then blurts out, "Wait, are you really talking about the maids?" Kake instantly spirals into panic, snatches back his words and blurts, "Forget I ever said that." He snaps at himself in his own head, terrified his idea might have crossed the line into inappropriate sexual harassment. Emilio breaks into a quiet chuckle and it finally clicks. Cake's clever plan is working. He taunts Cake, blasting it as a rare gem from someone he swore was getting stale. Emilio flashes a wide, unshakable grin and straight up tells him the idea isn't half bad. He explains that having gorgeous women cater to mostly male chefs is the perfect hook. Cock frets over the ethics, but Emilio cuts him off, saying it's nothing like their seducing nobles. Emilio makes it crystal clear, this whole event is really a disguised war, waged between rival merchant companies. He admits it, though having beautiful servers alone still isn't strong enough. Kake shoots the plan down as too flimsy, then throws out a fresh idea of his own. He drops a bold proposal: the maids should wait on the guests, straight up dressed in his homeland's traditional outfit. Emilio spots Kake's rare Eastern roots and nods, saying that outfit is definitely going to turn heads. Cake tells them, "I can't grab the real originals, but I'll have something just like them made for you." Emilio sets his teacup down, eyes widening as that brilliant, totally unique idea hooks him instantly. A sharp, grateful grin flashes across Emilio's face as he weighs what could be. He bursts out that the idea is genuinely fascinating and worth giving a shot right away. Cock lets out a relieved breath, because Emilio never really slams him down for his outlandish ideas. Emilio whips around to Elsa and tells her they have to get the other person's consent first. Elsie keeps her cool like a pro and calmly says she gets the job, and she accepts it. Kake's eyes widen in shock, then she realizes she's totally okay wearing another company's uniform to serve the clients. He leans in, presses her for a straight answer, and demands to know if she's truly fine with it, especially with her noble status on the line. LZ keeps her voice steady, saying Emilio told her to throw herself into his company's cause and be useful. She stops for a beat, eyes narrowing with thought, then launches right into her explanation. Cock sinks into the couch, eyes locked in, hanging on every word she's about to say. She says if he's always asked for so little, then when he finally needs help, it's only natural to step in. Elsa stares him down and tells him he can lean on her way more, she's right here for him. Cake is moved to the core by her devotion, whispering her name in soft awe and heartfelt thanks. Emilio watches the whole exchange with a satisfied, knowing grin, arms folded tight as if he's silently approving every second. Emilio says they've already done the hard part, now they just need to get word from the last 3 maids. Then the other 3 maids spill into view at the doorway, leaning in like they're starving for every word. They lean in, grinning, and ask what Master Kretz's traditional homeland clothes look like, and whether they're just plain adorable. Elsa stays calm and tells the excited maids, in no uncertain terms, that this really is their new job. With everyone nodding like it's the final verdict, Emilio steps in and slams the decision down, case closed, officially settled. Emilio's face hardens as he tells them there's just one more detail they can't ignore. He says they've got to add a special touch to every dish they serve. Back at the event, the chef's jaw drops when he spots that giant, unbelievably sweet leek. A female chef bites into a juicy tomato and grins, basically saying, "This is so perfect I don't even want to cook it." Another chef grins ear to ear, yells bravo, and can't wait to snatch up the next serving. Emilio watches the tasting work like magic, and he knows that plan to win them over totally crushed it. He grins at Kake and tells him to shake off the pressure, because his secret plan is about to kick in next. Elsie strides up in her kimono and calls out that the special dishes are finally ready for service. Cake snaps his head around and pure, simple awe spills across his face. El slides the tray of food over and Cocky blurts out his gratitude, telling her he's counting on her. A chef perks up at the amazing smell and immediately leans in to ask Elsa for a taste. Els hands him a bowl brimming with veggies, and he immediately thanks her. He leans over the bowl, eyes locked on the unfamiliar dish, curiosity sparking like electricity. He clocks that it's not poto furum and his mind races. What kind of dish could this possibly be? Elsie tells you it's a classic Eastern stew, gamo, tender pork, and juicy tomatoes simmered together. She says it's made with only their company's vegetables, then pushes him to take a bite. The chef takes his very first bite, and the moment the flavor hits, his face lights up with pure, jaw-dropping shock and delight. Flowers practically burst into bloom around him the moment he declares, with total confidence, that it's absolutely delicious. He raves about that warm, delicate dish, and you can tell it's the kind of magic that makes the vegetables' sweetness pop. He blurted out on the spot that he wanted to talk about the dish and lock in a long-term deal for the vegetables. Emilio glides in like he owns the place, thanks the chef, and immediately snatches control of the contract talk. The crowd locks onto him and instantly knows Chamontera, the ruthless, legendary chef who can spot anything wrong from a mile away. People whisper that he's the real deal, a top-class chef pulled straight out of a five-star restaurant. The other maids slipped into their kimonos and trotted up politely to the waiting chefs. They grin at the other guests and ask, "Want to try a little sample too?" Cock stands there by himself, surrounded by ghostly images of his smiling mother and father. A warm, hazy memory hits him, the sight of his smiling mother. Right after that, a warm memory comes rushing back, the gentle, smiling face of his father, like it stamped into his heart. He locks eyes on both of them standing there, and they beam at him with pure warmth and love. Right now, Elsa stands next to Kake, grinning as she calls the whole event an absolute knockout. Every chef's buzzing with adrenaline, practically itching to sign those contracts with the Emilio company. Elsie swears Cake's dish was the spark that lit the road to their success. Cake lets out a shaky sigh of relief, and you can hear the exhaustion creeping in right after. Cake tells them it's nothing fancy at all, just a warm, filling home recipe straight from his homeland in Kujaga. A fresh diagram pops up, showing Holland-style Nikujaga packed with game-o, leeks, and juicy tomatoes. He smirks, remembering how his family's version of the dish always came loaded with tomatoes. Elsie admits it's not the usual way, but with tomatoes in the mix, this dish is way better. Cock's smile drops in an instant, because the flavor hits him like a ghost of a cherished memory. A soft, faraway smile blooms on his face as he clutches a precious memory in his mind. He remembers his mom whipping it up for him, then tossing in tomatoes because they were his obsession. He whips around to Els and, with real sincerity, thanks her for helping him lock this precious memory back into place. He looks her in the eyes and thanks her for grinding through the remake of the flavor and whipping up the food. Elsie proudly downplays it, insisting the glory all belongs to Master Kret, not a shred to her. She grins warmly and tells him she's just glad she could help. Kaki and Elsa stand side by side, soaking in a rare, quiet beat while the whole event around them is still roaring with success. Cake's cheeks flare as he touches his ear, caught in the moment while her sweet words hit him. A look of deep thought creeps over his face as he starts digging into what their success really means. He knows there's no way he pulled this off solo, so he gives his friends the credit they earned. He thinks if his old culture built the success, then this new life has to be carrying real meaning. He realizes it pulls the good memories back to the surface too, not just the painful ones. He can't help wondering if this win is his way of finally giving back to everyone. Then the tale rips straight to Holland Village, where Kake has to march in and report how he pulled it off. Cock stands in front of the jittery villagers and lays out, step by step, how everything crashed into this exact moment. Olga and his sister Myra stare on, hearts pounding in demand. So, what happened? What was the outcome? Kake flashed a grin and declared the capital's fancy restaurants would soon become regulars for high-end buyers. The villagers of Hollandstern went stone still, their faces frozen in stunned, silent disbelief. Their shock finally snaps, and the whole crowd erupts in one long, breathless scream of disbelief. Olga snatches Cake by the arm and blurts out, panicked, "Tell me, did our crops really sell in the capital?" Kake beams, gripping Olga's attention, and reminds her of his promise. They're absolutely selling for real. Olga shoots her friend a stare, and that jaw-dropping news slowly clicks into place. A wave of overwhelming emotion hits him, and a choked laugh of pure, joyous relief bursts from his lips. He hurls his fists up in the air and lets out a roaring shout of pure victory. The whole village explodes into cheers as they all celebrate their shared victory with him at the center. An old farmer bursts into laughter, stunned that his humble vegetables are worth a fortune. Kake just watches their spotless, unfiltered happiness, smiling softly like it's the sweetest victory. Olga barrels in front of him and stops him cold, because she's got one last crucial thought she has to get out. He suddenly realizes this: if they can sell that in the capital for that much, they're sitting on a gold mine. Then those other merchants kept snatching them for cheap on purpose, knowing exactly what they were doing. His sister Myra nods as her brother's fury snaps into a dawning realization. Gleg and his family rush in, stunned by how wildly successful their venture has turned out. Stella's face lights up with pure pride as she nods along, agreeing with her husband. Myra tells him that selling fresh produce in the city felt impossible, like it couldn't be done at all. Olga grudgingly admits the logistics were always too massive to pull off. Gleg makes it crystal clear this isn't just about money anymore. Now they're finally seeing their own worth. He dips into a deep bow to Cake, pouring out his heartfelt gratitude like it's the only thing that matters. Cake totally panicked in the sissy-only store, but he still sold the one thing he knew would be worth it. Nenah tilted her chin up at him, insisting he'd done way more than that. She blurts out, "I've never seen the whole village this happy." Cake stares out at the crowd, and with every blink you can see the happiness lighting up in her eyes. In his reflection, you can see the moment hit him, deep, emotional, and unforgettable. He stands there and looks out over the whole village, like a wave of smiling, hopeful faces rolling as one. The village's older men are roaring with laughter, their faces shining with pure delight. The women laughed and chatted together, and you could practically see their spirits soaring. The entire community is banding together, buzzing with one shared, hard-earned sense of victory. Cake mutters under his breath, convinced Nenah was right. Village Chief Reloy strides up and speaks for the whole village. From the whole village, she bows and offers Kake her deepest, heart-in-the-throat gratitude. She claims he breathed new life into their community and lit a spark of hope in every heart. Then the other villagers burst in with cheers, thanking that impressive young man like he just saved the day. Flustered by all that praise, Cake panics and tries to wave it all off like it doesn't mean anything. He tells them with pure pride that he finally feels like he's made a real difference for the village. Gleg and his family are utterly stunned when they hear what he's been feeling. Gleg keeps insisting he doesn't have to stress about something that hard. He's basically saying that just living life and soaking it up with them is already more than enough for him. Stella flashes a warm smile and nods hard, fully matching every word her husband just said. She tells Cake, "Don't worry, having you around is pure fun." Reloy softly nudges him back to the advice she gave him the last time they talked. She keeps telling him, "You're free, don't carry that weight on your shoulders. Just kick back and live easy," she says, flashing a smile like she's inviting him to forget the world. A single emotional tear suddenly wells up in Kake's eye. He still remembers those lonely, sleepless nights from his old life like they happened yesterday. He digs up those brutal memories he's been clinging to for years, and the pain comes rushing back. He still feels that brutal loneliness sink in after his father's death. He made himself stop glancing back, even as the pain clawed at him. But now he grips his chest, hit by a gut-punch realization. Meeting the wonderful people of this village is what finally flipped his whole world. He finally feels like he's found a way to repay their unbelievable kindness. Olga snaps an arm around him and asks, straight up, if he's crying. Kaki hides his face, swearing up and down he isn't crying. He wipes his tears with a grin and looks up, proudly saying the village is the best. He grins bright and joyful and declares, "I'm not alone anymore." When Gleg spots his friend smiling for the first time in forever, he snaps and declares, "All right, time to celebrate." The villagers hatch a plan and throw a wild potluck party at Kake's place. The whole celebration rolls on to Kake's charming stone and timber home. Riley lifts her glass and fires off a toast, daring the night to keep delivering their next win. The villagers raise their cups and clink them together. One loud cheer cracks through the air. The whole house is roaring with celebration, tasty food everywhere, laughter exploding in every corner, and pure joy in the air. Olga and Myra shoot their glasses up high and clink them together for the toast. Olga takes one big, satisfying gulp of his drink and bursts into loud, hearty laughter. The women rush out more mouth-watering homemade food, stacking the feast with every delicious bite. Cake, Gleg, and Nenah burst into laughter together, soaking up every magical moment of the party. The night stretches on, and the party fizzles out beneath a sky packed with stars. Once the guests finally file out, Kake wipes the wooden table clean, like he's erasing the whole night. He marvels that the women cleared everything away so fast. He smiles as his mind replays the night's amazing moments. He flashes back to this insanely drunk Gleg getting dragged home, Stella right there, helping him all the way. He sits there and thinks, man, that's exactly what a long-married couple looks like. Gleg collapsed cold, and Stella had to haul him all the way back home. He finally clocks it. This is the first time since he was a kid that he's had people over. He sprawls on his porch, staring out into the calm, quiet night like the world finally, and only for a moment, holds its breath. A warm, deep satisfaction swells in his chest, and he finally feels like he belongs. He steps out into the cool night air, letting the chill hit his face like a fresh start. He throws his gaze up at the jaw-dropping sky above the village, packed with stars. He steps out into his yard and immediately clocks how crystal clear the sky is tonight. He drops onto the wooden steps of his porch and sinks into deep reflection. He decides that this two-hub life, it's been an absolute killer start. Working with Emilio doesn't feel like a chore. It fills me with real pride and satisfaction. He's dead sure he's finally, truly, honestly fulfilled, like everything in his life just clicked into place. In his old life, work and relationships weren't joys. They were burdens he just had to grind through day after day. He'd already paid a brutal price in every direction, and now his life tasted like nothing, just emptiness with no spark left. But now he's going to fight tooth and nail to grab a genuinely happy life, together with everyone. A calm, happy grin tugs at his lips as the thought crosses his mind. He sprawls on his porch calm at last, while the whole night sky blazes with stars above him. The village church looms in the starlight, watching over everything like a silent guardian. He grins, finally convinced this is where he belongs in the world. He's not done, he's stuck living that two-hub life, bouncing non-stop between the city and the countryside. The very next morning, sunlight blasts through the forest canopy, lighting everything up like a brand new beginning. Kake and Gleg stumbled on a breathtaking mountain stream, pure, untouched, and calling their names. Crystal clear water crashes and rushes over smooth gray stones, sparkling as it tumbles by. Cake points gawked in disbelief at the sheer swarm of fish charging through the stream. He blurts out that this stream is pure perfection, made for epic summer camping. Greg nods in total agreement, saying Kake's magic makes every visit feel effortless. He says that once summer really cranks up the heat, the fishing is going to get even better. Cock practically bursts with excitement when Gleg promises to show him the best spots. Cake tells them, I have to head to the capital this afternoon, and the whole room feels that urgency hit. Before Cake has to clock back in, Gleg leans in and suggests they take a little detour, some fun first. With a sly grin, Gleg leaned in and asked if KK had brought that thing. Cake grinned, confirming the special tool was locked, loaded, and ready to go. He unveils his humble cooking kit, and it all kicks off with a magic fire starter that springs to life on command. Kake drags out a pot of veggies he already sliced earlier this morning. Gleg proudly lays out his own offering, a basket stuffed with sausages and fresh, crackling eggs. He snatched bread and butter from Angelica too, bragging that it was demonically delicious. When Gleg tosses out the idea of toasting bread, Cake shuts him down fast, don't use that oily pan. 2 battered pots are perched over a crackling campfire on the rocky shore, spitting heat into the night. A mouth-watering breakfast hits the skillet, sausages crackle, toast pops, and sunny-side-up eggs sizzle in golden bliss. Kake beams as he blurts out that everything is cooking up just right. He pitches mugwort tea and Greg jumps in right away. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Gleg yanks a net stuffed with icy thermoses straight out of the cold stream. They start loading perfectly cooked sausages onto the plates, then stack on fresh lotus root like it's showtime. Their simple camp table is loaded with a steaming, hearty breakfast that smells incredible and hits the spot. 2 best friends kick back beside a babbling stream, digging into their meal and soaking up the wild, perfect quiet of nature. Sunbeams crash through the thick, towering canopy, spilling golden light across the lush, dense forest. Cake tore into a huge, fresh bite of that perfectly toasted bread, so satisfying it practically made him grin. He can't help but marvel at how wild and incredible it feels to grab breakfast out in the middle of nature. As he digs in, a sudden splash from the stream snaps his attention like a whip. He spots a massive fish exploding out of the crystal-clear water like it's on a mission. A deep, unshakable calm washes over him as he watches, and for a heartbeat, everything feels perfectly still. Cake lets out a satisfied sigh and admits he has zero interest in going to work. Gleg snaps to attention at once, demanding to know if something terrible just went down at his job. Cake tells them his schedule bends however he needs, the pay is solid, and that's why he's not miserable at all. He blurts out the village is way too comfortable, and you can practically hear his motivation slipping. Gleg admits that ever since Cock showed up, his farm work has suddenly felt way easier. Cake asks if he's become a burden, but Gleg swats the worry aside like it's nothing. Gleg tells them that taking care of his family is a joyful burden he'd carry to the ends of the earth. He tells Kake to soak up every calm moment they've got, because that balance is the key to staying steady. Cock nods like he means it, flashing a warm, understanding grin that says, yeah, I'm with you. Once the meal's done, he makes the call, time to head back. A panoramic sweep reveals Holland Village's picture-perfect hills, rolling out like a postcard paradise. With a single word, KK rips Gleg back to his home. They reach Gleg's cozy, flower-draped cottage safe and sound. Gleg thanks him for the ride and Kaikai lights up, saying breakfast was seriously a blast. Cake gets ready to head out and tells Gleg, "Send my regards to Stella and Nenah." Gleg can't help but wonder, Kake has fully transformed into a hardworking man serving the capital. He turns to his friend and unleashes one last, booming shout of pure encouragement. Cake grins from ear to ear and blurts, "Yep, I'm out of here." Gleg beams with warmth as Kake disappears into a crack in space. Some time has slipped by since Kake showed up, and now summer is officially here. He's gotten so used to bouncing between the capital and the countryside with those two hubs, it's basically his new normal. Two places that were never supposed to connect are now bound together, thanks to his magic. Right when it looked like everything was finally falling into place, a brand new problem suddenly slammed into the scene. Cake vanishes with a flash and reappears inside the Emilio Company's lavish headquarters. He beams and calls out a bright "Good morning, Emilio," like the day's already winning. He spots Emilio parked at his desk, dead silent, staring out the window like something's about to break. Emilio's usual fire has gone. Now he slumps with an exhaustion that hits way harder than it should. Cake can't wrap his head around it. His friend is acting way too quiet, way too out of character. Emilio finally whipped his head around, jolting out of his thoughts like something just snapped him back to reality. Kake's show-up has him stunned. He stares with worried eyes. Emilio slaps on a dazzling smile, welcomes Kake, and then clock checks him, realizing he's early. Cake squints like he doesn't buy it at all, and a cold bead of sweat slides down his temple. Emilio asked if Cake was okay, but Cake snapped back with, "What's wrong with you?" Cock snaps that Emilio's been overworking himself way too hard. Emilio's face lights up as he playfully leans in and asks Cake for a tiny favor. Kake instantly goes on alert, saying it all comes down to what's being asked. Emilio fumes about how cautious Kake's gotten, but Kake snaps back that it's obvious. Emilio throws him back to that last deadly mission Cake blindly jumped into, no questions asked. He flashes a smug smirk and clocks the massive profit they pulled in from that very mission. Emilio tells him this request won't be as bad as it sounds, but Kake can't shake his skeptical look. Cake stands at the desk, eyes locked on Emilio, demanding to know what he's up to this time. Emilio's eyes flare bright as he grabs a K and demands, "Take me to Holland Village." Cock is completely thrown off when a sudden, unexpected request hits him, to go visit the village. Emilio leans in and tells everyone the village harvest is disappearing fast, turning that produce into the hottest product in town. He's itching to meet the farmers, earn their trust, and hammer out plans for what comes next in their future business. Kake knows one truth for sure: in this world, nothing beats meeting someone face to face. A diagram makes it crystal clear. Without the internet, businesses have to rely on direct contact to keep things moving. In a world where every advantage is tied to who you know, his teleportation power becomes the ultimate ace in the hole. Cake's gut twists with guilt as he realizes the villagers are definitely staring at their new partner, wondering who they really are. He admits that since he brought them the deal, he should have pushed for this idea from the start. Emilio stares him down, and a tiny, knowing smirk tugs at his mouth like he already knows how this ends. A small smile spread across his face, warmed by his friend's real, honest sincerity. He leans in and tells Kake, "I'm the most dutiful person out there, no doubt." Emilio leans in and tells him it's a goldmine, and honestly, that's why he'd ask. Kake shot him a grateful nod, then promised, "All right, I'll take you straight to Holland Village." Emilio suddenly strikes with a brilliant idea, and boom, like a movie, a glowing light bulb pops above his head. He pitches the idea of bringing goods to sell, but Kake shuts it down on the spot. Cake finally clicks. Emilio's whole visit is about to turn into pure sales. He knows Emilio's logic is dead on, but that doesn't stop a nasty unease from creeping in. He can't stop fretting about how he'll introduce his sharp-tongued city buddy to the villagers. Kake hesitates, and a prickly dread crawls up his spine about what's coming on this trip. He spots that Emilio is way more on edge than normal, and then catches his hands clenched together tight. Cake spots the deep dark circles under his friend's eyes, like exhaustion has been haunting him all night. He tells them they can save the sales pitch for another time. So yeah, he can swing by the village anytime he wants. Emilio pushes back hard, saying that if they build trust right now, every future deal will run smooth as silk. Cake drops his gaze and grudgingly admits Emilio's got a solid point. Emilio decides they've got to show up with something, so he pushes for a small gift for the villagers. He yanks his coat on, whips around to his friend, and flashes a brand new plan. With a grin that could disarm anyone, he leaned in and told Kake to come shopping with him. Cake nods, and the two of them dive straight into the chaos of the busy city streets. They stroll through a buzzing outdoor market, where the air is packed with the scent of fresh produce. Two friends scour a stall packed to the brim with mouth-watering pastries. Kake trudges forward with the bags in hand, while a grinning, buzzing with joy Emilio skips right beside him. They ditch the chaos and pulled into a calmer corner of the city to catch their breath. Emilio grins at Kekia and holds out an ice cream cone treat, like he's teasing the next sweet moment. He claims it's payback for Keiki tagging along with him on that shopping trip. They dig into their ice cream, then lock eyes and dive headfirst into the journey they'll take side by side. Emilio tells them to catch their breath before they dive headfirst into that brutal, long journey. Kake throws out a joke that he should swoop in and monopolize Emilio before the villagers swallow up all his time. Emilio straightens up and says he only wants Kake's magic, yet you can tell he genuinely cares for him. Kake stares at his friend, and a sudden wave of worry crashes over him as the truth clicks in. He clocks that Emilio looks exactly like himself on the outside, energized, loud, and full of life. Still, it hits him, he's never once seen his friend actually rest. Kake snaps to the truth, that workaholic is grinding himself to the bone, and he's gotta be dead tired by now. Chowing down, Kake suddenly realizes this business meeting is turning into something way bigger than anyone expected. He's praying this visit finally gives his friend a real shot at relaxing, like they've been waiting for it all along. Emilio looks drained, staring down the huge diplomatic mission waiting just ahead. The new chapter kicks off, and Emilio is about to get dragged into a trip that's packed with surprises to the village. A burst of magic shimmers through the air, and Kake teleports them in, calling out that they've landed safe. Emilio drinks in the rustic streets, and just like that, he knows this is Holland Village for real. A guard villager spots Kake and, before anything can slip by, demands to know who he brought with him. Kake flips the script and introduces Emilio as the trader from the capital, hawking their crops like gold. Emilio flashes a charming grin and introduces himself with confidence as the company's president. The guard's jaw drops as he realizes this huge, important man has actually come to visit. Then one villager leaned in and asked, was that instant arrival another one of Kake's spells? He can't stop thinking about how much cash he'd rack up if he could travel the same way. The guard steers them straight to Andre and Olga's homes. Emilio notices something wild. Kake is getting along with the villagers like they're old friends. Kate can't stop blushing as she insists, smiling through it, that these people are just genuinely good-hearted. Emilio watches in silence, weighing his friends' heartfelt words like they might change everything. He realizes that even when he shows up out of the blue, they don't give him a single hostile vibe. The villagers' warm welcome feels almost unreal, because places like this rarely open their doors so easily. He lays it out, most remote communities don't just dislike outsiders, they're on high alert, suspicious of anyone new. Kate clocks the pattern fast. Ever since his teleport trips with Emilio, he can't miss it anymore. He finally gets it. This warmth is the reason his memories of Holland hit him so hard. Cake finally decides it's time to introduce his friend properly to the whole community. With a bold, proud gesture, he officially ushers Emilio into Holland Village. Emilio takes a deep breath of the country air, and a gentle breeze flicks his hair as if it's welcoming him. A breathtaking panoramic view of the peaceful village unfurls in front of them like a dream come alive. Cake grins, beaming with joy and pride, and can't wait to show him this special place. Emilio's eyes widen as the valley's quiet, breathtaking beauty pulls him in. He soaks in the lush scenery, gorges on the overflowing food, and meets people who greet him with open hearts. He nods along, completely buying Kake's choice, because this really is a fine village. Kake beams with pure pride, practically floating as he hears Ernest and the others praise him. He can't help but grin. He's thrilled someone as sharp as Emilio actually approves of his place. Emilio cuts in and says it's time to leave, go meet the farmers. Kaki is set on taking him straight first to Andre's place, the leek farmer. Emilio remembers this is the family Kake keeps talking about. Far off in the road, two young village girls suddenly spot the handsome newcomer coming their way. Emilio whirls toward them and flashes a dazzling grin, like it blooms into bright flowers right on the spot. The moment they meet him, both girls are struck dumb, faces blazing red, hands locked to their chests as their hearts race out of control. Emilio bursts into a chuckle at their totally pure, adorable reaction as they scurry off in a hurry. Cake hurries over and blasts his friend with a warning, "Don't you dare use that charm at Andre's house." He tells you the family's got a brutally protective father and husband who doesn't let a thing slide. Cake frets that Emilio's smooth, high-class charm might be way too powerful for young Nenah to handle. A sudden flash of clarity ignites in Emilio's eyes, and pure determination follows right on its heels. He leans in and reassures Kake, swearing he'll never bring a single ounce of trouble to his important friends. Cake barrels up to a rustic cottage and yells a bright, cheerful greeting to Nenah. Nenah shoots her eyes up from her work. She spots Kaikai right away, but she doesn't recognize the person standing beside him. The three of them froze in place, trapped in this super awkward, almost hilarious silence. Emilio can't shake the feeling that Kretz is way too locked in on this young girl, and he can't figure out why. Cake grabbed Nenah and demanded she go get her parents, then shot back that his buddy just got back from work. Kake nervously blurts out to Emilio, "Don't you dare bring up that weird conversation we had earlier." A charming cottage pops into view, its walls dressed in cascading white flowers like they're trying to climb their way to the sky. Gleg and Stella burst onto the scene, stunned to spot a merchant straight from the capital. Emilio steps up and formally declares, "I'm the president of the Emilio Company." He says he had to show up in person to greet the farmers who grow their crops. Gleg can't believe it when he hears that even asterisk this far out, a company that famous has made it here. Emilio swallows his pride and graciously accepts the compliment, feeling honored that someone even knows him out there, so far from home. Stella can't believe it, this young guy is already a company president. Gleg thanks them on the spot, stunned that they showed up the second he cast Kret's magic. Emilio grins at Kanke and tells him, straight up, that the villagers are genuinely good people. Gleg burst out that they weren't worried at all, they were just thrilled to finally meet the person selling their crops. He kicks things off by introducing himself as Andre, along with his wife Stella, and the Jaimo farm they run. He points straight at Nenah, his daughter out there in the background, grinding away like a beast. Emilio can't stop praising the insane size and top-tier quality of the lakes as Gleg keeps growing them. He leans in with a polite smile and asks if he can peek in and see how they're cultivated. Gleg can't believe they asked, so he lights up with pure excitement and eagerly ushers the monitor in. Then he leans in and promises, "Come on, I'll show you the other farms around the village." Cock is straight up blown away by how effortlessly Emilio steered the conversation straight into his own favor. Emilio finally admits the brutal truth, he's actually terrible at small talk. Cake realizes his earlier doubts about his friend's skills were totally pointless. Their tour kicks off as rustic farmhouses cling to a jagged rocky cliff, standing there like they've been waiting for them. They march side by side through towering fields of grain, basking under a blazing, sunny sky. Far off, Gleg throws his hands up in pride, talking right to spellbound Emilio. The tour ends at a huge, charming farmhouse, snugly anchored by a stone chimney. An empty glass hits the table with a loud, satisfying asterisk thud, like a challenge dropped in the middle of the room. Emilio takes a sip, calls it delicious, and demands a second glass on the spot. The village men can't believe it. Slenderman just keeps chugging, like his drinking power has no limits. Emilio leans back with total confidence and brags that he seals business deals over drinks all the time. Gleg can't stop grinning at his new friend's energy, egging him on to take a few more drinks. Cake stands there staring at the chaos-filled impromptu party thinking, is this really how people do business around here? He can't stop picturing how Gleg's wife, Stella, will chew him out for getting drunk. Olga bursts in with a tray, shouting that the tomato dishes are finally ready. The table gets slammed full with a bright spread of tomato-packed dishes. Olga demands they taste his food for themselves if they want to sell it the right way. The other villagers all froze for a split second, like the truth hit them at the same time. They get all fired up and swear they'll share their own family recipes too. Cake grins when he sees everyone buzzing with energy, all geared up for the feast. Emilio stands there, wide-eyed as a sudden, fire-breathing culinary showdown erupts in front of him. Olga says cooking with tomatoes, especially grilling them, is downright unheard of around here. He rants with real fire about how grilling unlocks deep umami flavor, then throws in a bold compliment for the cheese like it's the star of the show. Cake and Emilio sink their teeth into the grilled tomato dish together, right on the same beat. Both of them just freeze, then burst out in loud all like, "This is insanely delicious." Olga grins and says, "Sure, roasting them works, but this way is way, way better." Cake is absolutely blown away, so he practically begs Olga to sell him an entire box. Emilio can't believe it. Olga somehow cracks the secret to enjoying tomatoes like nobody else. Emilio smirks as he agrees this is the obvious move, then throws playful jabs at Kake. Cake leans in, eyes sharp and thoughtful, as the idea hits and clicks in his mind. Cake whips around to his companions, and he's about to fire off a crucial question everyone somehow missed. He lines in and demands, "So what names are you going to use when you sell our crops from the other village?" Emilio and Myra freeze in shock, suddenly realizing they totally missed this detail. With one sharp jolt, Emilio finally realizes that branding isn't optional, it's everything. Myra's eyes blaze as she grins and blurts out, "This is exactly why I came." Emilio goes off with a fiery passion, insisting that selling nameless crops is an absolute waste. Cake calmly nods along, then points out that a real brand name is the whole key to making it big. He flashes back to his old world, premium brands, rare melons, and even the legendary stuff that people whispered about like leeks. Emilio's eyes widen and a sweat drop rolls down his face as it hits him. He totally missed something huge about the name. Myra pauses and promises she'll think it over before she fully shuts the door on her decision. She flashes a cheeky grin and demands they shout out the new brand names, right now. The villagers down drinks in a blur, then explode into heated arguments over the branding decision. Cake protested, voice cracking, as they shoved that wild demand to invent names on him out of nowhere. Myra points out that people often lane on the region, or even the producer's name, as a totally normal go-to. Kaki weighs his choices, pitching Holland tomato, or maybe something totally different, like he's hunting for the perfect move. He teases her with Olga tomato, and the second it hits, Olga explodes in pure fury. Olga shrieks from pure embarrassment while Myra can't stop grinning, calling the name absolutely adorable. Myra pauses, then decides Holland tomato is an acceptable stand-in name. Emilio snaps that Holland feels way too generic, and he hammers that Olga's personal brand is the real gold. Overwhelmed by the debate, Emilio clutches his head and snaps with pure frustration. He turns his back on them and snaps, "Give me a minute, I need to think." He stands with arms crossed, jaw set, staring down the problem like he's determined to crack it any second. Emilio snaps at Cake, screaming that she's the reason Olga tomato is jammed in his head. A peaceful night drapes over Kake's charming house in the village, like the world finally holds its breath. After all the debate, they finally lock in the new brand names, right down to that infamous Olga tomato. Cock happily scrubbed his home clean, still stuffed from the feast, so he didn't even need dinner. He can't help but smile at how Olga's cheeks flared bright red the moment she agreed. A loud snap from the balcony rips his focus away. He jerks his head up. Emilio stands alone on the balcony, staring into the calm, quiet night like it's hiding something. Cake whispers his friend's name under his breath, staring from the doorway like he's frozen in place. Cake hands Emilio a steaming cup of mugwort tea, and Emilio gladly takes it. A brilliant full moon blazes overhead, glowing in a sky packed with sharp, glittering stars. Two simple cups sit on the railing, catching the light as if they're quietly toasting the day's hard work. Kake swears Emilio's the one who's exhausted, but Emilio shuts that down fast. Emilio cradles his cup and sighs, soaking in the calm, laid-back village vibe like it's the best kind of peace. Cake lanes in and says, "Right here, you get to live on your own time. No rush, no pressure." Kake's loud, over-the-top "yes" shocks Emilio so hard that he clamps down on his cup like it might fly away. Kake gives Emilio a cheeky wink and begs him to move in, but he shoots the idea down fast. Emilio grins at Riley and basically says, "That's exactly what I'd say." A sudden memory snaps up. Emilio and Rodney stride down a crowded Capitol Street, weaving through the noise and chaos. Suddenly, some tossed-aside object rockets through the air and whips right past their heads. A furious old merchant snarls at them and slams himself in their way, blocking their path forward. The merchant hurls furious curses at the Emilio company, his face twisted into pure rage. He rips into them for his failed contracts, but Rodney steps in and tells him to just ignore the guy. Emilio stays stone cold, completely brushing off the merchant's raging outburst like it's nothing. Emilio lays it out, this kind of resentment isn't mystery at all, it's just what comes when you become famous. Kake listens with a worried face, then whips his head around to lock eyes with his friend. Emilio leans in to calm him down because he knows Cake's got a gentle heart, and that's why he's always so worried. He leans in and tells Kake, "Trust me, stay out of this, you don't want to know." Emilio told everyone that visiting the village only doubled down his faith in what he was building. He fires up again and vows with fresh fire that his company is about to get even bigger than ever. His eyes gleam with pure fire, and he's got zero plans to let the capital put a leash on him. Kake can't take his eyes off his friend's unstoppable drive, and it lights a fire under him. He knows he has to step up and learn from them. Kake grins, and you can tell that Emilio's ambition is the one thing that truly defines him. Whenever Kake gets worn out, Emilio drops him into the village like a safe haven and tells him, "You're good here." Cake stared at his friend, stunned by how real the offer of help felt. A knowing little smirk spreads across Keki's face as he fires back his reply. He promises that any time he needs a breather, he'll teleport Emilio straight to the village. He smirks and casually says he'll definitely take a fee for it. Emilio starts needling him about a friends and family discount, and Kake shuts it down flat, no wiggle room. Emilio declares he's leaving for good, and it blindsides Kake because he was sure Emilio would stay. Emilio blurted out that Take's magic snaps the whole return journey instantly into place. Kake feels it, his friend is itching to dive right back into his work. Kake nods instantly, then the scene sweeps across the village as he calls Emilio boss. The next morning breaks, and Kake's charming stone and timber house gleams in the light. A brand new chapter kicks off with Cake crouched low in his wild, overgrown little garden patch. The garden is pure chaos, wildflowers bursting through an overgrown tangle of weeds everywhere. Cake squints, jaw set, and stares down the brutal job of weeding like it's a fight he's ready to win. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing even his magic won't turn this massive task into something easy. Nenah beams and calls his name, and he shoots her a warm smile right back. She asks, "Are you weeding the garden?" and he nods, confirming it. He can't shake the thought that this cute little job is fun, but way too tedious, and he's stuck with it no matter what. Nenah clenches her fist, eyes burning with determination, and she offers to jump in and help. Kake's jaw drops in shock, and she can't help smiling as she grabs the offer, accepting her help right away. Nenah brags with a grin that when it's time to weed, she's lightning fast. She shows off her insane skill, yanking that weed out at breakneck speed. He's blown away by her raw speed and spotless technique, and somehow she clears the whole route. Kake's sheer dedication lights a fire under him, and he vows to push himself even harder. The bright sun blazes overhead, and fluffy white clouds drift like cotton across the sky. Soon the garden is wiped clean, and the dark soil gets freshly turned and ready for what comes next. Kake and Nenah burst into cheers, thrilled that their teamwork clicked instantly and got the job done. Cake stretches his sore back, staring in disbelief at Nenah's unstoppable, youthful fire. He flaps his fan harder and harder, sweltering as the scorching summer heat of the village morning crashes down on him. He looks Nenah straight in the eye and sincerely thanks her for helping him, never once complaining. Bathed in sunflowers, Nenah flashes a radiant grin and tells him, "You're welcome." Cake gets swept up by her kindness, and all he can think is, she's an angel. He calls for a water break, and Nenah eagerly grabs the offer without missing a beat. He grins and beckons her inside his house, just to get her out of the blazing sun. Nenah shoots him a reminder about her chore, telling him to wait, while she dashes off to grab her basket. He snaps to it. She'd been rushing off to gather firewood first, just so she could help him right after. To thank her, he steps in and offers to help her gather the firewood. He tells you his family even hauls their own wood to build bonfires, too. The scorching summer sun blazes down on the roof of his house. On the table, a metal bucket of freshly churned ice just sits there, ready to chill everything around it. Nenah chugs the icy water and blurts out, practically sparkling, "That's so refreshing." She can't hide her envy as she glares at his place. Ice in the summer is a rare luxury, and she wants it so badly. She presses that icy glass to her cheek and sighs with pure relief as the cold sinks in. Cake bursts into laughter, completely smitten by how simple and adorably childish her reaction is. Kake nudges them to move right now, saying his throat's drying up fast. Nenah, worn out by the brutal heat, finally nods and promises she'll do everything she can to keep from worrying her mother. A lightning bolt thought hits Cake and he blurts out, "Wait, I just remembered something." He yells Nenah's name and she snaps her gaze up at him, eyes wide with curiosity. Nenah gasps in shock as Cake shoves a cold, soaking wet towel onto her cheek. She blurts out that it's freezing, and he laughs as he motions for her to wrap it around her neck. She gushes her gratitude, thanking him like he just saved her life with that brilliant idea. A loud cicada blasts from the tree, blasting its piercing song straight into the scorching summer air. Kake and Nenah kick off their walk along a well-worn path that cuts straight into the forest. Cock spots the missing firewood and immediately starts wondering, did everyone else beat him to it? He realizes this nearby safe entrance is probably the villagers' go-to spot. He grins and pitches, teleporting even deeper, and Nenah's eyes light up at the thought of actual magic. They suddenly appear deep in the forest, right beside a roaring, rocky stream that won't stop pounding the stones. Cake snaps out of an instant jump and lands like a graceful dancer on the grassy bank. He turned to Nenah and asked what she thought, and she burst out, amazed by the sheer mountain of firewood. Nenah darts off with a bright grin, while KK just stands there impressed, saying this new spot feels so cool and refreshing. He gazes at her with a warm, loving smile, lost in how effortless and easy her whole vibe is. He realizes that no matter how wild his magic gets, Nenah's curiosity never, ever fades. He tells her to grab all the wood she wants, stack it up until it's more than he can even haul on his own. He cracks open his void storage and tells her, get the firewood in right through the portal. Nenah grins as she flings the gathered wood straight into the swirling vortex of his pocket dimension. She shudders at how it vanishes and he nods like, yeah, that part's totally normal. He tells her it's no trouble at all, and she lights up praising how insanely adaptable he is. Nenah suggests they hunt for edible mushrooms, and it completely blindsides the decay. He burst up to Professor Nenah and demanded to know if she's a true expert on the local fungi. He asked if she'd teach him, and she lit up with a huge yes, ready to show him everything. She can't wait. She barrels deeper into the woods, and Kake's voice keeps calling after her. Above them, the forest canopy rises like a breathtaking roof, thick with leaves and stretching high into the sky. Kake laughs about how satisfying this morning felt, and Nenah nods like, yeah, we really earned it. He tells them to crash at his place, and Nenah can barely contain her excitement as she asks for some ice. The story cuts to the cozy, rustic roofline of Kake's brand new village home. Their boots are kicked off and lined up neatly by the door as they step inside, finally ready to take a breather. Cake sweeps in and hands Nenah a towering, ornate glass packed with ice and glowing amber. Nenah asks if it's mugwort tea, and Cake fires back that it's actually iced tea. He pulls out a tiny tin of black tea leaves he bought in the capital and shows it to her. She takes one sniff and instantly smiles. This aroma is so different, and it smells so good. She swallows a long, refreshing gulp of that icy drink, and Keiki can't stop watching. She shrugs and insists it's not sweet, just an old, straightforward read on her childhood. She blurts out that it goes down easy, and he nods back with a warm smile. He cracks open a rectangular cookie tin and explains that it pairs perfectly with sweets. Nenah snaps into a happy gasp the second she lays eyes on those gorgeous, all-variety decorated cookies. She joyfully chomps on a cookie, savoring every sweet crunch like it's pure bliss. She clamps a hand over her mouth and shuts her eyes tight, savoring every bite like it's pure, overwhelming heaven. She practically gushes about how delicious the cookies are, and he lights up because she actually loves them. She takes a sip and instantly realizes it tastes better this way, and he grins like, yep, this is the adult method. She stares at him like he's the real deal, praising him and saying just how amazing he is. With a wistful breath, she admits the capital is full of secrets, and there are still so many things she hasn't figured out yet. Cock's chest tightens with guilt as he realizes he got carried away just to show off. He can't help but think, I really used her innocent reactions, and they were just so damn cute. He lets out a low, frustrated huff, hating himself for how thoughtless he just was. Nenah's face falls and she starts to say something new to him. Kake blurted on the spot whether she wanted to head to the capital right now. He snaps into shock, cheeks burning, as soon as the words leave his mouth with that sudden offer. Nenah's eyes flare wide with pure shock, and her brain scrambles to make sense of every word he just said. He breaks into stutters mid-thought, replaying the moment like, why did I just blurt that out so suddenly? Nenah's face lights up in a dazzling grin as she leans in and asks, are you serious? He nods and remembers their promise just as Nenah screams with joy, her dream finally becoming real. She slams the brakes, suddenly remembering she can't move until she gets her parents' permission first. With a determined grin, she tells him, I get it, and then willingly accepts the condition. She bolts out the door and swears she'll get her parents' permission for that trip, no matter what. Cake keeps her eyes on her as she heads off, watching that unstoppable determination push her to grab firewood too. He grimaces as the overprotective Gleg sinks its claws in, no way they'll ever let that trip happen. He braces for it when the plan inevitably blows up. He's forced to swallow his pride and apologize for real. Stella and Nenah show up at his door, and Nenah blurts out with pure joy that they can go. Kake is left utterly speechless, stunned by this wild, impossible twist that nobody saw coming. He asked about Gleg with shaky nerves, and Stella brightened right up, cheerfully admitting she hasn't told him a thing. Stella flashes a bright smile and tells Nenah, I want you to see the world. She swears this experience will be a golden treasure for Nenah, and she's betting everything on Cake. Cake drops his gaze, cheeks burning as her total trust hits him like a wave. Stella pats a grinning Nenah on the head, swearing she'll take over and explain everything to Gleg. She politely begged Kake to make sure Nenah was safe and taken care of on the trip. Cake finally clocks that Stella's doing all of this solely for Nenah, and it hits him so hard he's left completely moved. He can't help but think quietly that Nenah is insanely lucky to have a mom like that. Fresh determination sparks in his eyes. He flashes a warm smile and gladly agrees to her heartfelt request. He confidently swears he'll forge the best memories for her precious daughter. He makes it official, swearing he'll protect and cherish their precious daughter like she's the heart of everything. Stella and Nenah are grinning wide, but Stella leans in like she's got one last bombshell to drop. She laughs and teases him, don't you dare get yourself killed by Gleg when we get back. Kake is about to bolt out the door, but Stella steps in front of him and demands he stop, telling him to wait right there. Nenah panics the second she feels the sweat in her hair, and now she's desperate to dress up even more. She bolts back inside to get ready, and Kake and Stella are left standing there, completely stunned. Stella blurts out an apology for keeping him waiting and begs him to hang on just a little longer. Cake grins, suddenly realizing he never once factored in that a 10-year-old is still a girl. He lets out a soft, thoughtful sigh and waits for her, completely locked in. Staring at his own house, he figures he better swap into different clothes too. He snaps up a clean, crisp shirt and gets ready for his job as the chaperone. All dressed up, he tells himself this crisp, clean look won't make a young girl feel embarrassed. Nenah's voice cuts through the noise. She's ready, waiting, and she calls his name like there's no time to waste. He slips out from the doorway and asks, straight up, if she's finally ready to go. Kake's eyes snap into close-up, and the shock hits him so hard you can practically see it freezing in his stare. Nenah freezes in the doorway, totally transformed into a sleek, stylish young lady. She bites her lip, then asks him, shaking a little, what he really thinks of her brand-new elegant look. She frets over every detail, convinced her outfit looks off, and her face tightens with pure anxiety. Cake's left completely stunned, scrambling for the right words she can't seem to find. Stella's breathtaking jeans hit him like an unstoppable wave of power. Nenah asks again if she looks weird, and he snaps out of his daze so fast it's like he got startled. He leans in, tells her she looks incredible, and admits he just froze for a second in pure surprise. He tells her she'll fit right in, striding through the capital like she owns the place. He practically blurts that she's the most beautiful girl in the whole city. He lets out a heavy sigh, admitting she used to be cute, but now she's on a whole new level. Nenah beams and declares girls are amazing, especially when they dress up. Kaki can't help but tease herself. What if, just like this, she'd become wildly popular in no time? She shoots back with fearless confidence, saying those fancy clothes are totally useless for farm work. She decides that kind of outfit is reserved for big, special days, like harvest festivals. Kake can't help but think Harvest Festival, what a wild, awesome name for an event. Nenah then blurts out a heartfelt apology for making him wait that long. Stella bursts in and tells everyone her daughter was so thrilled she got swept completely off her feet. While Stella frets over her hair, Kake suddenly realizes she had to be styling Nenah. Stella leans in and softly asks Nenah, are you sure you want to go, not just kick back and relax? Nenah panics, blaring that she refuses to waste even a second. She shoves Cake toward the door with shaking hands, panicking that they've got to move, now. Right at the threshold, Stella calls out to Kake and her smile drops, seriousness hits her face. She drops into a deep, formal bow and begs him, straight from the heart, to watch over her daughter. Cake flashes her a warm smile and tells her to hand it all to him. She doesn't have to worry about a thing. With one last wave, Nenah and Kake shouted their goodbyes and swore they'd come back with souvenirs. Stella grins at Nenah, urging her to go wild, but don't let go of Kret. In a shimmering twist of space, Kake and Nenah vanished in a burst of teleportation. They roll in and get hit with a jaw-dropping, sprawling view of the capital city as they're welcomed. A majestic stone clock tower, tall and elegant, towers over the rooftops like it owns the skyline. Below, the cobblestone streets swarm with people, all rushing through their daily lives like the whole city won't stop for a second. Kake and Nenah pop into existence in a back alley, and Kake loudly calls out, we're here. Nenah snaps her gaze upward, and her mouth drops into a flawless circle of stunned silence. Her eye snaps into an extreme close-up, and the sparkling city lights explode across her gaze like a breathtaking dream. Grand Zafrel Castle looms high on a hill, staring down at the city like it owns the whole world. Kake and Nenah both snap their gazes up, terror and disbelief hitting their faces all at once. They crowd up next to this massive fountain and soak in the lively, dazzling scene all around them. Kake clasped her hand, and together they stared up at that massive clock tower like it was about to swallow the sky. Nenah whips her head around, trying to take in every wild new sight and sound like it's all hitting at once. She clamps her hands together, feeling the whole madness closing in on her like a tidal wave. Cock clocks her face and immediately asks, "Are you nervous now that we're here?" Her worry bursts apart, and suddenly she's shouting with raw, unstoppable joy. Kake slapped his own forehead with a grin, realizing his worries were totally pointless. Nenah thrusts a finger upward and blurts, "Whoa, those buildings are insanely tall." She points down the street, eyes wide as she reels at the sheer storm of fancy shops everywhere. She scans the crowd in awe, stunned by just how many people pack the whole city. Cake watches her with a warm grin, soaking up every second of her boundless joy like it's the best thing ever. He stares at her, lost in thought, as her wild excitement crashes over him. He clocks it immediately. No matter how curious she acts, she's got zero shyness in her. He finally gets it. Everything in this city has to feel brand new to her. Her energy is so wild it almost feels dangerous, and he grabs the moment to tell her, "Don't get lost." He scratches his cheek, then suddenly the whole city snaps into view through her eyes. A sharp memory slams into his mind, him arriving in that funeral suit, like the world froze for that one moment. Back then, he remembers feeling more buzzing thrill than any dark anxiety. He realizes Nenah's feeling exactly what he felt in that same breath. Nenah tilts her head back at the towering clock tower and blurts out a gasp of pure wonder. She blurts out in awe at the towering building, and Kake nods, confirming, "Yep, that's the clock tower." He breaks it down. Magic is the engine that keeps the entire city running on schedule. Nenah is blown away, but Kake shrugs and confesses he'd rather savor the village at a slow, easy pace. He asks if she wants to come inside, but her mind's clearly somewhere else. A dazzling, glowing butterfly flutters by, and it snatches her attention instantly. She blurts out how stunning it is, and Kike leans in to tell her it's just simple projection magic. Their eyes snap to a street magician who's grinning and ushering kids into his show, ready to wow them. The magician flicks his hat up and throws the doors open to his incredible illusion show. He tips his empty top hat toward the excited kids, and their smiles light up the whole scene. With a dramatic flourish, a gigantic bouquet of flowers erupted from the hat like it had a mind of its own. The magician flicks his fingers, and a blinding shower of flowers and magical lights bursts up into the sky. Nenah beams with pure joy and leaps up, snatching a huge white lily out of the sky like it was meant for her. The air around the fountain erupts into a magical storm of falling flowers. She cradles the flower with tender care, whispering that it's unbelievably beautiful. Kake's there and she leans on him with a happy little sigh, because wow, the capital is absolutely incredible. Kuki watches her with a soft, warm smile. Watching her have the best time makes him light up. A tiny wave of regret hits him hard and he wishes, so badly, that he had brought her a long way sooner. He laughs and waves her praise off, acting like his teleportation magic isn't even a big deal. Nenah swears his magic is mind-blowing, but he just shrugs and cracks it off as a joke. He leans in and asks if she's really okay with just staying, put right there in the square. Then he leans in and asks, "Is there anywhere else you want to go?" Nenah pauses for a beat, then decides the safest move is to head straight to the place with food. Cake's jaw drops in shock, and she quickly fires back that food is the one thing everyone can understand. He clocks it, her logic checks out perfectly, and without it this massive city would swallow him whole. He fully agrees, food is the one thing everyone understands, the easiest place to start. He decides to steer her straight into the city's loud, bustling central market district. The chapter kicks off with a title page bursting with life, an energetic European-style street scene that feels like it's already moving. Nenah gapes at the endless sea of towering buildings, and the massive crowds packed everywhere. Cake quickly files it in his mind. He'll adjust his pace to match hers. He spots two huge figures in the crowd, one a lizard man, the other a wolfman. He's blown away that Nenah clocks exactly what they are, and he praises her as a truly diligent student. She lights up and confesses she's read all about them, but she's never actually laid eyes on them herself. She finds them cute instead of scary, and that instantly makes Kake's smile light up. He breaks it down for you. Beast men aren't one type, there are tons of forms from nearly human to totally wild. He wonders how something like this could even exist in her remote village, because places like it are few and far between. He tells her they'll probably catch even more action up near the Adventurers Guild. A rough, no-nonsense voice barks from the crowd and instantly tags Kake as the teleportation guy. The wolfman snaps his head up, and when he spots his lizardman buddy Waldorf, recognition hits him like lightning. Nenah tilts her head, baffled. Kake's new nickname makes zero sense. The adventurers snap to attention, because there he is, standing there with a little child, looking her over and demanding to know who she is. Gardov leans in and teases her like he can't believe the girl is too adorable to possibly be tied to Keiki. Nenah suddenly clicks. Those towering strangers are Kake's work friends. Waldorf leaned in and begged KK to help them with transport for their next guild job. Nenah's jaw drops as she finally gets it. So many people are depending on KK, and it hits her just how big his help really is. Gordolf locks his complete focus on Nenah, his powerfully built body glinting like it's charged with energy. He drops into a crouch and asks her straight up if this is the first time she's ever seen other races. He lets her run her hands through his fur, and her face lights up like joy just hit her in the chest. He says yes on one brutal condition: she's not allowed to touch his tail or his belly. Nenah nervously stretches her hand forward and gently lands her touch on his furry arm. She tucks her face into his arm and gushes that it's unbelievably soft. Gardov's cheeks burn with joy as the stone-faced Waldorf just shrugs and says she's cute. Cake juts his chest out in pride for a second, then suddenly freezes, thinking, wait, why am I the one bragging? Nenah straightens her spine and asks, can I touch the forbidden tail? Cake flashes a teasing grin and asks if he can touch it too. Then Gardolf's fierce snarl snaps the joke in half. Cake bursts into laughter, remembering how this wild same adventure had crawled on its hands after their aerial clash. Waldorf, the towering adventurer, lined in and asked Nenah if she dared to touch his scales. Nenah, eyes wide with wonder, reaches out and lightly taps his arm, then blurts out, wow, it's so smooth. Cocky grins to himself, stunned that a kid could look at Waldorf and not flinch, like fear just didn't exist. Nenah leans into Waldorf and tells him his kindness is his biggest charm, and it lights up her heart. Across town, the Thunderclap Blade can't believe it. Why is Kake's teleport service suddenly on break? Gardolf tells Kake, ping me the moment I'm back, I've got work waiting for you. The wolfman softly pats Nenah on the head and bids the little lady goodbye. Waldorf grinned and promised, next time I'm gonna introduce Kake to some of my other demi-human buddies. As the crew heads out, Nenah and Kake wave send them off with a grin, swearing they'll meet again soon. Nenah beams at Konke and tells him his work buddies are genuinely kind people. She can't stop thinking about all his wild jobs, stunned that he knows so many different people. She stares up at him in awe and blurts out that it's incredible how many people depend on him. Kake flashes a warm smile and just nods, totally agreeing with what she's noticed. He tells her that nothing beats the rush of realizing you're needed by someone, and how that kind of love feels like pure happiness. He can't stop thinking about all the people he's already learned to lean on in this brand new world. He stares into his lonely past and realizes that real connections matter way more than money ever will. Picking up right where the tour left off, he shoots her a question, come with me to the market. A breathtaking sweep of the capital city unfolds in front of them, and there, looming in the distance, the castle rises like a promise. Nenah points out every brand new spot as they push through the crowded, buzzing streets. From above you can see the market street jam-packed, people swarming everywhere, vendor stalls packed shoulder to shoulder. Their feet hammered the well-worn cobblestones of the crowded city street. The market is a buzzing battlefield of commerce, where shoppers swarm the stalls and snatch up fresh goods like they're in a race for the best finds. A flower vendor leans in from behind a wall of blazing, colorful blooms and shouts, grabbing your attention like a spotlight. Nenah snaps into a gasp, staring wide-eyed as the market's non-stop energy crashes over her like a wave. With eyes like saucers, she blurts out that there are shops everywhere, everywhere. Cake tells you the capital is where every region's best ingredients finally comes together. Nenah can't believe it. She's never seen this much food piled and sold in one single place. Kake stares at the map and realizes that in this cut-off Holland village, the only thing keeping them stocked is the traveling merchants who brave the distance. He can't deny it, part of him is getting hit with just how huge this market really is. Nenah blurts out on the spot, eyes locked on a fish with a weird, unforgettable face. Kake spots the big striped fish chilling on the ice and declares it's a saltwater creature, an actual suo. Nenah's jaw drops at his knowledge. She's convinced he must have come straight from the sea. Her jaw hits the floor the second she spots the price tag. She blurts out that it costs 8 silver coins. Cake lays it out bluntly, mages are paying the price because they're burning ice magic just to make transportation possible. Nearby, the woman leans in and says, if you eat the local specialties right where they're made, it'll cost you way less. Suddenly, Nina's brain sparks, like a light bulb just clicked on, and it all makes sense. Kake's jaw drops as she clocks his whole scheme, snagging things cheap and flipping them for profit. He can't help thinking she's got real business instincts, and if anyone can make it big, it's her in the capital. Nina's eyes sparkle as she leans in, practically buzzing, and asks if he really means it. She shoots out and grabs his arm, demanding to know if she can build a life in the capital now that she's grown. Cake freezes in shock because deep down, she realizes her dream has always been to escape the village someday. He's thrown off, cheeks burning and scrambling for the right words as her heartfelt question lands on him. Nina can't help but wonder if there's a life beyond farming vegetables waiting for her. Cake locks eyes with her, and his playful smile drains away as serious, thoughtful focus takes over. He can't stop replaying Reloy's warning, how this city pulls the village's young people in and never lets them go. He still remembers how Gleg and the others vanished when they were just kids. Riley's voice hits him like a warning. Nina won't stay a kid forever, and one day she'll likely walk out the door. He's got a little sting in his chest, but he finally swallows it and realizes kids get to pick the futures they want. He steels himself to back her choice, even if that day feels impossibly far off. Nina's voice rang out, calling his name, and snapped him out of his deep, swirling thoughts. She lights up and points at the vegetable stall, practically vibrating with excitement to go take a look. He grins with pure joy, watching her dash ahead like a kid again. Her gaze snaps to a bin of fresh produce, and she screeches to a stop, totally baffled. She leans in and asks, so those long, skinny veggies, are they supposed to be lakes? She tilts her head toward Keiki with a sweet innocence and blurts out, why do you guys look so tiny? That gruff shopkeeper over here snaps and yells at her for being rude. Nina tries to praise the producer's work, but the moment it lands, his rage is still burning hot. Cake snatches Nina in a hurry and starts apologizing to the shopkeeper like crazy, begging for forgiveness. The old man stands frozen for a beat, and then his rage finally starts to fade away. He drops to his knees in an apology, admitting he blew his top with the kid and that he crossed the line. Cake tells Nina it's time to leave, and she slips after him without a word, following his lead into the unknown. As they head off, Nina shoots a worried look and asks if she said something weird, or if she somehow messed up. They sit on a bench and Kake reassures her, telling her she didn't seem strange at all. Nina can't shake the guilt, knowing Kake had to apologize for her. Cock locks eyes with her, ready to lay out exactly why their views clash. He tells her that neither she nor the shopkeeper was wrong about what they said. He's basically telling you that the leeks from Holland Village are, in his eyes, the tastiest thing on the whole map. Still, he pushes on because not every spot can grow leeks of that caliber. The shopkeeper tells him straight up, the little leeks are the normal kind. He grins and tells her it's nothing, just a mismatch in common sense, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. A vertical transition panel slams into place, and the whole mood shifts in an instant. Nina still feels awful, and she's basically begging people not to insult the leeks she grew up defending. Kake tells them to hunt for other vegetables, so they can see just how wild the capital's variety really is. Nina's face lights up like a match struck, and she eagerly agrees to update her common sense. She whips around to him, and in her eyes you can see the real gratitude pouring out. Because of him, she's having a blast, digging into fresh discoveries every day. Cake grins right back, fully agreeing that chasing new experiences is absolutely crucial. He tells everyone to grab the moment, make it count, and go have a blast while they explore. A crisp title card for Chapter 27 slams onto the screen over a cozy, flower-lined stone staircase. A tight close-up hits as Nina's stomach growls loud enough to steal the scene. Kake and Nina climb the stone steps, biting into sweet ice cream cones as they go. Nina bursts into laughter and goes, my stomach's rumbling, ice cream just wasn't enough. Cake leans in and asks, so, is there anything else you want to eat? He's thrown into a full-on panic the moment she blurts out that immediate, crystal-clear request. Nina blurts out that she'd die to hit a fancy restaurant she'd never get into on her usual days. Cock finds it hilarious that she's got zero shame about admitting she's hungry. He finally gets it, this is a super city-style demand for her to pull off. He can't believe it, this is a huge deal for a village girl who's never even had a restaurant. He steals his nerves, then decides it's time to step up and make her wish come true. Nina beams shot them a look with sparkling eyes and asked, can we go right now? She asked him to lead her to a stylish spot, and Kake's whole body just panicked inside. He freezes for a beat, and his mind goes totally blank. He's yelling inside his own skull that he doesn't have a clue where any stylish places even are. He admits to himself that, as a total loner, he has zero clue where girls actually like to eat. He grips his head, cursing the fact he doesn't have a smartphone to call for help. He mentally slashes all the fancy, formal restaurant spots off his list in the rough guild taverns. His eyes pop wide, then it hits him like a lightning bolt, the perfect idea. He imagines he's a sleek, laid-back spot that totally nails the vibe, and serves up a lunch so delicious it practically makes him smile. He snaps his head to Nenah, ready to lay out his wild alternative plan. He asked whether his own house in the capital could stand in as a perfect substitute. Nenah's eyes flare wide as realization hits. She blurts, "Kret, do you have another place here?" Kaki mouths off that his maids whip up food so good it could rival any restaurant. With pure joy bursting out of her, Nenah blurts that she wants to see his other house, right now. With a grin that screams victory, Cake happily declares that their next destination is locked in. He told her to hold on for a second, then gently slipped his hand into hers. A violent swirl of spatial energy snaps around them as they vanish in a teleporting flash. They suddenly reappear on a towering balcony above the entire capital, staring down at the whole city spread out beneath them. Nenah barrels up to the railing and gasps, eyes glued to the stunning view. Kaki tells her, "Don't worry, I'll be right back after I finish a few quick preparations." He frets about leaving her, but he forces himself to step away because his maids need the time to get everything ready. He blasts into a quick teleport so Nenah won't lose interest. They strode down a peaceful, elegant cobblestone street, where gorgeous homes lined both sides like they were waiting to be admired. A gigantic, multi-story stone mansion towers ahead of them, looming like a nightmare right in their path. Nenah gapes through the ornate iron gates, totally blown away. She points at the place and asks, "So a castle?" And he grins, soothing her fast, "No, it's just my house." The moment Nenah steps onto the grounds, she bursts with excitement and points straight at the grand fountain. Kake shoves open the heavy front doors and declares, loud and clear, "I'm home." 4 maids, led by Elsem, snapped into a flawless synchronized bow and greeted him like they'd rehearsed it 100 times. Nenah's jaw drops when she sees real maids in the flesh, and Kake beams as he proudly shows them off. Elsie throws her name out and proudly declares she's the head maid running the show for Master Kret. First up, we introduce the bright-eyed Alchai. Next comes Lulua, quiet, sleepy-eyed, and quietly flying under everyone's radar. At last, the friendly Rasha finally steps into the spotlight, rocking her flowing hair and neat braids like she's ready to steal the scene. Elsa steps up and declares, crystal clear, that she'll be looking after Nenah all day today. Nenah beams as she introduces herself, practically buzzing with joy that she's finally here. Her pure, real charm totally rattles the usually ice-calm Elsa. Elsie takes a deep breath, steadies herself, and greets everyone with a warm, totally professional smile. Cock can't help but smile. ELSA clearly has a soft spot for kids. Rasha, the maid, steps forward and promises to lead them straight to the dining room. Nenah asks, should I take my shoes off like they do in the village? Cake flashes a grin and tells them, shoes are totally fine in here. Nenah skips right into the grand mansion, grinning with pure excitement as she can't wait to explore every dark, hidden corner. Elsa murmurs that Nenah's brightness and cheerfulness light up the whole room. Cake nods, calling her a good kid, even though he's still heard the rumors. El clocks Nenah and says, wait, she's younger than I ever imagined for my lover, stunned by the mismatch. Kake freezes in total disbelief at the wild, out-of-nowhere accusation. He sputters and panics, trying to deny it, right as Elsa presses him, asking if he's made the mistake or if she has. LZ tells everyone that Emilio confessed to her about his close female companion. Cake panics and blurts out that Nenah's just a kid, nothing more than a friend. El got challenged on why he was so certain their relationship would never move forward. He calls out their 17-year age gap and demands, doesn't that feel weird to you? Elsie explains that among the nobility, those huge age gaps are totally normal. Cock shoots back with fierce conviction, swearing their relationship is nothing like that. He trails off mid-thought, still stunned by how painfully awkward that conversation was. He whips his hand toward one of the other maids, Rasha, beckoning her to come right over. Rasha asks what he needs and Elsa just watches, stone-still and silent. He leaned in and asked Rasha straight up if he really gave off the vibe of someone who likes little girls. Rasha is totally thrown off, insisting that the cruelest part isn't what he did, it's how he reacted. Nenah bursts into the dining room and lets out a gasp of pure wonder. A massive, classy room stretches out, and at the center sits a spotless dining table, gleaming like it was never touched. She blurts out that it's like a castle, then practically bounces with delight on the soft, plush carpet. Elsie bursts in to tell him the meal's ready, then asks if she should go ahead and serve it. Kake waves Nenah over and tells her to take a seat. Lunch is about to hit any minute. Nenah sits perfectly still at the head of that huge, empty table, like she's daring the world to come closer. She squirms in her seat, humming like a tune about to explode, practically buzzing with excitement for the meal. The serving cart glides in on rolling wheels, smooth as silk across the shining floor. Two maids glide up to the table, pushing a cart and flashing warm smiles like they already know something good is coming. They set a shiny silver cloche and neatly arranged cutlery down in front of the waiting Nenah. With a dramatic flourish, one of the maids pops the lid and blurts, "Pardon me." Nenah's eyes go wide the second she lays eyes on that magnificent meal waiting beneath her. A mouthwatering spread explodes onto the table: sandwiches, crisp salad, a flaky galette, and a mountain of clams. Nenah leans in and whispers, "That looks so delicious," while a maid stands right beside her. The maid starts rattling off the spread: galette, garlic butter, seafood salad, and a whole lot more. Nenah bursts into delighted laughter, totally stunned by the wild food names she's never heard a day in her life. Kake stares at the meal in awe, realizing it's simple on the outside, but pure luxury in every bite. He whips his head around and calls for his head maid, Elsa. He leans in and quietly thanks her for whipping up such an amazing meal on short notice. Elsa grins and says, "No worries at all, I'm always ready for anything." Kak is absolutely blown away by her flawless perfection and rock-solid professionalism. Another maid offers cider, but Kake cuts in and orders juice for Nenah instead. Nenah snaps her gaze up from her seat as Kake speaks, commanding the maids with a voice that cuts through the room. He waves them off and tells them to go, insisting he and Nenah need to be left alone, for now. Elsie Bose told them, "Call me if you need anything," and made it sound like she'd handle it fast. The maids storm out of the room, and with a thunderous slam, they shut the grand doors behind them. The moment they're alone, Nenah drops her guard and lets out this massive sigh of relief. She finally admits it: she was totally on edge around people that kind and that beautiful. Kake admits he's still not used to it, and Nenah is completely caught off guard. She insists he looks totally normal now, and he admits it's still a huge upgrade from how things used to be. He broods over his commoner beginnings, then struggles because it's damn hard for him to bark orders and make people obey. Then he shoots Nenah a look and tells her, "I'm so glad you came." Nenah says that at first he felt like a complete stranger, like he'd fallen out of another world. Cake drinks in every word, and a soft, understanding smile blooms across his face. He leans in and tells her, "Don't worry, I'm still me, and this is my home." He tells her, "Forget the manners, just dig in and enjoy every bite." And just like that, the two of them grin and go, "All right, let's eat," as lunch kicks off. Chapter 28 kicks off with a title card. Nenah stands inside the mansion, staring out like she's about to uncover what's waiting beyond the walls. After lunch, Nenah and Rasha soak up the beauty of the garden's stunning flowers. Elsie strides up to Kake while he keeps his eyes locked on her from the doorway just around the corner. She shoves an offer his way and tells him to take it if he wants. She shoves a folded scrap of paper into his hands, full of shop names Nenah just might love. She tells him it could be the perfect stop if he's still lost on where to go. The list hits everything from clothes and accessories to glass shops, and even the random little stores in between. Elsie lays out a simple map like it's nothing, and Kake can't believe how sharp and skilled she is. He thanks her with real sincerity, straight up admitting this help is a massive lifesaver for him. He tells her to have a blast while he hauls Nenah back to the village. He shouts to Nenah, telling her the moment to leave is almost here. Nenah whips her gaze to Els and Cake, her hesitation screaming as she struggles to leave. She gushes that every bite was so insanely delicious it basically stole her breath. She's determined to grab some and dash it back home so her parents can taste it for themselves. Elsie grins warmly and tells him, "Seriously, it's my pleasure, I'll pack it up for you." Elsie snaps a surprised Nenah to attention and blurts that Master Kret has a souvenir waiting for her. Cock tells her that his magic stays fresh, so she can pass it to her family without losing a beat. Joy floods Nenah as she squeezes her hands together and blurts out a radiant, heartfelt thank you. Elsa's sure Nenah's parents will be overjoyed, and Kake nods in agreement, swept up by her bright happiness. Kake knows he made the right call bringing Nenah along, because Elsa is already rolling out the welcome mat for their future. With a soft voice, Kake tells shy Nenah it's time to go. Els and the maids snapped into a formal bow, wishing them a safe journey as if every word mattered. Nenah throws her arms up and waves like crazy, yelling a bright, grateful thank you, straight to the maids. As they head out from the mansion, Nenah keeps spinning around, waving at them with one last goodbye. They roll into a charming, totally unfamiliar slice of the capital, where elegant buildings rise like they're putting on a show. The architecture loomed huge and dripping with detail, a wild break from everything Kake's usually ever seen. They strode down a chic cobblestone alley, with fashion-forward city women turning heads all around them. Nenah can't help it when she hears the news. Her eyes go wide, and she lets out a gasp like she's witnessing pure magic. She stands there, eyes locked on the gorgeous display, and she whispers like, "This is all too amazing to be real." The buildings are dressed to the nines, striped awnings flutter overhead, lanterns glow in the streets, and gorgeous flower boxes spill color everywhere. Nenah points out every adorable, amazing shop packed around them, like she's showing you secret treasures. Cake freezes in shock when he realizes, just for the first time, that a place like this even exists. He looms in a dim alleyway, soaking in that refined, unfamiliar vibe like it's hitting his senses all at once. He takes in the peaceful architecture and the wave of shops made to catch women's eyes. He gives Elsa full credit for her killer style, and admits he never would have stumbled on this by himself. Nenah tugs his sleeve and shouts, smiling wide, "Hey, Cret," to yank his attention. She leans in, hopeful, and asks if they've got enough time to just stroll right down the street. As she tilts her head and stares up at him, she blurts out that she's totally into places like this. Cook grins and happily nods, saying he wants to explore more too. Nenah cheers. Nenah practically skips down the street with excitement, leading the way like she can't wait for what's next. They slip under a grand iron archway, linking all those timber-built buildings together in one sweep. Kake strides right beside a grinning Nenah, and the two soak up every last sight the district has to offer. Through a shop window, two women lean in, their eyes sparkling as they feast on every display inside. Nenah smashes her face against the shop window and stares through the glass like she's hunting for something. She gasped in sheer awe, lifting her hands like curtains to frame the breathtaking dress in front of her. She murmurs that it's breathtaking, while Cake stands right there, staring beside her. Cake claims this is the glass artisan Elsa recommended, then asks should she go in. Right as he reaches for the door, Nenah yelps and yanks him back like she just saw a ghost. He shoots, "What's wrong?" and a flustered Nenah blurts, "You go in first." She shuts her eyes tight, mortified because this shop looks way too stylish and way too humiliating for her. Cake can't help thinking that a cute girl like Nenah would slip right in, way easier than he ever could. He lets out a heavy sigh, shoves the door open, and Nenah peeks out from behind him like she's afraid of what's inside. Nenah's eyes go wide with pure shock as she takes in the shop's interior. The room dazzles with breathtaking glass sculptures, a mighty bear and a blazing phoenix frozen in crystal. In the back room, the craftsman is hunched over his desk, carving every detail with ruthless precision. Nenah drinks in the whole atmosphere while Kake clocks this. The artisan is working solo, completely by himself. She spots a crystal-clear glass rabbit and blurts out, "Oh wow," because it's so stunning. Kake scans the area for more pieces, while Nenah keeps on admiring every display like it's the best part of the world. He leans in, eyes locked on that giant abstract sculpture, as if he's trying to decode it from up close. He stares, totally amazed, at a massive life-sized glass bear sculpture on display. His eyes snag another stranger piece, and he jerks back with a sharp, breath-stealing gasp. He's instantly hooked by a glass sculpture of a slime monster. With a straight face like it's the funniest mission ever, he's blown away, and decides he's gotta grab it right now. He tilts his head up and stares at the display shelf packed with other stunning glass treasures. He's absolutely stunned when he finds out the slime figures don't come in just one color, they come in 10 wild shades. Nenah finally commits. She thrusts her finger forward and chooses the tiny glass rabbit sculpture. Cake blurts out, "Was that the rabbit I saw first?" and she grins, confirming it right away. With a bright grin, he offers to buy it for her, and before he can even finish, she shuts it down fast. No way. She beams and lifts a tiny pouch like it's treasure, proudly telling him she gets her own allowance. Cock snaps into realization. Stella didn't just give her money, she set it up so Cock could finally shop on her own and feel the thrill of it. He smirks to himself, already convinced this is the kind of lesson she absolutely needs to learn. Paying with her own money will turn that moment into a memory she'll treasure forever. He nods along with her call and says, "All right, let's go pay for our stuff." The shop bell jingles, and the owner flashes a warm smile as he thanks them for their purchase. Nenah teases him for stocking up on so many slimes, and all he can do is grunt. He admits that stuff hits his inner kid in the best way, and Nenah can't help but giggle. With the bag hugged to her chest, Nenah laughs and blurts that shopping is straight-up fun, and that her rabbit is ridiculously cute. He proposes hiding her fragile new treasure inside his void storage, just to keep it safe. Nenah grins and shuts it down fast, saying if she did that, it'd kill all the fun. All fired up, she shoots Kake a question: can they hit even more shops? Cake, swept up in the hype, nods along and tells him she's all in, and he'll feel the vibe too. He declares they'll hit every store that catches their eye, and Nenah grins like it's the best idea ever. He knows it's reckless, but damn, he can't help it. She's totally got him under her spell. The chapter's title page flashes a gorgeous storefront, teasing their next stop like a secret on the horizon. Inside the boutique, tables were piled high with shimmering jewelry, flashy hats, and every kind of accessory imaginable. Nenah hammers the hair clip display, moaning like she's cursed, because every single color is adorable. Cake stares at her, baffled what's got her so rattled about choosing. He suddenly gets it, she isn't just thinking hard, she's wrestling with something huge. He spots their flower-themed hair accessories, and realizes they're meant as a gift for a girl. He tells her to just grab her favorite color, because honestly, any shade would look perfect on her. Nenah blurts out that it's a souvenir for her mom, so she needs a color that fits her perfectly. Cake snaps a picture of Stella and tells her just how deeply touched he is by Nenah's thoughtful kindness. Nenah is still buckling under the strain, swearing the beautiful colors are spinning her world until her head aches. Kaki tells them, easy, I'll just grab 2 different kinds and call it solved. Nenah blurts out, if I do that, I won't be able to buy my dad a gift. Kake can't help imagining that just the thought of it alone would wipe Gleg's eyes clean and bring him to tears. Kake urges her to grab her father's gift first, then pick the clip, so she nods and agrees. She can't stop wondering what her father could possibly want, replaying his favorite things like clues that don't add up. A smug little image of a happy Gleg pops up, and both of them instantly know the answer is alcohol. Nenah looks at her allowance and realizes, pretty much instantly, that she probably can't swing a bottle of wine. Kake suddenly lights up with inspiration, and she spots the perfect solution to her problem. He swaps the idea for a wine glass instead. Right there, the shop sells it too, and Nenah's face lights up with pure excitement. A gorgeous ceiling looms overhead, draped with dazzling light fixtures that turn every piece of glassware into pure spotlight. A shelf stocked with every kind of glass shape sat there like a candy store. Then Nenah leaned in and asked Kake what he thought. Cake tells her it's better if you make the call, you're clearly flustered. He smirks, already calculating, if he wants, he'll snag the most painfully boring option just to see what happens. Nenah snaps into action and grabs a plain rounded glass in one quick move. She claims it looks like it'd be a breeze to wash, purely practical, the kind of domestic choice you can't argue with. Cake blurts out what's the price, and admits she can only scrape together enough for just one hair clip now. A flashy shot of the accessory counter, rows of gorgeous little treasures sparkling behind the glass, begging to be picked up. Nenah stands in front of the mirror, snapping in a hair clip as she tests it out. With a triumphant pose, she picks a color. Kake nods like, yep, that's the perfect choice. She picked orange, convinced it would glow beautifully against the backdrop of Holland Village. Cake leaned in and asked her what other color she'd been eyeing at the very end. She jabs a finger at a delicate light blue flower clip sitting on the counter. Cake grins at Nenah and promises her he'll dash out and grab the gift. He lingers over the delicate hair accessories on display, weighing every little detail with intent. Those flower-shaped clips are insanely detailed, exactly the kind of present that screams perfect choice. Once the deal was done, they thanked the shopkeeper and bolted out the door. As dusk sweeps over the capital, the streets suddenly erupt with people. Footsteps surge over the cobblestones like a rushing river, and the crowd keeps swelling with every heartbeat. A massive crowd has packed the main square, buzzing with excitement for what's about to happen. Up high you can see it plain and massive, the crowd is absolutely enormous. Kake's jaw drops at the wall of people, dense, massive, and packed all around them. He blurts out what's going on here, because he can't believe the crowd keeps swelling like this. They get swallowed up in the crush in a heartbeat, suddenly looking tiny and exposed. He finally checks the clock and realizes he's lost track of time, and now the night has fully swallowed the sky. He leans in and tells Nenah, it's getting late, let's head back home now. Suddenly a blinding flash rips across the distant sky, lighting everything up. A deafening boom rattles Kake to his core, his eyes bulging with pure shock. A voice he knows like his own skin yells his name, Kersha from the guild is here. Cake wipes a bead of sweat from his temple, stunned to find she's right there. The crowd crashes forward and dread hits him like a punch, because Nenah is gone and he's too late. He screams her name and thrusts his hand into the crowd, desperate to find her. Nenah, frightened, lets out a desperate cry and stretches her tiny hand toward him. He clamped his hand around hers and yanked her away from the raging, shifting crowd. He yanks her in tight, throwing his body between her and the crowd that's shoving and spilling around them. Nenah shoots out an apology, admitting the massive crowd had swept her right off her feet. Kake blurts out that she's sorry, then lets out a breath of pure relief because she's safe. They snag a perfect spot and stare as fireworks explode across the city skyline. Fireworks burst overhead, and their brilliant light rips across the night sky like a spotlight on pure excitement. He realizes the chaos isn't random at all, it's for a stunning fireworks show. He clocks the crowd's energy, then grins and admits the view is absolutely unreal. Nenah's jaw drops, her eyes sparkle like she's staring straight at something magical. Right in the middle of all that chaos, her small hand creeps closer to his. She slips her hand into his with a soft, steady touch, like a calm promise cutting through the noise of the crowd. Their hands are locked together as they stare, wide-eyed, at the colorful explosions lighting up everything. Kaki tilts her gaze to her, clocking that soft, wistful quiet hanging over her like a secret. Tears spill down her face as she begs, "Please, can we stay a little longer?" Cake meets her gaze with a soft, understanding smile that feels like it could calm the whole world. He tells her if we're any later, her parents are gonna freak out. She forces a brave smile, insisting this isn't a once-in-a-lifetime shot. He swears he'll come back for her again with his magic, and the promise hits her like a spark of surprise. Cake seals his promise, his voice low and steady as certainty settles in. With a warm smile, he leans in and vows it's a promise. Her face suddenly splits into a huge, unstoppable smile of pure joy. She beams with her eyes squeezed shut, happiness exploding on her face, like a vow just got sealed. She swears they'll come back together, no doubt about it, so they can see it again. The last sparks of the fireworks die out, sinking into the dark night sky. The camera swings up to the calm night sky above Holland Village, packed with stars. In a blink, they teleport back and land in the same old yard like it was never gone. Nenah beams at finally being back, and Kiki soaks up that fresh air like it's brand new magic. They're like, yeah, the trip was awesome, but nothing beats kicking back at home. The moment the door explodes open, both of them snap to attention, fully startled. Gleg bursts out in a sprint, tears pouring down his face as he screams Nenah's name. He squeezes her in a tight hug and blurts out, "Did anything scary happen to you?" Nenah shot her father a steady look and told him, "Don't worry, I'm safe with Kake." Greg is ready to jump back in, but Nenah crashes the moment and cuts him off. She practically bursts with excitement, telling her father just how mind-blowing the capital is. She paints a vivid picture of towering buildings, wild magic, every kind of person, and fireworks exploding overhead. She also fills him in on that mind-blowing, super stylish food they tore into. She ends the day convinced it was all a dream, pure, non-stop fun. Gleg stares at his daughter and pride surges through his chest like a roaring wave. Keki's grin doesn't last, his joy snaps into a sharp, suspicious glare aimed straight at him. He keeps glaring, and those overprotective instincts slam the brakes on everything else. Stella slips in behind him and snaps a fast chop right on his head. She snaps at him for staring at Cake like that, then steps in and takes full responsibility. Gleg grunts his agreement, then flicks his gaze away with a sharp pound. Nenah grins because she knows her father can read every flicker of her expression like it's written in ink. Gleg whips his head toward Cake and thanks him from the bottom of his heart for taking care of Nenah. Cake flashes a grin and admits he had just as much fun, then makes good on his promise. Kake pushes this big idea, next time the whole family goes together. Cake grinned and teased, asking if Gleg's terrified of the capital. Gleg shoots the claim down and Kake sinks into a grim thought, how cruel the weight of old age can be. Suddenly Kake's mind ignites, he gets a brilliant idea out of nowhere. He leans in and whispers to Nenah, hinting that the gift might finally soothe her father's fury. Nenah snaps around and yells for her mom and dad. With a dramatic flourish, she hands over the souvenirs she snatched up just for them. Gleg gets completely swamped with emotion by everything his daughter is going through. Stella beams with her hair clip and Gleg's grin widens, he's thrilled with his glass. Stella shuts her husband down hard and tells him he's not allowed to drink every single day. Stella tells Nenah, "If you pick it, I swear I'll be happy." Kake watches the family's joyful exchange unfold, his expression turning thoughtful as the moment hits him. He can't stop thinking, so this is what being a parent feels like. He can't stop thinking about it. He should have showered his own father with even more gifts. But he suddenly realizes he still has plenty of moves left right now. He hands them a steaming, freshly prepared meal from the capital as a gift. The family beams and gratefully accepts his offer to stay for dinner. Just as Nenah is about to step inside, Kake snaps out her name and calls to her. He reached for her hand and demanded she held it out, leaving her completely baffled. Her eyes go wide with curiosity as she stares at him, hanging on every word. He carefully slips a tiny flower-shaped hair clip into her hands. He tells her he figured it would look amazing on her too. She stared at the stunning gift, and her heart fluttered like it was trying to escape. She clutches the little clip to her chest, and a bright, happy blush flares across her cheeks. Her smile is timid, but the joy behind it is so pure it practically glows. She spins toward him and, in a soft voice, thanks him for the thoughtful present. She tucks it into her hair and leans in, asking, "Does this look good on me?" Kate grins warmly and tells her, "You look amazing in it." Stella spots her husband standing there in total silence, and the look on his face sends chills down her spine. Gleg just stands there, wearing a calm, quiet emotion that says everything without a word. Kake and Nenah burst into pure, innocent laughter, and for a second everything feels warm and weightless between them. Gleg can't stop thinking about how he has to thank Cred again. The peaceful village house is where it all kicks off, right at the start of a brand new chapter. The very next morning, Kaki finally sinks into his new village home, at peace at last. Ever since that day out with Nenah, Kake finally realized the one truth that mattered. He had no clue how to enjoy a second in the capital. If Elza hadn't stepped in with suggestions, he'd have been totally stranded, clueless, and nowhere to go. Trying to live with two hubs in your life, but settling for just one, feels like you're missing half the story. In a world with zero internet, he suddenly felt totally handicapped by all the modern habits he couldn't quit. He sprawled on his bed, staring up in silence, plotting his next move with ironclad determination. He remembered Elsa's genius for the capital. She had flawless taste. With a fresh vision sparked in his mind, purpose surged through his veins. All right, he burst out of bed like a rocket, all fired up and instantly awake. He vowed that his first move would be to track down Elsa and beg for guidance. He teleported in a flash, landing at once on the grand, familiar streets of the capital. He marched straight toward his towering city mansion, the kind that screamed power the moment you saw it. "And so I'm here," he declared, then charged inside with laser focus. He dove into her hobbies like they were a secret map, hoping it would point him straight to who he was. He burst through the door and, in a total accident, slammed it right into a maid. He leaned out for a look and froze in shock when he saw young Alice, the maid, staggering forward. She clutched her face and whimpered in pain, while Kake erupted into panic. She welcomed him home with tears streaming down her face, begging his forgiveness over and over for what happened in the accident. Panic burst out in a flurry of apologies as Kake sprinted in to help. A calm voice sliced through the chaos, demanding to know what the hell was going on. Elsa froze in place, then immediately clocked the whole awkward mess. Kake finally admitted it. Their timing was just brutally bad for both of them. Elsie, all business as always, snapped at Alice to drop everything and get some rest. The younger maid scattered down the grand, glittering hallway, darting out of sight in a flash. Cake's chest tightened with guilt, and all he could think was, if only he could use healing magic. El spun around and asked him, eyes sharp, what in the world brought him here today. With a half-laughing, sheepish grin, Kake finally confessed he had a question burning in his chest. Standing in the grand hall, he launched into his problem like it was burning a hole in his chest. Els leaned in, eyes locked on him as his wild request lit her curiosity on fire. He leaned in and asked how she, a born and bred capital native, spends her days off. She stopped mid-breath, eyes narrowing as she weighed his question. She painted peaceful days off in cozy cafes, getting lost in bookstores and wandering through clothing shops. Cock couldn't help but admire how effortlessly cool she stayed while enjoying herself like a total adult. Elsie paused for another heartbeat, replaying one of her favorite pastimes in her mind. She leaned in and told him she absolutely loves going to see works of art. She clocked his total cluelessness about the whole concept in an instant. She leaned in and said the capital was packed with museums and kept rolling out seasonal exhibitions. She summed it up like this was exactly how she usually spent her free time. Cake decided he'd corner Alshi, the loud, rowdy one, later and finally ask him then. For now he let himself relax, still, guilt gnawed at him for making her jump. He figured the best move was to kick things off by diving into the loan, and carve out a comfort zone that finally felt like his. With a grateful nod, he leaned in and told her, "I'm heading out for a walk around the city." He stood guard outside his grand mansion, clutching a list of ideas like a weapon. He couldn't help but feel like he'd just hit the jackpot, like he'd finally pulled together exactly the info he needed. Elsa pointed him to the North District first, and that became his very first stop. He strolled down charming streets where gorgeous old buildings lined the way. He strolled past a sleek cafe, instantly hooked by how classy it looked. The wealthy district bathed him in calm, peaceful vibes he couldn't help but love. He finally dropped into a seat and mapped out his next cultural adventure. He spotted a whole trail of charming little bookstores, plus a stack of cozy second-hand shops. He even spotted a sleek shopping mall, packed with modern commerce and pure city energy. All right, decision made, first stop, the bookstore. He shoved the heavy wooden door aside and leaned in, peeking inside with bated breath. His eyes popped wide with pure, jaw-dropping wonder at what was right in front of him. A towering spiral staircase carved straight from a living tree claimed the room like a royal throne. A jolt of excitement hit him so hard it felt like he'd stepped straight into a theme park. Unlike a Japanese bookstore, he had no clue where anything was, and the place totally threw him off. Then his gaze snapped to a splash of colorful, illustrated books. He yanked a book off the shelf and froze, because it was a picture book. He grinned, already picturing Nina's face. She'd be over the moon to get it. He went out and grabbed a bunch so he could hand them out to every kid in the village. The moment he stepped out, the door's bell rang, and the magical bookstore faded behind him. He stood on the steps with his fresh purchases clutched in his hands, staring down the price like it was about to hit him in the chest. He sheepishly confessed that his gift got him a little too carried away. He could practically hear Nina chewing him out for blowing money like it was nothing. He shut the shopping spree down and reminded himself, self-control is the only way to stay on track. Still, he had loads of time to burn before lunch. It was way too early to even think about food. He figured a stroll through the neighborhood couldn't hurt. He shot past a restaurant where a big ship logo was painted right on the sign. Right beside it, a fancy boutique blared style through the glass, with elegant dresses displayed like pure temptation. He kept strolling, soaking up every breathtaking view the beautiful city had to offer. He couldn't help but stare at another shop next door, where little decorative trees sat proudly in the front display. His steps carried him straight to a grand classical building, where a massive statue towered over everything. He tilted his head up and stared at the towering building until it clicked. This was an art museum. He replayed Elsa's words in his head about the capital being a city where the arts never stopped. A real spark of curiosity flared up inside him, and he couldn't stop himself from wanting more. Seeing that guard there screamed one thing, something rare and valuable was locked inside. He didn't know a single thing about art, but somehow it still pulled him in. "Should I take a shot?" he muttered, eyes snapping to the entrance. He strode up to the front desk and snagged a ticket for admission. Right before he stepped in, they ripped through a fast but super thorough security check. He lined in and carefully scrawled his name in the official guest register. He strode into a massive, sleek hall where stylish patrons filled every corner. He couldn't help but feel small under that solemn, almost sacred atmosphere. Peeking into the gallery, he couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't quite belong there. The hall was so silent it felt like his lungs forgot how to work. He crept forward with razor-sharp caution through the spotless, deathly quiet space. He realized he'd stumbled into the oldest museum on Earth, the perfect spot to dig into history. He drifted through the gallery, surrounded by walls packed with ornate paintings. He stopped dead, staring in awe as the grand marble statue loomed, wrapped in stunning drapery. Another wall was plastered with a weird scatter of empty mirrors. He found himself fighting to connect the dots in pieces that just wouldn't make sense. He couldn't lie to himself anymore. He admitted he had no real clue what any of it meant. Then he spotted a whole crowd of patrons huddled together in the same exact spot. He spotted a massive crowd packed tight in front of one roped-off painting. He couldn't stop wondering what on earth was pulling in all that attention. He shoved through the crowd, craning for a clearer view. The moment he laid eyes on the painting, his eyes snapped wide with pure disbelief. A jaw-dropping, insanely realistic painting showed Zafril, standing tall inside his castle. The tale kicks off with a jaw-dropping, ultra-realistic painting of Zafril, the capital city, so vivid it feels like it's breathing. Cox stands in the middle of the museum crowd, staring wide-eyed like he's seeing something impossible for the first time. He can't help but wonder, what in the world could they possibly call this mind-blowing masterpiece? His eyes go wide and he's instantly glued to the flawless skill unfolding right in front of him. A tiny plaque snaps into view and it spells out Zephril Castle plus Laphilia's name, like it's daring you to look closer. The series title slams onto the screen over a super detailed sketch of the city's charming streets. Cake bursts out of the museum, and that mind-blowing experience still burns bright in his head. He can't stop thinking about how absolutely breathtaking the art he just witnessed was. He figures he could have stared at that painting for hours, so locked in, it felt like the world disappeared. He grins in disbelief, shocked that a painting this powerful and moving actually exists in the world. A warm blush of happiness floods his face as he soaks in that sweet memory like sunshine. His stomach suddenly growls, those non-stop steps have him craving an early lunch, and he wants it now. He weaves through the loud, crowded city streets, hunting down the perfect spot to grab a bite. He spots a chic outdoor cafe packed with stylish strangers and happy couples, all soaking up good vibes. A wave of social anxiety crashes into him, and he instantly feels like this place is way more than he can handle. A bunch of women are laughing and chatting away, while another couple leans in close, stealing a sweet, intimate moment together. The air is buzzing with life and conversation, so that lonely decay feels wildly, painfully out of place. He watches a woman tease her partner by feeding him cake right off her fork, smiling the whole time. The moment hits and he feels totally out of place, like he's peering into another world through a window he can't open. A waitress welcomes him with a bright smile, but he panics and blurts that it's just too hard for him to walk inside. He recoils in sheer panic, like his body flat out refuses to step into that place by himself. He mutters an apology, then turns away and keeps hunting for the next cafe. He flips his back on that trendy spot and storms off, crushed and defeated. He wipes the sweat off his brow and berates himself for not having the guts. He figures L's the type to point someone straight to a spot like that, the kind everyone knows and everyone loves. He pictured himself perched alone in that flashy crowd, and instantly knew he couldn't stand the whole vibe. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing it's a real shame, but deep down he's certain he made the right call. He steadies his resolve and keeps moving, sure that if he just keeps his eyes open, he'll spot a better place ahead. He slips past a strip of eateries, peeking in as every patron digs into their food like it's the best day of their life. He strides with purpose, but finding the right spot keeps slipping out of reach. He spots one more promising restaurant, then stops cold when a closed sign swings in the doorway. His hopeful step stumbles to a halt when he finally realizes his bad luck isn't done with him yet. With his shoulders caving in, he groans in pure defeat. Every place he checks is booked solid. He groans over his burning legs, then admits the truth. He's not just hungry anymore, he's starving for real. He starts to doubt himself, spiraling over the question, maybe he should have just walked into that first cafe after all. He skidded to a stop, then it hit him. He'd wandered into a part of the city he'd never seen before. He scans the silent back street, still stunned at how he ever wound up here. He admits to himself that he wasn't trying to go anywhere at all. He was just drifting around, and now he's completely, hopelessly lost. Beat down and done for, he throws in the towel, heads straight home, and waits for Elsa to whip him up a meal. He slams to a stop mid-stride, and that faint, familiar scent hits him, warm, inviting, and impossible to ignore. He tilts his head up and the amazing smell hits him. Fresh, rich coffee is brewing right there. His gaze snaps to a charming wooden sign, and just like that, a cozy little coffee shop suddenly comes into view. It feels like the moment he's found, tiny trumpet-blowing angels just erupted in cheers, announcing his discovery to the world. He can't help but grin. Black Cat's coffee sounds adorable, and it feels irresistibly inviting. With fresh hope burning in his chest, he barrels for the door, begging for an empty seat. He steps into a stunning, rustic cafe, and the moment he walks in, warm vibes wrap around him like a friendly hug. He's stunned by how roomy and welcoming the inside feels. A cheerful waitress bursts up from behind the counter, grinning wide as she ushers him inside. She smiles and tells him he can grab any seat he wants. Relief crashes over him and he chokes back tears, thankful he finally found somewhere he can rest. He sinks gratefully into a cozy booth by the big window, finally letting his shoulders drop. He pauses and soaks in the calm, cozy hush of the charming cafe. The classic decor hits him like a time machine, filling his chest with that warm, old-fashioned Japanese coffee shop nostalgia. He decides this quiet little hidden gem fits him way better than that crowded, popular place. A waitress swings by his table and asks, right then, what he wants to order. He slams down his order for the sandwich lunch special and pairs it with a cold, refreshing iced fruit tea to wash it all down. He eases into his seat and soaks up the cafe's charming, slightly weird little details like they're made just for him. The waitress pops back in lightning fast, smiling as she tells him his order is ready. She slides his sandwich lunch beside his tall glass of fruit tea on the table in front of him. His eyes bulge with pure, jaw-dropping shock at the sight of his meal. The sandwich is ridiculously huge, 2 colossal triangles of bread, packed to the absolute brim with filling. He blurts it's enormous, with a delighted, slightly flustered grin blazing across his face. The waitress lays out her dad's philosophy like a battle creed: sandwiches should never be small. Cake can't stop gushing about how sharply dressed the owner is, even with his super specific food rules. They share a laugh together, only to realize the fillings shift with the owner's mood. He lets out a delighted laugh at the charming story, and the waitress breaks into a giggle right there with him. She leaves him alone to dig into his meal while the cafe stays calm, quiet, and peaceful. He stares down this giant sandwich, totally baffled, like, where on earth is he even supposed to start biting? The second he bites in, a wave of pure delight hits him, like the flavor just clicked into place. He catches the flavor of egg salad instantly, right there, and it hits him like a warm memory from his past. That flavor hits him like a memory bomb, straight from the convenience store sandwiches in his old life back in Japan. He takes another bite, and that familiar taste hits him like a warm wave, finally, something he never knew he needed. He takes one taste and instantly goes, wow, it's deliciously flavorful, and somehow it's even more delicate than its tough-looking appearance lets on. He realizes this private hideout was exactly what he needed after all. He grins to himself, totally sure he'll be back at this cafe for round 2. He keeps stuffing his face, totally savoring every bite in that calm, cozy booth. He tears through every last bite of that mouth-watering sandwich, and when he's done, his plate is spotless. He's practically glowing with joy after stumbling on a cafe that serves a meal so hearty, it fills him up from the inside out. Now that he's full, a warm wave of sleepiness crashes over him. Still clutching a few sips of iced tea, he decides to crack open one of the books he just bought. He drops into his seat at the table and gets lost in the book, staring down that strange, captivating script like it's pulling him in. He soaks up the quiet like a life raft because the city's non-stop chaos never stops, and he finally gets to breathe. He pauses to plot out his evening plans, savoring the night view like it's meant for him from the clock tower. A vintage gramophone crackles to life, and soft, gentle music rolls through the room like a warm invitation. He sinks into his book, peaceful as can be, soaking up every word in the calm, relaxing air. That little cafe is his brand new safe haven, a calm, perfect spot where he can disappear for a quiet afternoon all by himself. Just when he finally gets a quiet, peaceful moment, a familiar arrival crashes in out of nowhere, right in the middle of it. Emilio greets him with pure cheer, leaning over the table and flashing a dazzling, wide grin like it owns the room. Emilio greets him with a bright, confident grin, the same smooth charm that always makes his day feel unstoppable. Cake snaps his eyes up from his book, and pure, raging annoyance hardens his face. Emilio clocked Kake's brutally unpleasant face the second he saw him, and couldn't help laughing at how ridiculous it was. Cake snaps at him to knock it off, but before he can even argue, Emilio drags a chair right beside him. Emilio smoothly orders an iced milk tea, then grumbles that Kake's precious day off has been completely wrecked. Kake calls Emilio out, saying he's cooking up weird ideas about him and Nenah, right from Elsa. Emilio quickly clears the air. He never claimed Kake had a lover, he just said he'd got a close female friend. Cake demanded to know how he figured out where to find him, and Emilio shrugged like it was nothing. Elsa told me. In a flashback, Elsa leans in and tells Kaki he went to a cafe on some far-off street. Cock's jaw drops. He can't believe his own maid just hands over his location like it's nothing. Emilio smirks and snaps. Kake would never step into a stylish cafe alone. Cake goes completely silent, his face frozen in pure shock, because somehow she nailed him perfectly. Cake slumps into his seat, furious that his hunt for a quiet cafe has totally fizzled out. That forced grin keeps slipping, and he finally admits it. He's getting more and more annoyed by the second. Emilio grins and praises his own sharp perception, teasing that with eyes like that, he could totally turn into a detective. With the battle over and Kaki beaten back, Emilio plows through the aftermath, orders a drink, and thanks everyone straight from the heart. Cake finally lets out a tired sigh, and straight up asks his friend why he's showing up in his face. Emilio leans in and drops the bombshell. Someone has a request, and he wants Kake to take it. Cake leans in, eyes sharp with curiosity, locking onto his business partner. He nails the conclusion in seconds. The client has to know exactly what he's been doing for that company. Emilio straight up tells him that their partnership reeks of something, because once you dig into his company's sudden boom, it's obvious something's up. Kake admits straight up that their business deal isn't exactly flying under the radar. He stares at his strange magic, realizing just how wild and rare this request really is. Emilio makes it crystal clear, if you're asking him for anything, it better be tied to profitable logistics, or he won't hear it. His partner just smirks and keeps it to himself, like there's something bigger going on here than plain old business. Emilio drops the bombshell that the client is an old acquaintance, and it leaves Kake completely stunned. Cake suddenly realizes he doesn't know a single thing about Emilio's personal life, and that shock makes it feel way more unusual than it should. Emilio can't resist his curiosity, so he jumps right in, ready to finally introduce his mysterious new acquaintance. Cake chews Emilio out for dragging their guest into the scorching summer heat and keeping them waiting outside. Emilio shrugs off his worries and pats his head like he's dealing with a kid. Then he calmly strides over, swings the door open, and ushers the visitor inside. A sleek shoe crosses the threshold with a calm, confident click. A woman stands in the doorway, so stunning and unreal she looks almost ethereal. Cake is left speechless by her beauty, caught in the unsettling thought that she looks painfully fragile and impossibly lovely. He snaps to it she's the same woman he plowed into on the street earlier. Jolted in his seat, Kake blurts out a flustered greeting, stammering like he can barely keep up. The woman bows and shoots him a sincere apology for crashing his peaceful afternoon. He's still totally rattled, and the moment he tries to speak, nothing comes out. She introduced herself late, then hurriedly asked for his name, dropping the apology like it couldn't wait one more second. She introduces herself as Lephelia, a painter, and the name Kake hears, and instantly it clicks.